change outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here I'm
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with these plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowl just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. TK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Hello and welcome to OWCS Stage 3, Week 3, Day 2. We ended Day 1 with an absolute banger of a match. Long day, but an absolute treat. Now, speaking of treats, tush transition, I'm once more joined by the ever so lovely Jake and Matt to cover our EMEA
Am I not lovely as well?
Today. No, that combined it.
Oh, collectively.
You're collectively,
Okay,
as a
got it.
collective, you're lovely.
I was like, it's
You
the
just can't
lovely
take a
Jake,
compliment.
and then me here on
And
the
Matt
end.
is here too. Okay, listen, you bullied me into wearing something gray this morning.
And then I changed.
I came colorful. It was so nice. And then he's like,
Well, no,
I'm just gray. I'm feeling gray.
Yeah,
It's a little gray
type of
outside,
day.
a little cloudy. But I'm ready
it
for some
is. It's
spicy
raining outside
Overwatch.
in SoCal.
Yeah, rarity.
Yeah, I'm getting like this is this pumpkin latte season? Or the Asian
PSL.
what are we
Spice
doing?
latte season? Yeah, it is. It's back.
Sure. It's back every year. We also are taking a look at schedules every single match day. So some things just never change, you know? We got 4 matches overall for y'all today. 2 per region, some bangers on the horizon. Looking at you, Team Z and Dildux, our marquee matchup, I dare say. Twisted Minds and Vision is probably going to be good too.
That's
Just
it.
get an idea of how strong Vision is.
I mean, so Jake.
Twisted Minds have to be the favorite, right? Like
Yes.
such a more story team. Vision, in the end, as much as they're playing well, they're coming out of promotion, right? Like, so for them to, even have an upset win here, or even a few maps is a great result. However, I think this isn't like the best meta for Twisted Minds. There's just a little shred of hope for Vision. They're a deep underdog, but I kind of want to see what they got.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Vision so far. Twisted Minds is definitely another step up, right? But I think we'll get a good idea of kind of where they're at. I think they're sitting at like 1-1 at the moment, potentially. Actually 2-1. They got another win the other week. So for me,
let's talk about them though.
Yeah, I like Tama. Violet's been good as well, and then Sile I think has been just like Johnny picked him in fantasy, and I'm still not even sure Johnny could pick him out of a line of people, but he's been
also
tremendous.
a lot of people are super high on Choice One, like me, since I picked him up for my
Since you've
fantasy
added
team.
your
But
fantasy team.
yeah, I better be a 2020 Vision. I learned today is, by the way, not perfect Vision, but it's good enough. So Vision Esports, good enough for now. The real test is, of course, Twisted Minds. I think they all far exceeded expectations, though, Jake.
Yeah, and I think for Team Vision, I also feel that, they haven't been truly tested yet. I don't think they've really, other than the Katsuya match, which, well, let's be honest, we can kind of write that one off. But, I think this is these are the teams you need to be able to hang against if you want to continue to grow and, stay out of that potential, having to go back to promotion relegation. I think they're pretty safe from that right now. But this is that next step up. And when you start to get these wins and you're up 2-1, well, that's when Twisted Minds comes calling. And are you able to answer that call? I mean, really interesting to see if they can step up to the plate here.
I mean, it feels like, for me, Vision has the opportunity to. And Twisted Minds, we've talked about, like, oh, maybe this isn't the perfect meta for them. When they brought in my boy KSA, finally, on the Roadhog last week, played some Diva. They looked awesome. Not to say TVNT didn't look really good when he played as well. I think the biggest thing for me is like, if Psycho, like where they were the best, right? It was when you had UBN playing the sim and playing aggressive around that. Like, now you need Psycho to play some more of like the Tracer and stuff, but can he still play the sim at a high level? So they have these like different looks, right? And they're not kind of pigeonholed into one comp, and it's really easy to read depending on who they have in the game.
I've been big on Psycho for a long time. I don't think this team is too pigeonholed into sim. The one downside for them is it seems like, yeah, if you're gonna be in like a heavy sim meta, you're probably gonna make the roster swap. But both UV and Psycho, these guys can handle the rest of the cast too on DPS. So I don't think, I think they're basically way further down the standings than they really deserve to be. I mean, you heard the respect from Landon on the interview yesterday saying, okay, Twisted Minds is in that top 3 along with VP and Katsuya. It's just too early in the stage to really have that reflected in the standing. So once again,
they also only played 2 matches, right?
Exactly.
One of them being against Alcatsia. So like it's not like we're comparing apples to apples.
We just don't have the full data, and I think Twisted Minds probably should deliver a pretty solid beatdown here in that key matchup in EMEA. But I kind of have some hope for Vision to make it interesting and at least win a map or 2.
Yeah, Twisted Minds definitely has 2 quote-unquote tougher weeks. Their schedule was front-loaded with their opening match going up against Alcatsia. Then Peps came up next, and they delivered on that one, even though Peps has been looking pretty good this first half of Stage 3. That was a 3-0 beatdown, and I expect to see nothing less from Twisted Minds today. Next week, I believe, they have Good Guys and VP. That's going to be a tougher opponent, but it should be mostly dubs. Perhaps 1 L on the horizon for Twisted Minds, so they should find themselves in the 2nd position at the end of Stage 3.
I mean, we should see them kind of have this would be like a really similar performance to Twisted Minds Stage 2, right? That's kind of what we're looking at. It's like where they lose to Alcatsia like really early on at the start, and then they kind of like run the table. You're looking like almost a mirror of how that went for them in the previous stage.
Absolutely. Yeah, so these are the standings currently, but we do, of course, still have 3 more weeks to go. And now, if you're watching us, then you know that there's also co-streamers as per every weekend. Tiny Shiny is on deck today, so make sure to head on over to her stream and share some love. Drops are enabled on our co-streamers' streams as well as on ours. Drops, that's right, here they are. This is what you can earn if you're connecting your Battle.net account to your Twitch account. Any personal favorites here? I know you're very partial to pizza, especially Swedish pizza, Matt.
The Swede, like if you come to Stockholm,
Get a pizza.
Order pizza.
find people in Stockholm, you know, that really good food. They can't make a pizza to save their lives, those people. Don't get a pizza in Stockholm.
You did order from a 2-star rated restaurant at 3 in the morning.
Well,
so,
I mean,
and
look.
it was a kebab pizza, which is not a
I mean,
thing.
look, you know.
So you may have just not made a lot of good
Potentially that
choices
could have been
there.
more of the reason, right? But at the
Could
same
be.
time,
We don't know for sure.
still, that's my solo experience with it. So I wouldn't recommend the pizza in Stockholm. I'm sure the energy drinks, though, at DreamHack, those will be flowing. Those will be flowing quite well.
That's right. They have wells of them. And now they also have a good gameplay, and we hope to be treated to that as well in our first match of the day. It's going to be good guys going up against
Quick Esports.
Definitely did not have to look that up right on my notes.
So
Let's talk about
it's
good
gonna be
guys
a good
versus.
one.
I didn't remember. It's going to be so good. It's Team A versus Team B. Go home team. I'm very excited for this one. But yeah, let's chat good guys first. I think there were a lot of individuals who had a pretty good performance in their last match. Kyo and Sim did a lot of work for them. Crocs, of course, busting out the Roadhog on not just one map. It was not gimmicky. It was just a Crocs moment. And the rest of the EMEA kind of followed suit and started picking up Hog as well. Do you expect to see more of that
Jake, you
today?
like this team.
I think Hog is kind of legit, and I think Crocs has always been a player who's wanted to bring it out and cheese it, but this season it feels like, okay, it's you're not going to play it much, but there's definitely room for it, right? There's like, we've even seen it in Korea, right? I think we saw, who was it, Falcons play it on one map, one round. You know, it's just like certain control points, certain spots, and I mean, look at the comfort on Crocs, sick hook there. I also think Kyo has really impressed me on the hit scan. That being said, you know, the rest of the team, you know, I'm not sure. Are they going to be able to continue to beat other teams? However, this is the most winnable match of the stage. This is, you know, well, it's bottom two, but if you win that, you got to win this one for sure, right? As good guys.
Yeah.
But if you win this and you win like one more match, you know, maybe you're knocking Gen G into that lower spot, right? Like,
I mean, they're playing against Gen G next week.
That's tough.
They're playing against Gen G next week.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And so I don't know. I think I'd still call them the underdog
A
in
true
that match
hater.
too. But I favor them in
Yeah.
this one. And I think the good guys, I've seen some signs of life there. Just eye test on the gameplay. I'm like, okay, there's something here. Is it enough? You know, only time will tell. But I think there's a world. I think the O2 doesn't tell the full story.
We've also only seen 2 games from this team, right? So we
Right.
saw them kind of play some Roadhog in the last game, as Crocs can obviously pilot that. Roadhog, no, I think there's even a debate, like he actually might even be somewhat like meta in certain situations like that. You can actually play Roadhog. And like Jake mentioned, Kyo has played quite well also. So I mean, look, if Roadhog ever kind of ascended to the level that you would want him all of the time, right? Crocs would be the guy you want. But even just piloting it in certain situations feels like it could be a win for them.
I want to see them lean into it. I want to see them bring out the Hog a little more. Like maybe.
You know what? I think they will.
Spice it up. Like we saw it on Ike from what was it, Twisted Minds. We saw it, you know, here on Lijiang. We've seen it on Samoa from teams. Like there's room for the Hog. And I mean, look, I don't think it's actually good, but if you're the good guys and you want to mix it up and get a little wild and crazy and maybe cheese some wins, you could be part of the answer.
Yeah, I mean, but another thing that really worked for them, or was a good look for them, even though they did suffer an L, was Kyo on that Symmetra, and something that we saw Quick Esports struggle with a lot in their last match against Gen G was the Symmetra. Backbone was just TPing all over the place into their backline. Like, they could not keep anyone alive.
Yeah.
At all. Skytor just was a human sacrifice throughout the entirety of their match. I think the bright spot really for them in that series was Evil on Tracer.
Dude.
Like, Evil tried so hard.
Man, this is the highlight package. This is painful.
Yes,
honestly.
this is the highlight
rough
package.
highlight package. This is mostly them dying to Gen G.
Well, the best is also that we highlight the only map that they've won was against Gen G. Like, we're just kind of... But yeah, like Zoe mentioned, look, this team had a lot of fun on their the game on Hollywood. I kind of think back to Snowdrop and Evil playing some of the Junkrat. We've seen Yoham and Skytour as well in the OWCS in the past, but yeah, it's been a rough go for them thus far. Like, it just does not seem like they're able to really kind of get anything going positively their direction.
they need to get into that quick esports legacy, start playing some wild and wacky stuff. Maybe a little Wrecking Ball could come out. I think it is pretty good right now. We see it a ton.
What is
North
the
America.
quick esports legacy? Can you
I
explain?
feel like
this
they've
to me?
been like sort of a cheeser team, right? They played Wrecking Ball when Wrecking Ball was not
Yeah.
meta. I mean, it's been different players and such. So
It's true.
You know, but I think I kind of like when these like bottom table teams go with some wild and wacky cheeses. I think you're better off going for a wild and wacky than, you know, trying to just like go pound for pound. However, for this match, maybe you feel like, hey, look, we can take it honest, good, clean Overwatch.
Dial
here.
it back a bit.
Yeah, maybe the Junkrat. Maybe you don't.
Good guys do
Dial
not
it back
like.
just a tad.
Just a little. Just turn that one down. Like, stay on the Junkrat, bud. Like, that's you need a lot.
You're an absolute hater because I say it again, the Junkrat worked. Space was created.
Where did
Space
it
was
Captured.
created.
Not for them.
Where
but
in
just
that highlight
generally.
package did
Say
you see it work?
I didn't see the
Not in
Junkrat
this one
highlight package,
particularly,
so.
but it's worth to the
No, not that one.
Gosh. You know what? I want them to turn the whack all the way up, like 100. Send it. I want to see a spectacle of Overwatch happening on our very screens to start off our day. Let's see if that's what the teams have in store for us. So please, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. As we, get into this match, I'm curious, Matt. What's the over/under on Junkrat making an appearance? Any play time.
When we were talking about it, I was like, man, it would be so upsetting if when Jake was not here, they just played loads of Junkrat, just messing around, and then as soon as you show up, they put it away.
I'm so down to play-by-play cast a Riptire. I don't know if I've ever done that because no one plays Junkrat.
He's just been like, how long has Junkrat just been on?
He needs some buffs. He needs some serious buffs.
What would they even have to do? Like,
You guys, you want to know some fun facts about what made Junkrat so broken in the beginning, Matt?
Yeah,
the Riptire
let me hear
made
it.
no sound in the air, like
Okay.
silent stealth mode in the air, and when you were up on the walls and the ceiling of the map, zero sound. So it was impossible to tell where it was.
So you want them to bring that back?
I want them to bring that back. That was probably a bug. I want them to bring that back.
Okay.
I think Riptire used to have like a double jump, or like give it a double jump. Why not? Why not?
I mean,
I'm just
sure,
I'm just
why not?
spitballing here.
Honestly,
I'm just spitballing here.
Even if they did that, I don't even think he'd be good. So that, I mean, sure, go ahead. Give him double
I'm
jump,
telling you,
give
if
him whatever he
Riptire
wants.
is giga broken, is consistently getting kills, that makes Junkrat playable, honestly.
A good guy's map pick here early on, and you see right away it's actually a Roadhog ban from Quick Esports. So they know that the Hog potentially coming out here on Lijiang Tower, and they obviously don't want Crocs doing that.
It's respect right there on Crocs. It's a good place to deploy the Hog. It's not it's definitely a scary comp one that you maybe don't want to worry about. With Lijiang out of the mix, then this kind of signals maybe this is going to be kind of a classic, dive/rush mirror. We've seen these teams play a bit of Hazard as well. Maybe that's the direction they want to both go. I think Crocs also super comfortable on the Hazard. If they're off the Hog, I guess we'll see something. Maybe some good honest Overwatch here.
I mean, yeah, I think this Zoe just booed as hey, this is one of our closer predictions that we've ever had from the chat. The chat is actually conflicted here. 62% riding for the good guys and 38 for Quick Esports, but that's a bit closer than our typical team. They'll go like 95 percent for one team and the 2 for the other, but
you got to take those odds on the
close.
low percenter, man. You got to take that. Like, that's too much. Like, there's not many games that are 95.5. I mean, you got to take that 5 and make the profit. Like the odds are good on that.
Yeah, it feels like maybe we're discounting Quick a little bit too much. Obviously, Good Guys is like a pretty fun team with Crocs and co, and like we all get excited about that. But Quick Esports, like obviously they've had some tough games, but against some of the top opponents. So
True.
possibly, this one could be a bit closer than what people think out there.
I'm curious to see what the teams are rolling out on here for the opening mid-fight. Lijiang Tower, classic map, good place to start the series.
It feels like we start here every time.
Yeah, true. I think the teams do like a good, stable Lijiang. I think, this is very EMEA to go Lijiang. Like the North America, Korea, you're going to see a lot more Samoa and Ilios. We're going to just see a lot higher pace. But
Are we going to see
teams
Maga?
they love? We might. We might. I mean, all right, it does absolutely put the hurt on Winston. I don't hate it. The Good Guys, I mean, We're gonna see some swap here. We're gonna see some swap.
I hope so. I don't know if we're gonna see.
I would really.
Yeah,
hope
I don't know if we're getting like a Torb. No,
in.
okay.
Torb's
So
in.
are we gonna get the Moira though? Lil Yoham Moira
We
here.
are,
Okay.
and a Winston. All right. I don't know what to say about this. We're gonna see if it works.
So Skytor plays a ton of Winston, so
Yeah, but
not
Moira?
all too surprising.
Is this a DPS Moira like no cap? Crocs cleaning out the back line. And
Possibly.
they're trying to hunt a Tracer in the spawn. If this works, I mean, he's living a long time.
This is what I like to see. We're already entering the little wacky zone here. Is Skytor, they just kind of send the entire team there
No
over to
touch, though.
SXJ.
This is not worth it to get that kill. Tracer's going to be back in the fight. They have point control. Moira's dead. Crocs already finding one on the hazard. Skytor, oh, that's not a good jump. You are done, son. Lucio chased that one on Kiriko with the save, but it's not enough. Playing off the bubble, but still good, guys. I mean, they lose.
We know
but
it
it's
wasn't
nice.
worth it, Jake. Don't ruin our fun. We need to tell the people that was awesome. Yeah, no, they kind of chase that Tracer, but like SSJ is just back in the fight by the time it kicks off. Like
Moira stopping to teabag is legitimately a grief on when the midpoint is about to open. Like, you need to go fight.
Well, I mean, hey, Good Guys gets control, right? I think they're gonna. What they've obviously been trying to run Skytor on this Winston throughout a lot of this stage, and I just don't think like Winston, and maybe it's just the comps that EMEA is playing, really plays favorably into any of them at the moment.
Yeah, Reaper also strikes me as pretty tough here. Pretty tough to connect. I think Hazard doesn't mind, getting in down and dirty. Now, attack on the Q in the background. The dive is good for Saitor. And the help is coming in. Still a lot of players low on Quick Esports. Good Guys still healthy. They trade one back. The fight already looking pretty solid for Good Guys, right? Kyo does go down, but you've expended so many resources to accomplish that, and the death matching is way too good. XSJ looking to get this cleaned up. Has to be a little careful. Okay, the recall. Op CD is going to be fine. Late deaths, though, for us Quick Esports. And we're coming down to the final fight, and just not much
wild.
in this round from Quick.
I mean, we're not even really seeing a lot of ultimates in the course of this round, right? We're at 80%.
It's been a pulse bomb.
We've seen a
One
pulse bomb, but that's it. Like, this is one of the weirder rounds here of Lijiang Tower, where for Good Guys, right? I mean, you're gonna have this downpour plus a Kitsune Rush. I mean, that is probably good enough to win it right there. So 92%. It'll be a touch here for Quick Esports. That's gonna be the downpour from Crocs.
Yeah, Crocs taking a lot of pressure, but the Kitsune Rush is in. The Evil does find the pulse onto Kyo. Yoham just trying to live there with that Coalescence. Reaper now getting flanked and absolutely popped by Crocs.
Nice.
Good Guys, once again, they lose the hit scan, but the rest of the 4 players are healthy. They're fighting well. Jonovich close to that sound barrier. So Quick Esports on a clock. They need to shut down this Lucio, but Jonovich is diving away well. Staying alive here. Skytor finds one. Crocs trades it back. Does he want to go for the beat here? And Ajax could be devastating the round. It's a risky play.
You save it. Yeah.
It's gonna hold. I think they do win there with the beat, but I think this is the conservative
They might
choice.
flip anyway. Yeah, they're gonna flip anyway, but
The flip's just gonna mitigate some of the losses by Crocs, right? So it just slows down the recap by Quick. The fact that Crocs gets out for the reset means, it's just more safety in the round. Crocs refighting on some low HP. Gotta be careful there, Crocs.
he jumped down to the Mega, but then there was nobody else to help him when he jumped back over the wall.
OC from Kyo, and this could be backbreaking. Skytor, we need a big primal out of you, but the supports are already dead, and the beat is good, protecting the rest of the backline. This time, Kyo gets his revenge here on the divers. Winston, even with the primal, just too scared to commit. Tracer, oh my god, they're emoting. They can still touch, guys. Oh my god.
Right on the other side of the wall. Okay, well, yeah, that's the first round. As I mean, look, me and you have talked about this for ages. I feel like when we did NA during last stage, like a Moira just isn't it at the moment.
Matt, that was that might have been one of the hardest stops I've ever seen. Like they capped, but it was like, I honestly don't think, I think they could have clutched. Good Guys just played it safe and go for the instant retake win.
I mean, there was like a scenario there where if it ends with the downpour Kitsune Rush, like we would have seen like 3 ultimates the entire round.
Yeah, it literally, if the downpour blocked the touch, it could have been a world record speedrun control round.
Evil, by the way, somehow Evil goes 6-0 for Quick Esports. So
I go, big dog.
He's like, hey, screw you guys. I'm playing my life. It looks like a Snowdrop gets booped off the side there. So a rough start, because obviously with this company, you want to play behind the Reaper, right?
They're going to the doors right now. They're going to the doors. Oh boy, they're going to the doors, Matt. We're in for a beatdown.
Like, it's just the first fight. It's just first fight.
Oh yeah.
It's just first fight.
The momentum is about to shift. The pendulum has swung so far in one direction. It can only go back the other way.
I like the swap off of the Reaper. I don't think you were getting much out of it first. Okay. So Eggs is just skateboarding over the point.
Yeah, no, that's a good play there. You need to retake position on the Kiriko. Guys have position.
Yeah,
point under control here. Ana comes out for Quick Esports. Maybe the nade and Snowdrop finds one. Okay.
Yeah,
once again,
dude, having the long range is so much better. Snowdrop just gets deleted here. I don't think the Yoham's in for a great time either.
Whoa. Okay, that scared me. That scared me. Crocs,
I mean, he knows better than us, but I was like, that doesn't look great.
If he went off the map there, I would have lost it. Okay, Quick Esports gonna get the retake. Looking solid so far in the fight. Crocs is just death matching like a demon here on this hazard. If he lives, oh my god, if he gets the mega kill trades it back, and they almost.
I don't think they're gonna get this. I mean, they're gonna flip it here for a second, right? But you just have Yoham and Jante here, so I don't think you're gonna be able to hold this at all. As yeah, I mean, you allow Crocs to get back towards that mega, you allow them to get a few kills over on the point. Sure, you get it for a quick moment. It does Quick Esports, but I mean, not able to turn that into anything. That's like, it feels like that's almost been the story. Is like, sure, they get a few kills and they end up taking the point, but they're never able to like secure these fights in a big way.
I mean, good guys are taking it to them right now. They're pushing into the spawn. Like, they're not letting Ana get any kind of position to get skills off. EGS shuts down Evil on the point. I mean, Evil had no support there. The rest of his team has to hard fall back because Crocs and Co. putting on so much pressure once again. Straight to the doors. Rush now. Over the choke point. Downpour deep into the spawn. Winston doesn't have Primal. Nano hasn't come off yet. And Quick Esports are regrouping in their own spawn. Like, they need to be inside the doors here. He's putting the spike wall on the door.
Is Jante trying to make it into the spawn door there, is trying to get around the wall. So finally does. You do lose Keo though, so it is going to be good guys backing up just a little bit. So we'll see if Quick Esports, maybe with this Nano, like a Nano on a Sky Tour into Primal, you have a lot of good ultimates coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be a Nano OC. OC's traded, but against that Nano, I don't think he's going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. Beat comes down, though, so for Q, he might go for the repeat. Yoham could be in trouble. Is get bursted down now. Snowdrop, Nano's over. Getting chased once again to the doors. Good guys. So aggressive. So willing to rush in and clean up these fights. And without Primal, Skytor has no hope. A rush on the point, but a clean 5-0 sweep in the feed. And good guys just put Quick Esports on notice, man. These guys are, he's skateboarding on him. He's hitting the kickflip on him.
He is kind of doing that all over the point where I thought this could have been a bit closer, but man, I couldn't be more wrong. Crocs goes 18-0 there. I mean, that is
quote me, Matt. Don't sleep on good guys. Don't sleep on them. There is a gap between these two teams. I'll bet the house on good guys.
I mean, it definitely seems like that after the first round, where they for Quick they just didn't have any answers, right?
Their tank is deathless. How does that even happen?
Yeah, I mean, and Crocs is playing quite aggressive as well. There were a few times where we were like shocked that he was able to get out with his life, where it's kind of it's a little funny to think about how the first fight is you see everybody just emoting here for good guys, but the first fight they chase the Tracer all around the map and they finally get that kill right for Quick Esports, but they never actually like end up trying to chase Crocs whenever they get him dangerously low throughout the entire map, right? They let him kind of just leave, where feels like they gotta try and punish him a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, there's a lot of these dives are really one-dimensional from Quick Esports. Like, they're hitting an all-in dive and they like kill Sojourn, but it takes every cooldown and everyone's like half of everyone's health bar to accomplish it. And then the clutch factor is just way too strong. Dude, what comp good guys are playing, they don't care really.
Look at the damage dealt. The healing is pretty comparable, right? I mean, just like 28 difference. The damage, though, it is not that close.
The Elims tell the story here, Matt. The Elims tell the story. This is.
So what can Quick Esports do, though? Like, there's got to be a way for them to kind of get back into this in somewhat of a competitive manner. I can't imagine. Look, you can sell me on that there's a gap between maybe these two teams, but you can't. I don't know if I believe it's that wide.
You know, when
Maybe
you
it
start
is.
emoting
I
on
don't
the
know.
point mid-round, to me, that's a statement. That's a statement that you ignore at your own peril when Kurt goes skateboarding on the point at 40% into the round.
Yeah, well,
I'm like, all right, like, show me what you got, good guys. I mean, and that's the Roadhog band, by the way. I have a feeling we're gonna see a little bit of hog.
Oh,
in this
for sure.
series.
Yeah, we're gonna see some Roadhog. I mean, both of these teams, they got to get with Cargo for the DHL moments. Try and predict who's gonna win EMEA and NA. Try and make their way to Stockholm. I don't know. I mean, I would definitely say Alcatia and EMEA. NA seems like there's a little bit of more kind of openness. I would say, like, I was thinking, like, okay, like maybe for EMEA, like there's an opportunity for VP to kind of sneak their way in there, but I think after yesterday's game it kind of got proven like maybe not. But yeah, make sure you guys go get your votes in, predict who you think is going to win EMEA and NA, and hey, maybe you'll join us in Stockholm.
Yeah, we'd love to see you there. I mean, Gatti, you're present. I think both regions have a pretty competitive top three, right?
Yeah.
It's like VP, Twisted Minds, Ketsia. You know, even Lana was saying, okay, on another day, that match could be a lot closer.
Right.
The VPs maybe better than they've shown. And then in NA, I think SSG to play Liquid so close to bring them down to the wire and nearly reverse sweep yesterday. It's like, you got to consider them in the running. Like, come playoffs, they're going to want that rematch. They're going to be hungry for that to show that maybe they can actually turn that one around against Liquid.
Yeah, totally. And you obviously have GK there as well in NA, where I think any of those six, like any combination of it, I think you can kind of probably sell somebody on. Like, hey, yeah, sure, that could happen. We'll see where Quick decides to take us, and they're gonna go to Junkertown here. Okay, so Junkertown, we don't really see. Well, we've seen actually more in EMEA as of late, Jake, because teams in the EMEA obviously just dread going to Gibraltar. So we've seen teams mostly go towards like Rialto, but we've seen a little bit of Junkertown. So interesting. Well, this is also bizarre because, like, would you say this is one of the maps that Hog actually like could be really useful?
I think
on?
Hog's
Like,
okay here. I do think Dive is actually quite strong on this map, especially right now in the meta. And so I think that's sort of the thesis here for Quick Esports, is to take it to a dive map. Maybe the ball ban is kind of interesting. I feel like that we've seen them play a lot more Winston. That's more the ban I expected to come in. But with the Kiri ban, feels like you could get a lot of mileage out of an Ana here. Like, since Kiri's been in the game for a long time, those cleanses, Ana nades aren't quite as devastating. But now, no Kiri on the field. This is room for a committed Ana play to really work out and to maybe get a little bit more done. Less survivable backlines here for sure.
well, the Ana obviously is really good in combination with the Winston, which Quick Esports wants to play. So, and then also getting the Kiri out, right? If they played Roadhog on the other side and you're going to play that, Ana, there's no cleanse for the Hog, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of probably Hog's biggest downfall is, easy to hit with those bio grenades and then finish off.
All I'm saying is, what about a little Life Weaver? Can I sell you on a little Life Weaver?
Oh, little Weaver.
Can I sell you on a little
If there was
Life Weaver Roadhog?
if there's a series where you're going to get a little Life Weaver Roadhog, this would most certainly be that series.
Low key, there's a comp here. There's a comp cooking, like a Life Weaver, Zenyatta, Roadhog, Tracer +1. Like that's like kind of a vibe I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, plus maybe a little bit of a Soj or a Freya or something along those.
Yeah, and
lines.
I like a Freya. or a Wu-Yang and a Life Weaver could be kind of styling. You like what I'm putting down? You like what I'm putting down?
Hey, this game we can see anything. If they came out with a Junkrat Orisa comp, I wouldn't be stunned either.
A little Junkrat Orisa. That's a throwback, man. That's a throwback.
Yeah, we saw some Orisa, I believe, from it was Quick Esports maybe last.
I hope not with the Junkrat. Good God.
It might have been with the Junkrat at one point. There's a lot of craziness last week, but okay, so good guys, this is not surprising. If Crocs can play the Hog, especially in this type of map, I think you probably see them go to it. Is this what we want out of Quick Esports, though? Also note they have Jonte in. They picked Jonte in a little bit later in series in their past, but starting here today, maybe they play are they going to play Lijiang here with a dive against the Hog? That would be quite tough.
I wouldn't mind like a Lijiang Ana, something like that as a dive vision. I think there's something in there. Yeah, it could potentially double aggressive support ults to assist those dives. What I'm more worried about is what are you gonna do against Keo? The Widow is I mean this is Junkertown first point. Widow is a menace, and Quick Esports, no Tracer, no Sombra. The Widow shot has already rung out.
And you weren't here. When we saw Quick Esports, I want to say it may have been against it was either VP or like OWCS, like one of our top teams. We did a listen with them on Gibraltar, and they were talking about how Snowdrop needed a miracle to hit a Hanzo shot that he said he needed his arrows to turn into logs. So seeing him come out on the Hanzo, maybe there's been some labbing done, maybe some practice in the last little bit of time. Maybe we'll see some nice things. That's a really nice bio though from Johan. Actually connects with Jonowich and Crocs, and they're gonna lose their Lucia.
Yeah, punishing the Hog. Hanzo, nice matchup into the Hog, right? Able to sonic him and kind of protect your team, providing that vision where he's so much more difficult for Crocs to find those hooks. Now, dive onto the backline is also suppressing Keo, making it a little bit harder for him to get those shots off. And Good Guys, not so great without the Lucio. Hard to play dynamically. And Widow just holding the angle. Ooh, Snowdrop rather finds the first. Crocs finds one on the backline. He is naded. Is he going to get traded? If he lives on this Hog, there's hope for Good Guys, and looks good for them for now.
Yeah, now without that Ana there, right? You can play quite aggressive. Skytor and Evil both get hit with a nade. It's a long-range shot there from Crocs. Almost finishes off Snowdrop. Decides not worth it. He's going to double back, make sure to play his life.
The Hog is such a problem, right? You really just need to shut him down, but, it's a little bit more difficult than it seems sometimes. The damage resist, Crocs really knowing the limits of the hero, and, Snowdrop. Yeah, just cut down. No way out of the situation there.
Yeah, it's, this one may start to get away from Quick Esports, right? I think they needed like a solid regroup here. You're gonna have both support ults available. The Dragon, I don't think you're gonna get a ton of value out of, but like maybe you can kind of put it over towards the side to spread players out. But that's actually gonna be a nano Roadhog that just kind of like dives on in.
He's walking.
Yeah, this fight is over.
Oh my God, he's walking on him, and the walls as well. You just can't hide.
Well, they know that I think it's Johan's stuck. Yeah.
I mean, they're around him. Oh, the trade is good, though, and the Lucio kill is nice, but you probably need to find something more, or else Lucio's just going to come back. And, I mean, you're just getting caught in the morass right now as Quick Esports, right? Every time you try to make a play, there's so many threats, so many pick potential heroes in this Good Guys comp. Any one of them can end your push, and there's Keo, a dirty. I mean, he's been lighting it up on him. He hasn't been big in the feed, but a lot of dinks from him, a lot of pressure on the tank.
Oh, absolutely. Johan takes a long-range duel. Keo, like, Skytor was walking out of spawn and, like, trying to go towards that high ground, and, like, Keo's just, like, double dinking him. Skytor was, like, going over here towards, where you see Snowdrop playing, and he's already at, like, half HP. This is a fight that Quick Esports has to win. I mean, you have a nano opportunity for your Genji or your Winston. You literally have everything to work with.
Yeah, Pulsebomb could have ended their whole career here. Now, dive into the backline, booped away. He's gonna pull the blade, but the beat is good. Nice timing from Jonowich. However, just doesn't have the HP to tank through. Ana completely in the wrong neighborhood there. And Quick Esports finally gonna get this one over the line with a big old dump. Crocs the whole Hog is made a bit of space, and Exit Straight finds Johan. Hold on, even without support, surely they can't clutch, but Crocs still healthy. Primal needs to get some more here, but Skytor is just being ran around by this Tracer.
Jay, yeah, okay, so they finally get him down, but that's gonna let Jonowich to get back, and then Crocs is still here.
Big nade on Genji, but breaking through this Winston bubble seems to be too much of an order here.
Yeah,
and Evil connects further, dashes out. Crocs, yeah, he's gonna give this one up.
But still, pretty decent hold there on defense from Good Guys, right? It almost gets down to OT. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock here for Quick Esports. Not a lot of time to really make things happen. Let's go to a quick listen in here for the Good Guys.
Back now.
Monkey in.
I'm with you.
Monkey dead. I want to drop into them. Can I?
Yeah, we can go.
Going in.
Under.
How can I? Anna dead.
Is that the legal spot?
On the top.
Don't do
I
it.
can take it.
No. You good?
Winning one if you want to kill.
I can't.
I think it's a yes. How's behind you?
Monkey one. I'm out.
Under one fire.
Can you go back?
Thank you.
Oh, I can maybe kill Hanzo.
We're Sonic here.
I'll speed you back. Speed Anna back. Care. No heals.
Nice.
Me when I have more heals than my buff support.
By 1 shot.
Ja, jeg har selv set det Lijiang
Yeah,
ult.
Lijiang ult, yeah.
Ja.
Can you top left right now?
If Monkey jump top, we kill.
Monkey on me, monkey on me.
I miss. Never mind. I lied.
We are dead.
One point. A big stick, big stick.
Nice.
Nice.
Come monkey. They can clutch.
I'm on monkey here.
Look at Monkey.
Monkey one.
I killed him.
We can push a bit.
Keep walking.
Too far maybe. I can just run.
Just ice in the veins right now from good guys. You can tell Crocs is living for this match. Like,
Yeah.
he's taking over on Hog, and you don't get that chance that often. And, oh, Keo. Oh. This is
a
dirty.
wide flank here.
This is legitimately dirty because even if you go hunt him down and kill him, it's just expensive. It's going to take a and he's dinky, man. And like, Winston's here, but his team is fighting.
There's
They're
40
fighting
seconds
without
left.
the tank. Like, Keo's going to die here, but it's going to take a while. What's going on with the rest of Quick Esports? Oh, but he's dancing.
What
He's
is
dancing
going
off him.
Is he going to make it to the
No
Mega?
way.
Okay. I was like, if you would have made it to the Mega and just kept dancing, that would have been absurd. As yeah, it looks like everybody else from Good Guys like kind of pushes on forward. So I guess you do get a fight win for Quick Esports here, Jake, but below 30 seconds. I mean, it's been a brutal offense.
I will say, getting that fight with the Nano Blade is big, though, because Quick Esports, now they get to take position on these high grounds. The retake is not good for the Roadhog. He's just, like, walking out, touching the payload, but he's just going to get absolutely focus-fired in that position. Hog maybe can be the difference maker, but Nate is already good under Crocs. He has to just play this one so safe. Going to take a lot of that Dragon Strike. He's getting absolutely smoked by it. Whole Hog keeping players off of him, trying to stay alive for now. The counter Nate is in onto Yoham, and Good Guys have stayed a little bit healthy. They're lasting into this. XSJ gets one, slowed up, trades it right back. Skytor with the Primal may be necessary to clutch this one out, but without Evil, it's all the weight on the Winston right now. And XSJ ready to touch that point, ready to stall things out as necessary. Crocs, the man of the hour. Genji already out of this one. Hanzo following his brother into the grave, and Winston no HP to work with, and it's a hold from Good Guys.
And they allow Jonowich to get the beat off, right? It's a really nice hook there, from Crocs on Evil to get rid of the Genji. And then Jonte never able to get the Lijiang ult off. He gets taken out, I believe, by SXJ as well there. So rough for Quick Esports on offense. Take a look at this. I mean, do Crocs 15-1? I mean, that's his first death of the series at this point, right? This is one where Good Guys, I think especially like being able to play this Widow on offense, if they would like, is definitely going to be really difficult for Quick to deal with. I just don't think you can get the same results like as playing a Hanzo, for instance.
Yeah, I think the offense Widow is a little bit more difficult, but Keo is lighting it up, man. Every time we're on this guy's feet, he's just hitting headshot after headshot. And some of those kills like haven't come through, but it's just like mechanically, it doesn't feel good to be playing as a Widow's hitting like that. You got to be a little bit scared. I wouldn't mind seeing the Widow continue on offense. Quick Esports, though, that being said, they're playing aggressive, they're playing pace. I just feel like Crocs, man, like they're enabling him so heavy with this Lucio plus Ana, right? They're giving him nanos, they're speed boosting him around, and he's hitting every hook, man. He's always finding kills. He's even making the clutch holds there. And so Quick Esports, they really, I think, need a very solid first hold. They need to build some momentum. Second isn't unwinnable for them either on the defense, but
no, for sure. I think it's just getting off to a really good start, right? They're going to have to burn some.
Oh my God, don't do the Widow.
That is really difficult for Jonte to deal with. And they've already lost Skytor as Eggs is playing the Mercy here on offense. I think this is like you're kind of just pocketing Crocs, like almost like damage boost for him. So this is this is a little what's wrong with that?
Everything. All right, think of Ana now. That makes a lot more sense to me.
Well, a little Mercy pocket out of spawn.
Little take some space. EGS now on the Ana. Oh, Keo with a quick dink. Shuts down the Tracer, and that really takes the teeth out of the dive. Nate misses for Quick Esports, and that's go time for Crocs. He's about to send it right down mid. Big hook onto the Winston. Meat shot after meat shot, and the Hanzo next in his sights. Everyone falling at the hands
like a
of the
raid
mighty
boss.
Roadhog. And he even hit that hook. Even hit that hook.
No, Yoam actually, Yoam's made some plays here for Quick Esports.
Yes.
That time able to kind of duel out SXJ, get out with his life, but Crocs just walks right inside of the Winston bubble. No fear, just deals with Skytor.
Oh, no one can get the touch there. I mean, maybe the pretty difficult scenario then again, given that Widow has like full control positionally. Skytor, follow-up is good. Yoham Was Sleb trying to duel his way out of this, but no, EGS has the upper hand in that one. And Quick Esports, not only do they lose first, but they're crumbling on second. This is the worst case scenario, man.
Jay, can you continue to just like play the Winston here? I mean,
you can. You can, Matt.
I mean, it seems like that's what Quick Esports is going to do, but it feels like that there has to be like, even if you didn't have, you know, maybe you wanted to play ball here and it gets banned, but like even playing like a diva, I don't know, anything else that could kind of, you know, give you some of that mobility, but not as vulnerable as the Winston would be beneficial for you at the moment. Oh, I mean, that's a nice
okay,
save by
Evil. Nice two-piece from Evil. And that should be a little bit more. Should be able to just clean up these attackers. And so Quick Esports, okay, they've stifled the momentum. They're going to be able to take that reset, get the high ground control that they want, positionally, play the fight as they please here. But I think, wait, hold on. Is Crocs on a mission right now?
Yeah, where is he? Okay, here we go.
It's scary because you might be able to kill him, but this is not a fight you want to take. You have to get so much map position to deal with him.
And then you
Keo's going from the other side.
Well, I was going to say as well, now you give Crocs the in for sight, right? Is this a Nano Lucio here? Okay, so Jonowich is in as he is now dead. Crocs is still behind them. This is just kind of evolved into chaos. Crocs gets Yoham. Yoham actually the Nano. He's behind Skytor. Skytor may take a ton of damage here. Let's see. What? It's a nasty hook.
Over, Matt. Crocs is taking over. He has refused to lead the car. He's got a whole hog. I got a whole hog C9 here on the cards. Quick Esports, how can you touch? I don't see a way. Tracer Evil, he's got to stall this one out, but into the whole hog. Desperation is not a desirable place to be.
Where's the
Dragon Strike from Spawn? I think it's just zoning off cart from Spawn. Literally, where is it?
Where to go? Yeah, where to go? It doesn't seem like the dragon ever made it, but
good fight actually. Sleep on the hog is gonna stifle the value from that ultimate. Nano Winston should be cleaning house here. Surely Crocs will die.
No.
Surely he'll die.
No, they let him live.
God,
and Jonowich has beat. I think they're just regrouping here.
You should have put Crocs into your fantasy team, man. This is the week for Crocs. He is absolutely murdering, and another clean hook on a Skytor. Beat comes down as well. Jonowich doubles down.
Skytor gets slept and naded and never able to get his primal off.
Oh my God, that was an absolute murder of Jonowich. He just got title blasted into Pulse Bomb, but good guys, the overkill on the Lucio is way too much, and good guys just come back in with the rest of the squad. Oh, all right, Matt. Matt.
Yeah.
Did I or did I not tell you to not sleep on the good guys? Did I?
I mean,
not say.
You said do not sleep on the good guys. I respected that, while also believing that Quick Esports, you know, we're gonna bounce back maybe a little bit today, and I
Talk
may
to me
have
about the bounce back, man. Sell me on the bounce back. Tell me on the bounce back.
I mean,
sell me and the good people of the Overwatch community.
We're not bouncing back here. That's what it looks like. It doesn't look like we're bouncing back. Maybe we bounced up for a little bit and then went back down, but we're not bouncing all the way back. Is
take a peek at the stats here. Crocs 25-2 on Roadhog. All right, yeah, okay.
Evil had a pretty
top
good game
heals in the lobby. Who's the top heals in the lobby, Matt?
I mean, it could be
anyone.
On the hog. But I thought Evil, like if you're looking for some positives for Quick, I thought Evil played pretty well on the Tracer. True. And then you know, we saw Yoham have some moments. I just don't think you can, like, there is if you have to play like Hanzo, Winston in a situation like this, I mean, I just don't think there's really much of a chance.
Yeah, the Winston's a little sus to me. You know, to be honest, I think the Hanzo could make sense, but I mean, Keo is gapping right now. Keo is like, this is one of those, like, Widow plus Roadhog is actually such a challenging comp to play into when the pilots of those respective heroes are just beasts on their respective characters, because you're being hit from all sides. Like, Crocs is like deep in your spawn, deep in like the depths of Junkertown, and then from the other side, Keo is like back flanking you in your spawn. You know, it's like, it's so chaotic, it's so hard to play against, and if they're not hitting every shot, then okay, it's not going to feel that impressive. But when you're just scared to even take the test against Crocs, he punishes you every time.
It's also pretty clear that, I mean, obviously, but Good Guys knows how to play around this Roadhog. This is what I was talking about. That really nice sleep there from Eggs is able to connect with Skytor before he can use the Primal.
I mean, I wonder if it's possible to get a replay request on what happened to Jonowich at the last moments of Junkertown.
He got sleep dart
into Tidal Blast, into Pulse Bomb.
I know.
Surely the Lucio doesn't need that.
Sure. I mean, that's fine. I want to know what happened to that dragon. Where'd the
Where was
dragon
it?
go? The dragon never. It never
Swap
arrived.
after
Like,
he was off. Did he shoot the dragon and then swap? Because it goes away if you do that. There's
maybe
no point in shooting the dragon.
I was thinking that like you know, because sometimes like from the spawn it could be like difficult to line up. Like, was he just a little bit wide right?
I mean, usually you just shoot it at the cart, right? And you see the cart through the wall. All right.
Yeah.
I will not give a like, you can't justify missing the dragon strike from spawn. You should know where the payload is, man.
because like we're not blind. I didn't see it anywhere near the cart. Correct.
I wasn't looking at the top of the screen. Some people shoot the dragon strike out of habit and then switch heroes. It's just wrong. The dragon goes away. Just swap and play the fast hero and get to the car, which is normal. It's okay to do that, but yeah, shooting the dragon strike. Where was it?
We may never know. We may never know. I think that like if Zoe's listening to us, she needs to find out what happened to that dragon right away, because I'm curious. But yeah, it could have been a swap. Now another map pick here for Quick Esports. We've seen them go Hollywood for hybrid. That's where we saw them play the Junker.
Junkrat's pretty good
Junkrat,
on Hollywood. Junkrat's pretty. It is a good Junkrat map.
So maybe we see them go there. Obviously Surabasa, an option. Esperanza, if they really wanted to play Winston and like the Genji, sure, right? But now there's a Roadhog is hidden.
Why didn't they take us to Gibraltar if they want to play Winston? That's another mystery for the world.
Yeah, here it
may never
is.
know. Hollywood comes in. It's my understanding that King's Row is probably a better Winston map, but Hollywood should be good too. Hollywood should be good too, or New Queen Street is another option if you want to play dive.
Oh, so they get rid of the Ana. So now this is going to be like you're going to be playing Winston here. This is Hog all day long.
This is Hog City.
I mean, and then the Cassidy they banned first year for Quick. So I guess forcing Keo into like a Soj option, but like Keo was good on the Sojourn. So I don't think that's like
he is. But if you're gonna play dive, if you're gonna play against dive, especially with a Hog, I do feel like Cassidy probably the biggest threat in terms of like you're thinking about multiple of these stun lockdowns. Like the hook is an instant kill for your Tracer, and same story pretty much for connecting with that flash, right, and stifling some of the mobility. So I do think this, especially for Evil on the Tracer, who's been one of the bright spots for Quick Esports, this protects his pick a little bit more. I'm curious to see what Keo goes with here.
Marisa.
I actually, this is I like this comp more than anything else I've seen all series.
Yeah, that might.
This is my favorite comp.
You might be right.
Like, and this should own the Roadhog. Should.
In theory, right? I know being able to obviously just kind of displace the Roadhog, right? Interrupt healing and things along those lines. With the Orisa, we'll see if that's the case. Is good guys here in the spawn. What are we doing? Okay, so Crocs is in the chair. Dancing with the
emote meta is well developed from good guys.
New Panther Mercy skin's kind of fire.
It's kind of stylish, actually.
Are we getting the Crocs
Winston? Big money, big money. Playing Quick Esports at their own game. Now they see the Orisa. I wonder if they're going to reevaluate anything. I do think Winston could make sense here. There's very few movement controls available on this Quick Esports comp, so Crocs is going to have kind of free reign to go where he pleases, and every time I see Q take a shot, I get scared.
Good. Yeah, I mean, you may as well let him play whatever hit skin he wants.
Widow, first point Hollywood is very crowded for Widow, but if they can break through to second, man, this is going to be a menace for him. Shoots at his teammate there, wasn't sure which team Lijiang that was.
just firing at anything that moves.
Put him on notice, actually. Put him on notice.
Good guy's going to have to back up a little bit. I mean, they're just taking a ton of damage. They're going to allow, though, their supports to farm a little bit off of this, off of Crocs. I think we're going to see Keo swap. It's probably going to be like a Sojourn.
Wouldn't mind a Freya here, honestly.
Oh, yeah, Freya.
I don't want to see a Freya out of Keo. They could go for the Soj. Going for the Soj option.
I think they're just gonna try and like burn Skytor down, like just get the armor off, and then just like with the rail guns, gonna try and finish him off.
Recall force out of Evil though. That's gonna be an opening for good guys. They're gonna take flank control. Counter recall force. Oh, look at the big headshot from Eggs into the backline Tracer. Now Kiriko attack on the high ground, but Eggs is just doing this alone on the Kiriko. Skytor chasing his own demons out here. There's nobody
where is he going? Who was out there?
Point control. I think it was maybe the Kiriko slipping away from them with a teleport. But man, Eggs is just a problem. 2 openers from the Kiriko, and the defense is just done.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good shout out you mentioned, right? Maybe you don't want to play that Roadhog into this Orisa-based kind of composition. They come out, Crocs flexing a little bit here over to the Winston.
That's one of the hottest emotes in the game, is the Winston backflip. It goes...
Yeah, it does kind of go pretty hard. Oh, Crocs took a ton of damage there from Snowdrop. Has to just kind of drop down. But like, who does this favor, the Winston mirror, at this point? Like, I mean, I think now, obviously, the Kitsune Rush here layered over the high ground here for good guys. I don't know if they're going to be able to kind of capitalize on this that much, although they do push them off of their own high ground. So Quick Esports not going to have that at the moment.
Evil looking for the pulse bomb connection. He's been a key playmaker in the past. Crocs already rips the primal. Trades are good. Kiriko's off the field, but Crocs with the primal is laying waste. And Skytor, the late swap to the Winston, just doesn't have the ultimate in store. Evil trying to get into that backline, trying to get what trades that they can. And they do find something. However, XSJ shuts down the Winston. Tracer staying behind is good. For now, let's take a listen in to Quick Esports, see how they can turn this one around on the retake.
I can go fine. There's only Tracer on point right now.
I'm under right now.
I'm walking, swinging top.
Monkey me,
Monkey
Kiri.
I'm swinging on top.
Trainer re.
Sorry, second, hang on.
I can go top.
I can go in
I'm low ground with evil right
Like
now.
Monkey though. You can empty me.
3, 2, 1, going now. I don't know top now. I'm on wing low, wing one.
They're flipping the burger on us.
Oh, he ulted himself.
Tracer point.
Wing still low, on the right. He has nothing,
Monkey on point.
I have Lijiang. I still have Lijiang.
Yeah.
Peek evil. You can ult.
I still have.
Monkey jumping me. I don't care. Trainer. Monkey jumping out. Can we take top? Is it possible?
Yeah, let's take top. I can jump top in a
It's a cap point though.
Yeah. We can kill them. I do 4 points.
I can swing
I have
through
Lijiang
top. Swing top in a sec. 3.
Yeah.
Chair one.
Swing now.
Inside.
Yeah, bro. I don't
Sorry, trainer re, Chair 1. Q1.
Carry one.
No susu.
If they jump, I hit
Monkey
you
bottom left. Monkey bottom left.
top again.
Yeah.
Say half.
Monkey's bottom. Jumping top now.
Swing down 3. I'm on Saya. I'm on Saya. Saya health in. So one. No Suzu. I'm dead.
I cannot. Oh, I need a TP out.
Oh, solo.
Even.
I'm dead.
You win.
Nice.
Up even. 2v2.
Wing one.
Wait for the touch. You guys are even.
I have Lijiang. Keep me touch. Pick. We need touch. Oh,
Need touch. Oh.
I'm not.
Here.
Jante holding on the clutch so far. Good for Quick Esports, just barely doing this one, but Crocs almost has the primal. It's the rush to make the defense and a big bank of ultimates as well.
I mean, it's going to be primal here for good guys. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush and a pulse bomb. The pulse bomb there for SXJ doesn't connect with anything. So now let's see as Eggs gets dangerously low. Going to use that rush.
Tracer fight coming in. Crucial here. Good guys. Rushes are traded. A lot of focus on the Crocs, but he's happy to take that. Jante finds one, but the clapback is immediate. The damage trade is good. Good guys even maybe holding on to this primal for the 3rd phase of the map. Evil doing what he can, has been lights out on Tracer this series, but it's just not possible to hold, not in the cards. And good guys, not only do they cap, but they do so holding on to some key ultimates, maintaining the momentum of the snowball. That was one of the better point holds we've seen from Quick Esports.
That was.
So finding some life in the Winston here.
Absolutely. It was one of the better moments from Quick Esports, obviously, throughout the series. Being able to hold for an extended period of time on that second point is... now, though, I feel like they are in some trouble, like you kind of alluded to. Jonowich holds on to his ultimate, right? You can put that on a Crocs, send him in deep. Crocs then has the primal. Skytor kind of dives into the back line here, Jake. I'm kind of worried. Like, okay, he's going to have a leap to get back, but there's nobody there with him. Like, I don't know how he planned to kind of get out of there.
I mean, he thought the team could come in to help him, but actually it was Crocs holding the rest of the enemies back, right? Denying them any kind of point position, using that primal rage. And then Winston just gets turned and focus fire. So great division of labor from good guys. They try to get this snowball rolling. They're going to be able to take position on last point. Skytor is going to come back on the Malga. Try to stand tall. Tracer, though, takes the Wu Yang ultimate, diving deep into the spawn, gets the knockdown on the enemy Wu Yang. The finish is good.
Jante has his Wu Yang ultimate as well. It's, if you remember back to Junkertown, right? He ends up dying and then not able to use his Wu Yang ultimate there. Same type of scenario here. In that case, coming out of the spawn, I mean, just use on yourself just to try and live. But that is going to be good guys finishing with a minute 49 in the time bank.
And all right, it's a big full cap. Quick Esports is such a long road home. It's such a long road home. You can't even think about the journey to potentially a win. It's just that feels out. It's right now. It's let's get an OT. Let's get an OT. Let's keep things alive. Let's keep things rolling. We're getting some of the Winston mirror. That's maybe what we wanted here for Quick Esports, but maybe getting more than they bargained for. Good guys. The comps. I mean, yes, they're stylish for most of the game, right? But here, good, honest Overwatch, pretty much a mirror match, and they're still running the table.
An 18-0 half there from Crocs. He's gonna have like single-digit deaths.
What's his deaths?
Tank.
Did he have
series.
1 or 2 on Junkertown?
I don't know off the top of my head. I believe he had none on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah.
He's got none here in the first half. At Junkertown, it had to be probably like, I mean,
max 2, right?
Yeah, nothing. I mean, nothing more than like 4 or 5, probably.
Surely.
Peak, but.
I mean, he was like in their spawn forever. It felt like he didn't die.
A wild series. How do you think this is going to work, though, with SkyTour trying to play this Winston into the Hog on D?
Well, we haven't seen enough of the matchup to really know. So it's like anything's but no, I'm just kidding, man. They're about to get destroyed. He's been farming them.
I was like, that's an interesting take, but okay.
All right, Crocs, what you got for us? I want to see a little Hog. Give me the Hog cam. Give me the Crocs cam. We need that. Maybe a little Keo, though, on the Soj. Keo, I think, is going to get a lot of space made by the Roadhog. Could be another big playmaker. And with the Lucio Curie, this Hog is going to be mobile, agile, hostile. And SkyTour's like, he doesn't want that smoke. He does not want that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great call here from Quick Esports. Like, no reason to just kind of throw SkyTour into the meat grinder there of the Roadhog. So make a swap, get him on the Orisa. We talked about how the Orisa matchup's actually not bad for her versus the Roadhog.
Yeah, definitely a good one.
They're trying to bait these players in.
Yeah, they're trying to bait the Hog flank. Hog can always disrupt and really overwhelm these flank engagements, but Quick Esports don't get caught, and they swing around to the main, playing very strong. SkyTour, though, just getting punished by damage. The Orisa's just down first. Insane focus fire out of good guys, and that's really without much help from Crocs. It's just Eggs and Keo and the Lucio really just pumping that damage in, winning the tank trade. A rare hook miss from Crocs is probably going to send him back in the retreat, but XSJ strikes from the other side, and there's an attempt at a spawn camp here, cooking for good guys. Crocs is in deep, and oh no, Jante. Supports are down. Yeah, you're chasing Crocs, but he's got big heal resource.
Well, I was gonna say the spear is kind of coming in from SkyTour, like before, like not really interrupting the heal, right? He's kind of like using it to just kind of like throw at Crocs, pin him, and then Crocs just kind of uses the heal and walks away. So, you know, even like we see from SkyTour sometimes, right? Not here, right? He's able to get this space. The last time where he got kind of blown up, basically had to use Fortify and Spear Spin to get on in, and then just kind of Orisa, as soon as that armor's gone, definitely kind of starts to fall apart.
That's a very ponderous attack here from Quick Esports, and good guys waste no time speeding Hog around the flank, hunting down the back line. They're just waiting to finish off this Orisa last, and there's just no resource left for her. Pulse Bomb on the enemy Tracer. XSJ puts Evil on notice, and another dive into the spawn. I don't know if any of these players are going to be able to say, Kiriko, what are you doing in there? The knockdown from the Wu Yang ultimate doesn't get the Roadhog, though, and he's got a whole Hog in the room. He's carried to the wall, beats her down, and Jonowitz trying to play his way out of this. And the Lucio come in and save Crocs. You need him.
He's not gonna live. I was like, eventually they have to get him, right? That time they do.
All right, this actually should be a quick cap. Surely, step on the point, guys. Get that X3 quick cap. I mean, good guys though. The Lucio is gonna be able to get him back. I think there is an opportunity for a retouch here. I mean, with the sound barrier.
Yeah, and you do have XJ here too.
And they want to hold on to these ultimates. Early beat. Oh, it's not very good. It's a solo beat. Surely that's not there. Surely you can't hold into the rush on the point, and yeah, it's not gonna be enough. A little, we can call that slightly ambitious from the good guys. You know, if the beat gets on more, maybe, but
they tried. They tried. I mean, maybe you'd like to have that beat back, but I'm wondering if Crocs. Okay, I was gonna say if he switches over to the Winston here, I think you know, control high ground here with the Winston. Obviously, not playing that Roadhog into the Orisa yet again. Evil, though, kind of controlling this high ground. It's had a really good, I mean, in a series that's been quite brutal at times for Quick Esports, he's had a pretty good one.
Yeah, definitely. I think Snowdrop has also found some big kills in tough situations. And this is not too tough of a situation, right? He's got OC, full control of the map on the high ground. Good guys retaking with no ultimates. Quick Esports could get this snowball rolling if a big OC comes in here and just kind of cleans up these retakers.
which is interesting why we see Snowdrop go to like the Hanzo as well. Like the that was the overclock there, and because I was just about to say like Snowdrop has some pretty nice moments on the Sojourn. Like I don't know why you kind of mess with that Hanzo where we're not really seeing great results, but that time pops the OC, and then he's got Crocs and Co right in his face, and he ends up falling.
Yoham is holding it down. Bro is getting I mean, his team is getting spawn camp, but
yeah,
he's getting a lot of progress down there. Like, that's not so bad.
Yeah, I was like, okay, so Good Guys pushes all the way up, and it's just gonna let Yoham just like push some of the car behind them. But
one bullet. Okay, he is down.
Yeah, this is starting to get really deathmatchy, Jake.
Yeah, this is getting it's getting a little silly, Matt. The silly quotient is rising as we reach potentially the culmination of the series. But that kill by Q on the Jonte, like where is Keo? Where is Jonte? Where are these fights taking place, man?
Where is Keo? Okay, so Keo is looking for a spawn kill here on the Jonte.
Oh my god.
Wait, where is he looking? Why was he looking the other way?
Heard something behind him. He's like heard a footstep.
He should pop the overclock right
pop
here.
OC. I swear to God. Oh wait. What is going on here?
Is he gonna get out? Okay, they finally got him.
All right. Eggs drops the rush. Skytor holding it down in the Mega, but out of CDs. Is there going to be a chase down here? Orisa's still pretty tanky, even without those cooldowns. Good Guys with top control, but Esports taking the fight to the cart. SSJ shuts down Evil, and that takes away a lot of that aggressive potential. Eggs is just going to continue to stand toe-to-toe. Trey with Orisa. The retake on the high ground is good with the Winston Kiriko taking that spot away. A back out from Jonte. Now onto the rush on cart, and Skytor should be very dominant in this position. Keo, we need a big OC to clutch. Where's the aggression on the Keo? It's open season. He's got free fire zone. Skytor finds one, but getting absolutely mauled by the Winston and the Tracer on the cart. And the deathmatch continues here. Quick Esports running out of gas. 60 seconds on the clock. They need a quick reset. It's going to be one last push in and maybe a desperation swap back to Winston.
Oh, and they're going to get Yoham here. So they're going to lose him for a little bit. He'll get back in the fight rather quickly, but you have the sound barrier here for Good Guys, and you also have Primal, as looks like Evil here maybe trying to bait somebody in. He gets kind of blocked off there by Skytor's jagged wall, so not able to chase. But this is the last fight here for Quick Esports. Series life on the line.
It's going to be so hard to get this one clean. I mean, Crocs has the Primal. Yoham opening onto Eggs, though, is the dream opener to get that Kiriko down. Good Guys so far holding on to the beat, holding on to the Primal, giving up maybe a little bit of card time. The chaos, I think, will favor this Winston comp, especially with the Primal Rage, if they're able to break it open. Now, Beam Primal come out at the same time, so you need to find quick kills as the Good Guys. Lijiang ultimate now protects Snowdrop, who has another OC. This could be a backbreaker, right? There's not much left in the tank for Good Guys. They need to find some kills without ultimates. Focus fire to Skytor, but the support is good. Evil finds one and a second. OC in the backline puts damage on the Keo. The follow-up is good. Eggs is down as well to a headshot. And finally, Quick Esports get it over the line into third point, but not much time to work with. And once again, Keo is he's on a mission. He's on an absolute mission.
Keo is far away.
He's gonna get this kill.
Oh, that would have been wild if he ended up getting that. But Quick Esports stays alive. Still not going to be able to put together a better time bank here than Good Guys. But you'll end up having a rush here potentially here for Quick Esports, right? For this like long straightaway. It feels like they need something to go right.
In the wrong
really
neighborhood,
fast.
Buster. And he doesn't have a...
Oh, actually, so he gets out. That's huge.
Because he doesn't have a leap there, and well played to survive that one. Comes toe-to-toe with the Shark and lives. Keo takes a bit of pressure, and Quick Esports wastes no time. I like this, playing the tempo. Eggs has been aggressive all series. Now he gets punished by Yoham. Crocs in a little bit too deep, more than a little bit maybe. And the rush trade is very good for Quick Esports. They're healthy. I'd love to see them continue to take the momentum, right? Take this to the doors. Do not allow Good Guys to get the regroup. Crocs onto the wrecking ball. Maybe get some desperation stall out. Good Guys need to come in for the card touch. Keo on the back flank has a rail charge. Needs to find a kill. You got to be so scared of the Sojourn. This rail, probably for all the marbles here, running the clock down under. If it gets down to 0, that's devastating for Quick Esports. And without Skytor, I wonder if they're going to be able to cap it all. A second kill, and this one's all over, man. Good Guys going to take it 3-0. A couple players left for a super desperate clutch, but surely not on Hollywood last. Surely not. They get and they...
You can't get the touch.
I thought he was touching too. I don't even.
Yeah, I thought he was.
I looked like he was touching too.
But not enough to trigger OT, as that is it. Good Guys just with a dominant performance there over Quick Esports. Quick never really got much of any traction going throughout the entire series. Outside of their moments there at the end, Crocs 33-5 on this one. Not as much healing, not playing as much Roadhog, but still just a fantastic series from him.
You should have put Crocs in on your fantasy this week. This is the week. This was a big like money match for Crocs in terms of like stats. Like I wonder because like do you think Roadhog gets crazy stats for the healing? I don't know.
I mean, probably in terms of like the damage and healing output. I mean, I'd imagine.
Roadhog, like if you dominate on Roadhog, are you getting like god fantasy points?
Yeah, I'd imagine it's pretty crazy, especially given how wild his stats were throughout this series. I think for Quick, if you're looking for a positive, I thought Evil was pretty good this series, like pretty strong all throughout. But yeah, not much other than that, to be honest. As that is as fast as the series can go, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm not alone saying that I was a bit of a doubter. I did think those two teams are much more evenly matched, but there clearly was a skill tier break between those two teams. Jake knew, obviously, because he knows everything.
I test, sorry, I test.
I test. Now you got some additional wrinkles when
he's got 2010 vision when it comes to watching Overwatch.
I give him a 2015. He's still wrong.
2015, that's true.
That's all right. That's all right. No, but like GG, Crocs basically just didn't die. Okay, just like untouched. That's insane. How does that even happen?
Keo
he was in their spawn.
On every map. It wasn't a one-time thing. It wasn't a momentary thing. He was positioning repeatedly at the enemy spawn on hit scan. Like what?
Yeah, they were. I mean, in numerous times, like Jake and I are just kind of laughing a little bit about the positioning, but like they never got those players out of that positioning, like Crocs here, like on the flank on Junkertown.
He lived on the flank,
and they ended up like getting destroyed by like getting pinched by him on the flank, and then Keo here, just a nuisance constantly behind me. Look at he's on defense there, like he's just kind of out here. And you have that a reset to try and like break things up and get out of the way, but it just doesn't really work for SkyTour.
What is it? What is it about Hollywood that turns every match into silly headquarters?
I'm upset it didn't get that silly, to be honest. Like last week,
it was silly enough.
Esports, it got super silly. This was like a medium serving of silly. I feel like
Hollywood, it was the best hope maybe for.
He actually overshot the cart there. We thought
he got
but he actually
slammed. From the wrecking ball slam on the cart, while he blinked over the cart, it still connected on him, and so he was like lifted up, and so he's just like vertically above the cart,
right?
Which is, it's like good on Crocs, honestly, like a really clean slam to punish. Maybe they knew Tracer was going to touch from that angle.
Okay, now here's the question though. With this performance from good guys we got to see today, with the confidence they're playing in the enemy spawn, how is Gen G gonna look like against them?
I mean, Gen G's not going to install. Hold on. Okay, there's been a lot of Gen G talk. Gen G is not gonna insta-lock Winston and just throw tread at Crocs.
True. I think Sim is actually pretty good against Roadhog, right? You miss one hook and Sim will just like actually cook you to death. Like one of the few DPS that legitimately can solo the Roadhog. If Roadhog fails one hook, you can't punish the Sim. You're just gonna die to her.
And Backbone will not be shying away from picking Sim into this.
So it's a much better matchup for Gen G, in fairness, than most of the teams they play. However, it's like, hey, Crocs wasn't bad on the Winston. Like the team overall, like Keo, very, very nice on the hit scan across the board. Widow, Sojourn, Cassie, anything he plays this series, lighting up the feed. So good guys. I said, hey, don't sleep. Don't sleep.
We will not be sleeping. We're wide awake, especially if we get to talk to Crocs, who's joining us for our winner's interview after this convincing victory from the good guys. Crocs, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. Walk us through this. I mean, you guys pretty much dominated. You looked untouchable on that Hog. You were just like basically not dying. Now, we do see other players picking up the Hog here and there. Can you give us the usage case of Hog and his place in the current meta?
No, I cannot. It's my secret, and I'm still working in stream, so I will not say how it works. You have to be me.
Come on.
No, it's me. You just need to hook. You need to have your X Mercy around, boosting damage like on Junkertown, and yeah, that's it. No, but basically, to cut the bullshit is like, Hog is really strong at holding an angle by himself. Like he got 2 times his HP with his vape. You're unkillable. They commit as 4, you kill 1, and you trade. So it's worth the trade. and you just abuse of that. After you need to have aim to hook, and that's it.
I mean, you guys are obviously having a great time in that series, like really putting the pressure on the opponent and like taking it to the spawn door. You know, I think that the statement was definitely there this week. And I think a lot of the other teams now, you know, maybe a couple points above you guys in the standings are on notice for some of those upcoming matches. You guys, I believe, is it your next match against Gen G? I think that's one that is like starting to look very winnable. The performance you guys just put on. Do you have any thoughts about that upcoming match? Is that one that you're going to put your mark on and maybe, you know, rise out of that lower spot in the standings?
Yeah, obviously we want to win as much as we can. Gen G is the next. We scream them a lot. That are actually our main scrim partner. I have no doubt that we can beat them. They will be tough, not easy, but we have some few things that is like happening on the background. So yeah, after it will be 2-7 Alcatia and Peps. Same for Peps. No doubt that we can take them. Not easy again, but I can type few words in the chat and it's funny, you know. Banter is banter, and that's how we're gonna win.
And look, I mean, you guys obviously get a win here over Quick Esports, which is pretty massive. But like Jake talked about, right? You have Gen G coming up next, followed by TM and Alcatia back to back. Getting that first win here is huge. But like, where do you think you can fit into that playoff picture, right? Because I think now it's pretty clear, like, hey, you guys get a win over Gen G, and like you're right in the thick of things.
Yeah, actually, if we win against Gen G, we make playoff most likely. If like nothing big happen, like Gen G win against like a big team, but I think that will never happen. But I don't know, we can grab a top 4 if we really want to play the game. Like right now, we have like scuffed availability, so we barely scream like all together. I think that week we had only one scream with 5 people. So yeah, sometimes we play with Crane on Kiriko or on Lucio. I don't know. We're just vibing, playing Og, playing on comp. John want to OTP Lijiang for some reason. Today we barely play it. I tell him like, oh, we didn't really play Lucio this week. I don't know. Go play Lucio against Quick, let's have fun. And it worked pretty well. So we keep the vibe up. And with the listening you get, I think it's like a good example on how much fun we have. And yeah, we keep going like that and it's funny. I like it.
So do we. Absolute Cinema. We love the vibes-based teams such as yours. So thank you so much for putting on a show for us. And we're very excited to see what you guys got for us next week. Best of luck in your upcoming match. And thanks again for taking the time.
Thank you. And a happy birthday to Eggs because it's tomorrow. That's a good gift for him.
Oh,
goodbye.
Oh, yay.
Happy birthday, Eggs.
Hey.
Happy early birthday to Eggs. That is a nice birthday gift. I don't get such gifts. That was
you don't
my...
play
Wow, you don't play in
WCS.
WCS.
Yeah.
Where's your team, Zoe?
I play in the FACEIT League. You too can play in the FACEIT League. So head on over there and make an account. FACEIT.com is where you can start your journey. And maybe we.
So
meet
you're
on the
saying your
server
team never wins?
at the very bottom. That's not what I'm saying, but I'm saying I'm learning
You
a lot.
implied it.
I'm learning a lot is what I'm saying. But I look good in my losses. You know why? Because I copped those unvault skins that you see on your screen right now. My prompt to scream some of them. I'm particularly fond of the 2020 Pacific All-Stars Diva skin. And of course the Ange de l'Amour Widowmaker. That's a classic.
I'm not going to pronounce that because the last time I did, there were a bunch of angry people in the chat saying I obviously did not say it as nice as you did.
I don't know if they were flaming you or if they were just...
Word on the street is the Jake had heavy influence over the rock climber skin.
Yeah, true.
True. Not true, but
are you still climbing?
Me when I spread misinformation on the internet. Yeah, I'm always climbing.
See, there it is. That's the connection right there. Jake climbs, Zarya climbs. That's how I did that there.
Yeah, speaking of climbing,
Genius.
Some of our teams are trying to reach the top at the World Finals, and you can join them right there at DreamHack in Stockholm, Sweden. Tickets are on sale right now. Grab yours. Matt, have you grabbed your ticket yet?
I mean, no, I just assume that somebody's going to get it for me. We also have to have,
Nice.
None of my fellow broadcast talent joined me at the party. I saw the players there. We were hamming it up. So I want to see, make sure all these players make it through. I was saying, I saw Seeker there. I saw RuPaul there. We're all vibing.
Wait, what party? I wasn't even invited to the party.
There
That's
was.
why
I went to bed.
I had no idea that there was a party. I probably just went to the gym.
No, I was like, oh, the players are going. I was like, I'm down. I'll go hang out.
You're basically a player. I'm gonna leave that one just in the room for now. And
I'm
we're
not.
moving on to a break. And afterwards, we're coming back with Team Vision against Twisted Minds. It's gonna be a banger. Hopefully, we'll find out after this.
Kit. So these first items are the bouting balls that I used for his orbs of the destruction, his primary and his secondary fire. You can actually hear there's a little bit of a ding when you shake them. And what I did was use these in his actual orbs of destruction, his primary fire and in his secondary fire. So when he's shooting his orbs, you'll hear that little ting of the bell sound off every time he fires. And then the singing bowl, which I used for Transcendence. It's a tonal sound that continues during the duration of the ultimate.
Hello and welcome back, one and all. We are getting ready for our last match in the EMEA region for today to round out week 3. Now, Jake, those generic white man names, they always get me. I know, I keep on calling him Jake, so it's really fair play. You're not the only one.
I'll take it.
Jake's not even responding to you anymore.
I know, I was like, is he muted? Am I muted?
Nope, he's just over it.
Jake, middle name, Lions. We're gonna pick your brain now about our upcoming match, because obviously Matt and I have stakes in this one. We have fantasy points on the line, so you are our only unbiased opinion on the desk, as far as I understand, right?
True. I don't have any. I don't have any.
Yeah, you have nothing.
Fantasy players on either team, so I'm going to give you the most honest, most direct analysis here.
We do
which
love
is that. You got to give Twisted Minds the favorite here. You got to give them the look. Vision Esports, as good as they've seen in some of these matches, they, to go toe to toe against Twisted Minds is a different story. It's a different level of challenge. However, I mean, like, Violet is popping off these days. Like, I think Violet for a while was like, is this guy really bad? I mean, he was so good before, but okay, is he really going to reach that level again? And the answer is yes, man. Like, the eye test on Violet is like, he might be one of the best main supports in EMEA, period. And that's why he's playing a lot of Illari. He needs to take over some of these lobbies. However, can you take over against, you know, Quartz? Like, I don't care how good you are at Illari. You going to take the duel against Quartz, Sojourn? You gonna do that?
It's tough. I mean, you see KSA 57-5 in week 2. Man, it would suck to have that guy on the bench. Oh wait, I did. Willie's on the other side. Kind of. He was my starter. So all right, I was gambling. I was like, if they take KSA out and I start him, I was like, I'm gonna lose it. But no, he's in. Him and TVNT both good. I may just pick up TVNT for safety just to kind of have him. But the biggest thing
but then
for
you
me
still
though,
have the wrong one on the bench, so there's
but it's like a little bit of a fun coin flip I get to do every week. For me though, it's like a Psycho, right? Obviously very good on the Tracer. That's kind of like what they've been doing a little bit. But then also working him in on the Sim at times. I think that'll be the biggest adjustment for this team, right? As last stage we saw them, play Yubi really the entire time.
I mean, I think if you look at Katsuya as like kind of a team that's setting the meta, that's exactly their perspective on the game is you need to play some Sim. It is really powerful in certain spots. There's certain comps that it enables are so effective, but you also need the flexibility to drop it and go to a more conventional style. Someone who succeeds though very much in these conventional styles is Simple. This guy is just rock solid. Every sport I see him on, I'm impressed. I love the Zen. I don't know if he's gonna be able to play much Zen in this meta, but this guy is also, I mean, like, as good as Violet is, like, Simple is him. Simple is that guy on flex support right now. And Funny Astro as well. Like, this is a monstrous support line. I think this is your support line, Zoe.
That's right. I just picked up both of them for good measure because they've impressed me so much throughout stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. I just felt like that is a solid pickup, and it's going to be a tall order for the opposition there from Vision Esports. While we did have a lot of good things to say, obviously about Violet as per usual, but also about Sile, it's still going to be difficult for them to measure up against what Twisted Mind's backline is bringing to the table.
Yes, but I mean, the rest of the team, I really liked what we've seen out of Tama so far early on, in stage 3. Cookie was a player that, when he was on Peps, I believe, we were pretty excited about him, and now kind of finds his way over here on Vision. And then you pick up Chosewan, and look, I mean, there's been times in the past where maybe he hasn't looked as awesome, but right now, I mean, he's playing fantastic here for Vision, where look, I mean, they lose to Alcat, right? You kind of throw that one out. You just kind of get dominated, but here we'll see how close they are and how much improvement they've made post that game.
Yeah, I think definitely a lot of pressure on Chosewan this game on the Tracer. It's not going to be an easy one, right? He's going against one of the strongest backlines in the game, which is often going to be really the test for the Tracer, right? Is how can they match up into these support lines where they're often hunting and looking for kills. So Choi and Tama, we have liked what they've shown, but can they do it to Funny Astro and Simple? Not so easy, right? Like, that would be a statement for them to even make this one competitive. And as well, I really think KSA looks great this stage. I think he's going to be rock solid. Honestly, like, we've seen a little bit of Winston, but from the top teams, not much. And historically, that was one of the characters that I think KSA was less comfortable on. So this D.Va, this Roadhog, that's a lineup right there. Like, I don't know how much you need to stray away from the heroes where KSA is super confident and comfortable.
And both of these players are beasts, Zoe. Like, you have obviously Simple on your fantasy team. I have Violet on mine, but in terms of support role, and we don't have it listed here, right? But the amount of damage these two players output compared to some of the other supports, not just in EMEA, but across the world, like it is a huge advantage for these teams. And Violet's doing it primarily on the Lucio, right? Like, if you kind of think back, Violet, like, you talk about like flex support, right? But right now, doing it on the Lucio and putting up some really impressive numbers playing that hero.
Yeah, I mean, Vision Esports, for those who have missed week 1 and 2, they were mostly just playing Winston Dive. Mostly because Genji did absolutely no attempts of stopping them from their best comp. But then last week, we did also see the Zarya in the mix, which Tama actually looked very good on as well. So I'm interested to see what we can expect from both of these teams composition-wise. And you know what? We're about to find out. So, gents, please take it away for our second and last match in EMEA.
Thank you, Zoe. And I think this one is going to be maybe a little bit more competitive than our last series.
I mean,
you know,
could it be less?
True. That's a very good point, Matt.
I don't think so.
I'm willing to bet my life.
This will be
the last.
But there will be more competitive moments in this series. Yes, I think that's a really, man, Jake. It's great to have you back with some of these hard-hitting takes. No, I would agree.
It's a spicy one. It's a hot one. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I might be a little bit higher on Vision than some others, where, and honestly, I might be like high on Vision and think they're pretty good. I also might be like, this also could be a game where TM is like we are just so much better than like everybody else outside of Alcatia. Like, just watch this as they select the Lijiang Tower here. It's really like, I think we've seen Samoa once selected here by an EMEA team, but really it's all Lijiang.
Lijiang Tower is actually preset in the EMEA. Oh, there's no other control maps allowed unless you get to map 6. So
EMEA,
it's a little known quirk of the EMEA rules.
EMEA, we have not seen New Queen Street. We only see Hollywood with Quick Esports. Like, we could basically eliminate half the maps. But TM, actually, look at this, Jake. They actually get rid of that Zarya that Zoe was highlighting, that Tama ended up playing the other day. And then Quartz's Cassidy gone here.
Zarya's kind of a surprising ban for me, though, because as much as Tama can play it, I would think this is a very comfortable pick for KSA. Like, I think they would almost want the mirror. So I'm not seeing the Vision yet, but I'm curious as to like what this portends for them. Maybe that's just like they want to really play a ton of D.Va, and they think that's a mirror where they're going to dominate. And without the Zarya, there's not much of a response to it.
Because you know, we haven't seen Tama. We've seen him play a little bit of D.Va, I believe, but mostly likes to go towards that Winston, right? So if you're kind of getting rid of that Zarya and forcing him onto the Winston, and you can have KSA play the D.Va, that's probably where you feel like you get a net win there for Twisted Minds. But we'll see. Obviously, Tama is capable of playing. You know, maybe it's like a Hazard or something along those lines, right? I don't think that's going to be something that completely takes Vision out of their game.
Yeah, maybe the Hazard is a response that I think gives you, at the very least, even footing into the D.Va. To see.
We'll come back to us for just a little bit. It seems like they gotta get the lobby going, but yeah, I like we've seen more Zarya lately than really kind of any other stage, and it's really
been a long time, right?
Yeah, and some of the new perks,
historically,
some of the combos. Yeah, historically she's been pretty poor now for a bit, right?
Yeah, and to see her coming in is, I think, it's definitely a boon to teams like VP and Twisted Minds that like some of these off-tank heavier metas. Chat Preds coming in very strong for TM, 87-13. You know, I don't hate that for Vision. It's like I would take those odds. I would take Vision at 13%.
Yeah, chat's gonna have some fun. Throw a little points on the underdog every once in a while.
I mean, that's what sometimes the odds, it's like, you know, these upsets, when they happen, you profit big time. You don't have to win that often to make it.
You're not going to get rich on channel points if you just take Twisted Minds and Alcatia every week. You gotta find a little bit of a hidden gem at times. I thought, you know, too many people thought it was Quick Esports maybe in that last series. Now they're broke, so maybe that's why they're trying to just get their channel points back on a Twisted Minds dub here. But for Twisted Minds, look, I think you probably see the D.Va. I think this is just kind of them in spawn. Tama could most certainly play the Hazard. This is something that would not be shocked if Vision did.
You know, we'll have to see what the actual rollout is. You know, teams liable to do a little trolling here on the rollout. TM though, the Mog, they're not going to go for that. That would be risky. Got to risk it for the biscuits though sometimes, and I kind of see the Vision with this Tama's. I mean, this comp from Vision is very tanky, and Sim could get a ton of value against D.Va. KSA is going to struggle. Maybe wait, Tama, okay.
Yeah, Tama just pushed up a little bit. It looked like the rest of the team wasn't there, but this is a little bit of a new look here for Vision Esports. Like Tama, and also we haven't just seen a lot of Ramatra in Stage 3. I think this week probably the only time we have. Didn't really see him the first 2 weeks, so Tama trying something a little bit different here, bringing in the Ram.
Yeah, they got absolutely just boxed out in mid though by Quartz. Immediately hot hand on the headshot. Violet knows he's got to do something a little extra this game. That's what I'm going to say. Watching Violet play, he knows that this one, he's not going to win this one just pumping heals. He needs to get a little spicy, make some plays, and I don't hate to see it here. Although the strat from Twisted Minds is just much more comfortable putting resources into Quartz, who's standing tall here. And it's just, you got to come in for the flip. You got to do something, maybe a TP to get active here from Vision. But they just take a big rail to the face, a second one on Choice of One, Symmetra down, and that sends you packing. No mobility on the Ram. Rush deployed just to stabilize the position for the moment. But I mean, Tama's going down in the rush, and Quartz with a collab. Oh boy, Matt, maybe I spoke too soon about the competitiveness.
That's going to be Quartz just round to the corner, finishing off a third where I mean, Tama just takes a ton of damage from a railgun shot early, and then you know, another one connects with Chosuhan. They end up taking him out as Quartz has had himself a game thus far, as Cookie has not been really to get anything going on the Soj in comparison. As now you give Twisted Minds obviously going to get above 50% here, Jake, but you're going to end up, you know, having them have both support ults here. Really everything coming into this next fight. You see how low Chosuhan is already. They're going to have to heal him up, as this has been a brutal start for Vision.
Yeah, the poke from Twisted Minds is overwhelming. I mean, Vision, they just can't play the game, man. They're going to drop that tidal blast onto the Ramattra, but no chance of really catching anything. KSA just tanks it, but he's still sitting on the self-destruct. He's playing with the house cash here in Quartz, about to rip the OC and just absolutely evaporate.
Do you even need it?
From this round. They're holding on to everything, Matt. I mean, okay, they use a rush to get the cleanup kills. Even Violet goes down. This is like dangerously close to spawn camping territory, because you have to touch on Vision Esports, and they don't have a fast hero that can solo touch. So
no, and
you like Twisted Minds, yeah, they're gonna come in with the OC, ripping it, sending players. The only way they can live here is playing in the spawn, a barrier right down mid from Choice One. Maybe that provides enough disruption, self-destruct as well. Okay, and that does get them to the choke point, but the touch here is not a foregone conclusion. You know, a boot from KSA. Ooh,
barely makes it.
The knockdown, though, onto the Ram is going to be good and be able to burst him down. Yeah, not able to hold up that block with the Tidal Blast knockdown. And yeah, you get to the point, but Twisted Minds just absolutely clean you up out of the round. Just immaculate play.
Not a good start there for Vision whatsoever. They barely really believe and make it towards the point. It felt like at every moment, Quartz, whether it's like connecting with railgun shots or, you know, you had KSA getting aggressive in the mix. You couldn't get anything going, and that is as ugly of a scorecard as you were going to get.
Oh my God.
This
right.
might be what Zoe's FACEIT League games look like.
We need to
scoreboard.
we need to up the deathmatch quotient for Vision Esports right now. We are not winning a straight up tank trade. It's not happening. We need to get wild and wacky. I like the wrecking ball. That's a way to do it. That's a way to break the game open, and they need that desperately right now.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't think you know, you can say you love the Ramattra look in the last round. So seeing Tama go over to the ball, I think really just about anything different.
Twisted Minds,
it's a good move here. The Twisted Minds has also made some adjustments, right? Both teams have ended up dropping the sim, and then also you're going to have KSA pick up the hazard.
Quartz strikes again, gets the first opener. Psycho goes in deep, puts a little bit of pressure on, also finds Cookie. KSA quick to strike, and Matt, we may have oversold this one. Twisted Minds is just, Quartz is just, he's a machine. He's taking the game over.
He has some of these games where like it doesn't even really matter what the other team does. Like he's just able to farm up these railgun shots and just dominate so easily. It's really impressive. So we'll see if that continues, because if it does, this one could be an ugly looking one, as this also allows, right? We talked about Twisted Minds. Psycho plays you know, some Tracer, some Sim in the first round, now able to play the Tracer, and this is where you get a little bit of the advantage of having him in over like UB, for instance.
Violet shows up on the flank, takes down the Terminator here, so a little bit of hope here for Vision Esports in this fight. KSA also dropping low. So definitely some signs of life. The support still very good from the Twisted Minds backline, protects that, but the cap still can't come through. Psycho holds for the moment. KSA healed up now, comes in for the next touch, and they won't give the split up easy. And of course, is coming back very soon. Here's the rush, animation canceled onto the point, and that's enough. KSA and Psycho hold the line. Quartz is back with a vengeance, gets the cleanup kills, and that looks so good for Vision. I mean, Violet finds the opener on Quartz, and they still can't clean it up. The Twisted Minds just too resilient.
But doesn't that feel like a fight that Vision absolutely needs to win? Obviously going up against an opponent as good as Twisted Minds, getting that first kill into Quartz, who's been on fire to start this game, and then you end up losing the fight, and Quartz finds another.
You take that. You take that.
Yeah,
get in there.
You have to at this point, right?
Get in there. Take some gambles. You got to go gambling right now. Violet doing what he can on the flank. Trying to put some damage down. Oh, that's a dangerous TP in. Maybe a little backstep this one. Drops the rush as well. You got to go gambling here, but Simple is just too clean. Shuts down the enemy Kiriko. No one's able to use the rush. Twisted Minds sitting on 4 ultimates, and Vision Esports have no hope on Lijiang Tower.
You might not even get an opportunity here for Vision Esports, like with how good Quartz has played so far.
Touch, though.
In the overclock, yeah, Ball will get a touch, but you have any teammates left once they get through the choke?
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds are so strong. I think they are going to just take this fight into the spawn here. OC ripped as well as the downpour. Yeah, you're going to get this cap in, but the cleanup is good. Quartz finds more. Psycho with the pulse bomb, and it's just Tama dancing alone on the point here with only his Minds to keep him company. Choice A1 alive, maybe for a last-second retouch. Just keep this one going. We all know the direction it's going. Funny Astro had to be emoting right there. I will bet money that he's emoting right there. And Tama gets that cleanup kill, and Choice delaying a little bit more, but it's not enough.
Dude. Twisted Minds, I mean, that is as dominant of a performance as you can do off the start. Like, no, I was even kind of alluding to this. Like, you know, like we all think Vision's pretty decent, but and pretty good. Maybe though, this just Twisted Minds and Alcatia are just like they're just playing in a different league, right? With just the two of them, where at least off the rip, that's what it looks like, and that is a brutal looking scorecard. So, you know, Violet goes 2-7. Everybody else with 1 elim each. Only Quartz and Funny Astro fall here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, Quartz is like public enemy #1 in this game. Like, you better believe they're going to give every single skill in the game to killing him. And he's still 21-2. Oh, just, how's your Sojourn doing? Oh, just like 3 kills a fight. You know, like, no big deal. Like, just chilling. Just a couple collats this game. You know, just relaxed. 3 players deathless. I mean, 3 players deathless is gross. Is actually gross.
Yeah, including your tank, a tank in one of your supports, right? But look, I think if you are Vision, like now you kind of have an idea of the comps you cannot play. That's going to be a collab on the supports as well. But whenever I hear or think about collabs, I always think of like a Merit. Collab on Coliseo, the triple, where just insane play. Funny Astro looks good on the Lijiang as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lijiang is going to be great for Astro to be in the meta. He's always been such a strong, just damage dealer and fighting player. Oh man, Violet, that's a sick headshot to catch him there on the slide out on Quartz. And like, you know, that's the thing. Like, we've seen big moments individually from Vision. We know that they can hang. However, the team play, the depth is what I think about when I think about Twisted Minds. It's not one player, it's all 5 of them all the time. Anybody can pop off. You can get a kill, you can get an opener, you can have the ultimate advantage. They're gonna clutch on you. Like, they're gonna win. 80-6.
80. Oh man.
Damn. 26.67 KD. That ain't right. That ain't right.
Yeah.
Check
Who
the math
won?
on that one. That could have hit anyone. 26 KD is that's actually that's a me.
Gross.
Zoe is gonna you're never catching up. I mean, fantasy, Matt. Zoe this week she's about to dust you off.
KD like that, get you banned from Warzone just for having something in that category. But dude, that is as expected though. I think with how dominant they were in map #1, that's to be expected. I do wonder if there's an opportunity for them to make a map selection here that could be a little bit interesting. Like, if you wanted to play Winston, for instance, could you pick Gibraltar and ban the Diva if you're Vision, right? That would be a possibility.
I think that's absolutely a possibility. I also think there's an opening to maybe, like, we've seen Violet look really good on the Liari, so maybe you go to, like, we've seen playing on Ike, you could do like a support ban to protect Liari. You know, that there's something to that, Matt, but I gotta say, Matt, my hopium levels are at an all-time
low. Yeah, I mean,
they're gonna go J-Town.
Okay,
maybe it's the same vision that Quick Esports had of, like, okay, Winston can be good here. But I wonder if there's a little
KSA can play Hog. KSA can play some good
out of TM.
Yeah, no, he can play some good Roadhog. We saw it on Eichenwald last week, so that would not be all too surprising if. But does Vision ban? Do they like burn a ban on the Roadhog here? That kind of what you'd be thinking?
Maybe you have to. And to be fair, it's like this or Ike or like probably the better Roadhog maps here in the series. If you were gonna throw the ban, maybe this is the time. But I don't know, man. There's also like there's Quartz, you know, there's Psycho. These players aren't really vulnerable to bans. I don't see the path. I don't see the path.
'Cause if you
Vision
banned,
have to open their third eye and see something different right here.
Well, because if you banned Diva, right, you would be in a position where they probably just play Roadhog against your Winston. But if you ban Roadhog, then they just play Diva, right? And I don't think you want to fall back to play like the Ball or the Hazard. I don't think that's really kind of what Vision wants to do. And I don't think we want to see them play the Ramatra again, especially here on Junkertown. So an odd scenario here for Vision is they will get rid of the Kiri here first, and that's going to be a Winston ban on the other side. So maybe they were angling here, Vision, for like an Ana Winston type of setup.
I see the vision. 100%. Okay. This is give LeBron the ball. We're banning Kiri. There's no cleanse for Captive Sun. This is Junkertown. This is Iliari takeover mode. However, that's one man standing against a tide, a wave of Twisted Mind that is just crashing over them on map 1. It's like I like it. Actually, I like it. I think you can't like there's no ban that's gonna destroy Twisted Minds. There's no ban that you can do that's gonna like take them out of their comfort zone. There just isn't. You ban any one of the heroes in the game, none of them are gonna get you that. However, maybe this ban on the Kiriko is like let Violet pop off. Maybe that's I think there's more hope in that sort of a vision on the game of let Violet pop off, score some fantasy points for Matt Mr. X, just a couple, keep him in the running.
Just a little bit.
He just needs a little bit. A little bit of help.
A little bit.
Just a little bit of help. Trying to send Zoe back down to the bottom, but they're going to need a lot more than that, I think. That's my suspicion. But I want to see what Violet can do. I mean, I do think he's been hitting really impressive shots. The eye test has been very, very strong on Violet, back in peak form. But totally. It's everyone. It's all of them all at once.
Well, also you're now having a long range hit scan battle as we take a look at Zoe's. I mean, Zoe's got a lot of friendly fire in this one, right? Simple and Funny Astro just dominating Chosewan. I mean, this is a brutal scenario to be in.
It's going to be a tough one, but you know what? 2 for 1, right? You'd rather Zoe's
I can't imagine Backbone cried a crazy day the other day, and then Ziad.
I don't think so.
Ziad we saw chasing a lot. So man, this could be an all-time horrific week for Zoe.
Well, she's still doing better than you, Matt. I just say glass house.
But this is all. I mean, this is up for opinion. I think.
I feel like I feel like I'm taking over the top spot this week. I'm catching that vibe. I don't know yet. We got to see. There's more matches to be played, but I'm feeling it.
I mean, like I said the other day, I would be stunned if I'm not. I would be stunned if I'm not in 5th by the end of this week. Now
you would be stunned. I wouldn't be stunned. I would think
that would almost be what? Still, that would be basically doubling my point output up until this point. But I think it's doable this week. This is the week that we got everything sorted out. Look, I didn't have much of a preseason, right? Now we're starting to get into the swing of things. This is where we start to climb.
I gotta say, I'm loving the fantasy. This stage, it's so hype. It's so hype. It's got me like rooting for specific players to get kills. It's like totally memes, but I'm digging it. It's giving that like extra flavor here. So big shout out. I mean, loving it.
Yeah, it's always fun. Especially you try and find some of those players who are putting up like crazy numbers. I know maybe on some teams like Crocs would have been a great call.
I want Crocs on my bench so I can even put him in a couple. Some of those matchups. Maybe that makes sense.
Well, they don't get to play Quick Esports again, so I don't know.
That's true. I missed the boat on that one.
Yeah,
but it's gonna give me giving me some ideas. It's giving me. I can't give them up. Let's check this out. What's going on here?
Who is beating this team? I mean, outside of everybody.
Literally everybody. It might be literally everybody, Nat.
No, look, Violet. I mean, this was a rough game to start them, but I gotta.
Who else do you have on support?
Dip's been doing well.
Dip is
Labda as well. KSA is kind of far.
Labda is a big pickup. Labda is a big pickup, but Labda, I mean, bro is Atlas on this team. Bro is Atlas. He's carrying out the world.
But 1 week doesn't decide a fantasy season, right?
True.
2 weeks. Look, last week I got a little bit unlucky. Willie's had a rough go. Yeah, this is the 3rd week. This is true, Zoe. But this is where we start to make progress.
This is where you pick up. I mean, look.
Yeah.
It's 1 game into the series. Let's see. Oh, Johnny, team reinforced. All right, he's got Hawk. Wait, these teams are potentially a little scuffed, not a little aggro. There we go. Hawk coming in there. But actually, I think this is my week. I think a lot of Johnny's team had rough games this week. I feel like I'm cooking up a potential usurping of the first place here. Not that, it's a long season. But
my goals for fantasy.
Yes.
My goals for fantasy.
Set the expectations low.
Johnny doesn't finish first.
Okay.
And Zoe most certainly finishes last. Those are the goals.
Okay.
So if I'm in the middle of the Packer, that's a dub. That's a dub.
That's a dub. Anything but last
production thinks me getting to 5th is a little ambitious this week, but you know what? It's worth giving it a try.
I think you should be aiming for 7th. Matt, I think 7th.
That's only one spot.
I'm just saying, Matt. I'm just saying I don't see the vision to go more.
It's only one spot. I think I can at least pass 2 people this week, maybe 6. Then you get to 6.
I'll trade you Seeker for Lambda. What do you think about that?
Ooh. What if I trade you Yubi for Seeker?
Ooh, no, Yubi doesn't play, so I don't know if I like
He might play. You never know.
He might play. Like, I would want him on my bench, honestly, in case like the meta shifts and it's like a hard sim meta again. I feel like that's less likely.
Yeah, that's why I'm holding. That's why I'm holding. You never know.
You're holding. Yeah. You're holding out for a hero on that one.
So, looks like we're just waiting for maybe like a PC issue here. For one of the players getting into this one is some of these skins. I mean, these are pretty fire. I like the Kiri one on the end. That's pretty cool. Little Lijiang summer skin.
Lifeweaver is like vibes right there. Lifeweaver's vibing.
They're always killing it with the skins. Did you get this mythic one?
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah. It's pretty.
Mythic so just fire.
I mean, how can you not just log in? And
This is too stylish. Too stylish.
Yeah,
the max leveled rails look. They're wild.
They gotta watch it though. They keep like upping the bar with these mythic skins, and I don't know where they go.
Oh my god, that's
fire. I don't have this. I mean, they may be getting
mythic weapons, the hot hand. Yeah, you gotta throw some cash down, man.
Man, yeah, I got to. That looks pretty good. I don't really play a ton of cast though. I feel like I'm.
What are you playing? Like, what are you gaming on? What's your hero?
I'm more on like the Soj Freya at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, casting he just feels like stuck in the mud. He's like
the mobility. It's hard to go back. It's hard, once you go mobile. It's hard to slow it down.
Once you go fast, it's hard to stop.
That's what I'm saying. It's all about going fast. It's all about going fast. Like you play a little Genji, little Echo. You just how can you return?
Characters like Junkrat and Cassidy end up stuck in the Stone Ages.
You're just walking.
Let Junkrat ride his rip tire.
Now you're talking, man. Now you are talking, man.
There we go. Like a little car.
Use it as an escape tool. You like drive away on your rip tire.
Yeah, just make it an ability and just let him just drive away. Put on a meter like Roadhog's vape.
No, like low key, Matt, you're cooking. Junkrat gets some like crazy mobility skill. Like he could be good.
Well, you know what? If you guys like that, all you need to do is just constantly tweak Custa. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't. I mean, you could, but
that's not saying don't do it. He's just saying
I'm not saying
he's
don't.
Not officially recommending it.
And I'm not officially recommending it. But if
Junkrat riding his rip tire,
you did. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing ever.
Does it or does it not go crazy?
I mean, it would go kind of wild.
I want to see another Junkrat meta, man. It's been too long. I gotta say.
Do you know the thing?
I'll come back. I'll join a team. I'll join a team as a sub. If there's a Junkrat one-trick meta, I'll come in.
It'd have to be like Thanos would have to snap his finger and like delete half of the damage dealers for Junkrat, and you probably would need a buff after getting rid of half of the damage dealers. You would probably also need a heavy buff for Junkrat to be around.
I think.
Okay. Thinking.
Feel me on this. Just like all of the bombs become heat seeking. You know what I mean? Like your left clicks, your mines. Hell, the trap should like walk towards people. Like gets up on little legs and walks at people, and it like comes from behind and grabs them. You know?
What if you could trap multiple targets in one trap?
I like that. It like just keeps eating them.
Like a ground grab. Yeah.
What if the trap just one shots? Just one shots, like the Reinhardt walks into the trap and just gets killed. He's gone.
Or the trap just like I was gonna say it almost acts as like a piranha plant where it just eats somebody and just takes them off the field until a teammate breaks.
Yeah. It like slowly they're done. Like you could like stall them for an hour in your spawn. They like the rest of the game they're just AFK.
Well,
Going
that's
to
all our
Junkertown.
brilliant ideas on how to save Junkrat. Delete half of the roster and give him just heat-seeking missiles, and maybe he'd be viable. But nope, that is most certainly not going to happen. What will happen though is map number 2. Looks like we're getting through some of the delays. Maybe somebody's like, I mean, that long it sounds like a PC explosion potentially. Somebody's PC just kind of
on fire,
engulfed into flames. Yeah.
All right, as we get into Junkertown, Vision Esports. I mean, if you're just joining us, man, you didn't miss much on map 1. Don't watch it. Don't watch it because Twisted Minds just.
Well, hold on. I mean, you should have watched it because you would have gotten your drops. But
true.
You
Facts.
know,
Facts.
If you're somehow seeing this VOD and you just started in map number 2, for what
I'm just saying, like, it ain't right. It ain't right what happened.
Okay.
This emote
That
is
is
not
an
right
elite.
either. This emote is disturbing.
That is an elite skin, though.
The skin is
Raw.
fire, but Zenyatta walking around, I don't like that. I don't like that.
What do you mean you don't like? And then like the little Quest logo. I mean, that is if you're a WoW fan, I mean that is like the ultimate level as Vision on offense. Do you think they're gonna try and play ball here? It'll be KSA playing the diva, so no. We were like thinking maybe like there would be a scenario you'd see him play the hog on defense, but it'll be diva to start.
I like what we got cooking here for Vision Esports. I like the Diva Mirror even more. Now something to deal with Simple, who is a menace on this Ana. And Violet just has the weight of the world on his shoulders here. Can he do enough? I think Hanzo also I kind of like into the Sojourn matchup right here. These one-shot potential heroes. The playmaking is threatening here. However, Twisted Mind's playing very patient. They're giving up this ground intentionally, looking to take the fight on their own terms here at the choke point. This is going to be the test for Violet. How does he swing to break this one open?
You were
Build
right
elbow
about
for
Violet
KSA.
playing the Alari.
I'm always right, Matt. Gotta get used to that. Twisted Minds getting backed off the choke a little bit. Nice sleep, though, connected in. Simple, though, traded after dropping the nade and Vision. Okay, finding a little something to work with here on Junkertown. KSA super low. Funny Aster just doesn't have the healing throughput to keep him up. Tracy 1 punishes Quartz, who isn't getting any resource at that moment. And all right, Vision Esports. Okay, the trades are good. A connection from Cookie opens something wide, and Vision Esports just come running through the gap. A boot for it. I don't know if you're going to get this touch for KSA. He does get the desperation, but no second for the follow-up. And Twisted Minds would like to just get this nice hold on second point high ground, but Psycho maybe caught a little bit deep. Dancing with Choice A1. Not going to hunt that one, though.
I mean, that's about as good of an offense as you can get from Vision Esports. I like... Obviously, Thomas switches over to the Diva, but then, as you mentioned, like, Cookie on the Hanzo was a really good shout, and I think Chosewan, like, this map gives him so much more space to operate, right? Able to just kind of, like, close the gap on a Quartz rather quickly and prevent him from, like, popping off.
And the Lijiang damage is so good from Funny Astro. He's pouring it on here, and they have that Tidal Blast ready if they want to take it aggressive into the backline. This is a tough position for the Iliari working on the low ground. Choice1 trying to be a bit of a distraction here in the lower. But man, just Funny Astro just swinging those orbs around the corner. Really comfortable on the Lijiang. Where's the counterpunch here? It's a Nano Diva into the backline, and KSA quick two-piece. That one's over before it begins. Hold on, though. Wait, Choi maybe has something to say about it. Violet's still healthy in the backline, playing his turret, taking a little bit more pressure now, and 1 HP. Just maybe run for this Mega, but KSA is on the case. I feel like this is just no chance for Violet.
He's delaying the inevitable, it feels like, for
oh my
Violet. Oh, Funny Astro, dude, curving that around the corner. I mean, that was a sick shot.
Sick. He is so good at this Lijiang, man, showing how it's done. Just absolutely hunting people down. Talk about a heat-seeking missile, but Cookie drops a log into Simple once again, connecting, punishing that Ana for maybe a ill-timed scope in there. And once again, without Ana, it's going to be hard to hold the line here for TM. Twisted Mind's going to come back on the brig, though. Don't mind this matchup here. Tidal Blast comes in from Sile now into the backline. See if they can get catches in there. Big dive. Maybe the Dragon Strike from Cookie can clean up that flank. Does a little bit of damage to the Diva, zones him away. But the backline is holding strong for Twisted Minds for the moment. Simple takes big pressure. Psycho, that pulse from onto Violet, is going to make it really tough to continue this push. You see the rest of the players for Vision starting to lose some of that HP.
Tama goes to the high ground there to try and get Funny Astro, but Simple there on the brig, able to protect, and somehow they're never able to get KSA throughout all of this. So a good defensive stand here from Twisted Minds. Dude, look at this. I mean, Chosewan still behind enemy lines here. So I
mean, he's got the Lijiang heal. You just can't fight him. You know, there's no chance here. And it's getting weird for Vision Esports. They're going to bring out the Sim. Maybe a better matchup into the Brig. Actually, I think the Brig was really good in that Diva mirror.
Yeah.
So by going to the Hazard Sim, maybe you can like get on top of that Brig and focus fire her down, catch her with the Jagged Wall. See the vision here? I like it. Choice want to miss pulse bomb. He's still here in the back line though, still looking to potentially find something, find an opener. Tama has to help Tama, who's super low, and you don't have a great way of healing this hazard. Okay, he's gonna back out to get some of that support from the team. And point position being taken. Is there going to be a tidal blast? Oh, it comes in, but I think it's lost there. Trying to save Simple from Funny Astro, and now it's Funny Astro next on the cards. Cut down. It's Violet with the chase down. Team Vision are healthy, and they're going to be sending this one home here. Second point going to Vision Esports, and the Violet Iliari paying dividends.
I agree with you where it looked like that Funny Astro tried to put that tidal blast on a Simple, and he kind of falls at the same time, so you don't really get the benefit of it as Violet knows where Quartz and also Psycho are playing from, and just kind of like stands position, doesn't allow them to get back towards the cart, as now it puts both the damage dealers here from Twisted Minds in a really bizarre spot.
Not sure about Quartz here. Oh my god,
that's
overclock. Tragedy. It just way too risky, way too greedy there. Like, even if you get kills, the card is gonna roll. It's not a position you could really hold as TM. And the trades so far aren't enough for them. And it's gonna be a swap over to the Freya. KSA super low, does have that self-destruct though. Wants to deploy that here in the middle of the battlefield. Jaguar's gonna protect Tama. He's not really too worried about that, but KSA able to resuit. Rally as well online for Simple if he wants to go blow for blow, and Psycho finds Cookie. Tama also falling. Just Mind's gonna make this hold at the very start of third point. Gonna be able to lock down this choke point without even using the rally.
Yeah, and the real change they only make, we were like, maybe you have to change the support line, right? Going up against this hazard, plus also the sim, but the only change they made is Quartz now over on the Freya, so there's really nobody that can kind of contest him here for Vision Esports. As
Violet, bro. Don't sleep.
Violet will try. I mean, he's not entirely supposed to on the Iliari, but he will go for it. But actually, it's Tama who gets up to the high ground.
Yeah, gets on top of Quartz. The rally is there, but they have the tidal blast on Tama. I don't think you can take the fight against him. Even knock down KSA, who doesn't have that bomb. Rally deployed from Simple, but where is it? It's not really able to find much impact in the fight, and Vision just blow things open. Only 2 ultimates out of the bank of 5, so good discipline from Vision, showing that they're a team that wants to play at this top level, right? They're not overcommitting resources. They are keeping the bigger picture in mind. And now Cookie on the Symmetra with the sim wall. It's going to be a challenging hold for TM. We need to see potentially a big tidal blast from Funny Astro to connect and punish out some of these backliners.
And Vision can use some of these TPs here from Cookie to like get to the high ground. It'll be a tidal blast here put onto Psycho as he's just trying to find anything. The sim wall comes in from Cookie, just kind of separates everybody and at least allows him to trade.
Sile finds another. Choi with 2, 3 with Violet here, and finally it's gonna be Vision Esports. All right, the momentum just continues and continues, and Twisted Minds don't have the answer. This late game comp swap is good. Simple desperation, looking for a burst kill, but I just don't think the touch is good. Hold on though, KSA dashes in, well, Psycho, so actually there is gonna be a fight. Simple on the Zen as well. Wait a minute, it's actually working. KSA just unkillable for the moment on the Maga, but Vision Esports pushing it over the line. Oh,
bullet shot.
C9, Psycho has to hold this, and the bullet shot, is good enough to take down Tama. Vision Esports though, they're not giving up the position. They're still staying in this fight. And Twisted Minds on a potentially a bit of an awkward comp with the Simple Zen, but man, back against the wall in the Zenyatta. I wasn't sure we would see it, but Simple, he's a menace, man. Don't sleep. He's gonna be able to find kills.
I mean, his Zen is nasty. It's definitely a little bit of an odd choice, but with only a minute to go and you get that extra damage jam from the Discord, really at this point you just need like 1, maybe 2 pickoffs here to kind of secure it and prevent them from finishing the map, which actually, I mean, it would be a bit of a surprise, but I feel like Vision's had a really good offense.
Yeah, and Vision has a lot of control here on the high ground. You know, it's really not much position to work with if you're Quartz. A dive into the backline from Tama. He's getting pressure. Jose Juan getting the knockdown, though. The tidal blast is good. Connects onto the Diva and the Zen. And now only a few players left. No supports, no healing left for this Twisted Mind squad. KSA isolated, alone on the point. Psycho's going to come in for the next touch, though. It's going to be potentially a relatively long delay. He still has a recall to work with. No, not quite enough. And Choi sharp on the cleanup. Cookie as well. And with extra time, Vision Esports after map 1, I didn't think they had it in them. But clearly, they've got more fight in this series.
As they put together a really nice looking comp here on Junkertown. And they finished with looked like 14 seconds in the time bank. So pretty good offense. They know good defense here towards the end from Twisted Minds, where they kind of battled back, made a lot of different adjustments. But if you were hot on Vision Esports, that's exactly the type of bounce back you would want to see after map number 1.
And Violet right now is topping the server on damage. Wait, no. Quartz has slightly more damage, but you know what? He's topping his team. He's topping his team. And honestly, like you needed that. You invested a lot into Violet in terms of the bans in this map. This is clearly the direction they knew they were going to go. But to get the full cap on Junkertown is no mean feat, man. That puts you in a wonderful spot. A lot of options for the defensive hold, and Illari on defense on this map, man, is even stronger in my opinion.
I was gonna say, yeah, this is where you think the Illari would be better.
It's like you could go the Hog, but honestly, I don't know if I love it against Illari because it means you're really gonna lack mobility. Hog is pretty abysmal at breaking those pylons if it's like around a corner. Like, what is Hog gonna do about that? I also love from Vision Esports that mid-round swap. You know, simple goes Brig, which I think makes a ton of sense in the Diva mirror. It looks great. And then immediate counter swaps to the Sim Hazard, and they just crack open that second point defense. I thought Twisted Minds was going to make the hold there, but Vision with a quick read, get it done.
Yes, it'll be Vision now on defense. They'll be playing that Hazard here on D. So let's see if Twisted Minds decide to make any different types of adjustments here. As Quartz will play the Freya, so they'll go Freya Sim here with an Ana. So they'll actually mix in the Ana here. I mean, dude, look at the sightlines you can get on the Freya here. I mean, unlike any other hero with that type of like upward mobility and range.
Yeah, the healing isn't going to be amazing for Quartz this game though, and I think Violet might have something to say about that duel in this guy. And so I'm wondering if Quartz is going to be a little vulnerable here without like a consistent healer, without something like a Lijiang to keep him up. It's a quick map flip though from TM. They take the back of the map. Great control for the Ana Lucio, and Vision Esports just aren't ready for that kind of dynamism out of Twisted Minds, who crack open this first point hold with gusto. The map flip though, they're holding on for the moment. Sile, though, one of the weaknesses of Lijiang, not very good as a solo healer, just struggles to keep those tanks, those multiple players online. Tom is gonna have to go grab a pack to stay in this fight, but Twisted Minds give them no quarter, waste no time, TPing once again to the backline in the speed F from Funding Astro. Wipes Vision off the field, who are stuck on a desperate retake with no kills so far in this round.
In any way that you can, like, if Twisted Minds can work the sim in, I mean, if any way is possible, they totally should. I mean, they obviously, I know Yubi is kind of like their sim go-to player, but Psycho can most certainly pilot it as well, on top of Tracer and other things. So, seeing Twisted Minds, like, okay, let's go back and play some sim here. Is that a lightning fast first point take, because Cookie gets hit with a bio. Let's see, Chosen One just trying to farm up like a pulse bomb. They actually do get Psycho. That's a huge pick.
That's a key kill, right? Without the sim, it's going to make it a lot more difficult to take these high ground positions. Simple, staying in close range with the Nano, but the doors are going to close here, and this is actually a really powerful spot to make a hold, even for a moment here for Vision Esports. Lets them kind of retake these high ground positions, and Choi just dueling on this high ground, able to get a lot of support, and Violet free fire zone for him. KSA takes the Nano, though, goes straight to the backline. Quartz shuts down Violet and the Diva with the Nano deep in here. No follow, no cleanup to help keep Sile alive. And KSA just feasting on the backline here. Vision Esports, a couple players alive, but they're gonna have to just die on the cart, get what delay that they can. Choi finds one and maybe stays alive behind, so Tracer could have some more action here on this point.
You also have to take the good with the bad with Violet dueling Quartz. That time it's the bad, right? That's a predicted pulse bomb. I think he actually wanted Funny Astro, but Funny Astro goes right over the top of him, and Psycho just gets deleted by it on. And now Chosen One, he's popping off.
Dude, he's turning up for this series. They needed him in that moment, and he delivered, man. Twisted Minds went for the hunt down, thought they had an easy cleanup on their hands, and Choi strikes with 2, completely stabilizes the position for his team, and Twisted Minds, they want no more of that fight. Gonna take a reset and just walk back into the choke point. They do have quite a few ultimates, though. Not gonna be easy for Violet to get this Captive Sun by KSA, who's just watchful on that Diva.
Can you have the sim wall available here for Twisted Minds? They have a lot of good ultimates to deal with. That's going to be the Captive Sun here used by Violet. It's going to be the sound barrier in response. Nice sim wall here from Psycho as well.
Matrix deployed. Captive Sun is good, and the downpour follow Bizarre, the Funny Astro. Lucio with no mobility is an easy clean up. The heal's so good onto Tama. They're keeping him alive so deep into the fight, but the player's vision still low. KSA relatively healthy, has that self-destruct, and completely zoned off of the point R. Vision Esports, they need to come back into this, but without Choi, seems just too difficult, too hard to make that hold, and they're poking as they can, but the cap is going to come in. Tama just a little bit late to the party, and Twisted Minds on to third point. Not out of this map by any stretch of the imagination.
And also with that rotation, Jake, from Twisted Minds, they're actually able to get Simple like set up when they kind of like rotate around each other, right? And then they're kind of playing from the cart, and Vision Esports almost playing from the offensive side. Simple is actually able to get that high ground there on the Ana, and there's no way they can contest him. So although they lost Funny Astro earlier, didn't really even matter. Pulse Bomb there connects to KSA. He's just going to eat that, and then they're going to heal him back up.
That kill into Quartz, though, is pretty nice, right? Without the Freya, it's going to be a little bit more awkward to find damage. See KSA taking a lot of pressure now. They're trying to hold on and not give up that position here, but Violet's able to take the high ground, get a lot of pressure in. Simple pumping heals, already has the nano, but doesn't see the window to go aggressive, especially without one more. The damage is good onto Astro, and the Lucio gets spammed down, but multi-frag here from Vision Esports as they get a great position for the pylon now, and once again holding the choke point. These buildables, a little bit of a problem for Twisted Minds coming in through the choke point.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Twisted Minds, you could use this TP to like get in a favorable position, because like you mentioned, they're just going to play up here near the choke. It's going to be Simple actually giving over that nano onto KSA. It looks like a few other members want to actually go through that TP, and they just got blocked off from it, and it's going to be Psycho falling, but 3 straight kills there for TM.
Hey, 2 trades for Tama. Actually, I think this is a really solid fight for Vision Esports. They still have an are in a diva. No one's here to break the pylon, and I don't think they're really going to give up much card control. This is a slightly defender spawn advantage position. Pretty close, actually, for both teams. Maybe they both want to have more purchase on this fight, but Thomas really mitigated the card progress that Twisted Minds were able to make off what seemed like a victorious fight. Choi comes in, kills Sim off the respawn, and he's just lighting up the feed here on the Tracer. I mean, this guy's been hyped up, and he is delivering here. Funny Astro caught in his sights, blood in the water, and Choi Se-wan beast on an isolated Twisted Minds player. Now the rest of the team in the crosshairs. And Simple just trying to get what heals he can off. He knows he's dead.
It's like he's invisible out there. I mean, he's just kind of like running through Twisted Minds. Obviously, Funny Astro's got the beat. He's not going to drop it at that moment in time, but look at this. Chosewan just moving up here. A little pulse bomb from behind.
He's dirty.
Oh, okay. A little bit to the right. That would have been a huge pickup. It would have burned some serious clock.
Yeah, good attempt here. Now the TP deep into the back line, though. Twisted Minds start this fight off very quickly, very aggressively. Funny Astro has the sound barrier here. It's not going to be easy for Vision to make this hold. A bank of 5 ultimates has been built up. This is going to be their toughest test yet. Tama already super low, nearly desuited. And surely this beat is going to be backbreaking. They're charging forward. Violet rips the captive Sun. Doesn't seem to get too much out of it, though. Twisted Minds deploying ult after ultimate. Somehow Vision staying alive for the moment, but eventually Choi feels the pressure, goes down. Just an overwhelming ulti dump. Quartz still going to hold on to that overclock for the final OT touch, which is what Vision are reduced to now. It's going to be full desperation. Not even sure Choi can make this touch. Maybe with the Tidal Blast, there's something, but an early self-destruct from KSA is so hard to touch into. Perfect timing from them, and they take us to OT with the Twisted Minds time make advantage.
Yeah, really smart play there from KSA, knowing that the touch was going to come in, just dropping that self-destruct where, okay, you want to come touch whoever it is going to end up dying. There's no way you would have been able to time that properly. So now you have a 2-minute 17 time bank here for Twisted Minds. Feels like that's an eternity. As we will actually take a look at some of the stats here. After both sides, you see Violet 12,800 damage. I mean, that is tops for the team there. 9,000 healing, nothing to scoff at either. Second most damage in the lobby there for Violet.
Yeah, he's doing what he can here, and I think he's right this game to focus on the damage, to focus on the playmaking. It's like, man, that pulse bomb from Choi, I can't even ask for more out of Choi Se-wan, though. It's totally unreasonable because he is delivering this game. He is showing that he's not a player to be doubted, even against one of the top teams here in EMEA, and this is the Vision Esports I was hoping for. I mean, yes, TM probably still favored to close out the map here, but I mean, this is more than signs of lice. This is going blow for blow. Taking TM to an OT map is not something that many teams in the EMEA can do.
No.
In fact, there's only a couple that have really pushed them even on one map.
But this is where you can see some of the potential with this team, and like maybe Vision isn't entirely ready just yet to kind of like challenge there, but you can see that with a little bit more experience and whatnot, obviously not for Violet, but getting some playtime for the rest of the team at this type of level, they can definitely get there. We'll see now. Cookie still playing the Hanzo here on offense, and I think Chosewan's the player to look out for here. The Tracer's been just unreal from him.
Yeah, Cookie had a beat on Simple last offense. He needs to maybe repeat that performance again. It's a lot of pressure on the Hanzo, but it's a pretty solid map for Hanzo on the offense, right? And the counter pressure on him won't be too potent. See if he can find any connections. Got that Sonic out right now. Finds one on the Simple. Simple on notice here. Choi maybe looking to follow up some of that damage. Seems like the support's still protecting each other for now. TM yielding a little bit of point position. They've used the TP already. Vision Esports. Ooh, Cookie takes a big shot to the dome. Needs to get healed up. That wide flank from Quartz almost getting punished as well. This game is really on the edge of the knife. Both teams looking for those chances. KSA super low, but all perked up on right here in the overtime round. They're able to heal him up very, very quickly. Very aggressive pylon. But the big flank out of Cookie does shut down Simple once again, and still alive, still healthy on the flank. Thomas strikes for more. Twisted Minds, it's a 3
you lost both supports though.
Yeah, with Funny Astro, you gotta favor Twisted Minds here in the clutch. KSA though, super low. Both tanks out of the field. You need a hero. Cookie, you need an instant headshot here, but he's not finding it. And Psycho is just cooking them. This is gonna be all the progress that Vision are able to find.
It's having Funny Astro alive after you lose Simple and Vision Esports having both of their supports fall right after that. Might not be like a crazy amount of healing and survivability that Funny Astro gives at the time, but still, it's just obviously more than zero. Keeps KSA up, keeps Psycho up, allows them to get a hold there on defense. So now it's a Vision Esports opportunity here to just kind of make a crazy last stand hold. 2 minutes 17, a pretty decent amount of time here for Twisted Minds to work with as well. For as well as Vision is kind of battled on this map, still may result in a loss.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot to be, especially with Twisted Minds, their skill at the Symmetra play. I mean, I think it's way beyond just the Symmetra player. Like, knowing how to build the TP is one thing, but it's the whole team from Twisted Minds. Like, when they go for these TP plays, it's not just like a simple individual thing. They're completely flipping the map. They're taking a position that the defenders don't expect them to be in, and they're immediately fighting from that position. A little bit of consideration for TM about, what exact support line they want to run here, but I feel like they'd be hard pressed to lose this one, given that Vision can't really give up any car position because the game will just end if they do. And if the map gets flipped and you take those defender spots as TM, like Vision have to strike hard and fast on any kind of TP shenanigans. This time though, maybe they're gonna be a little bit more ready for it.
You would hope so. They're actually gonna ditch having any type of like a, like whether Cookie playing like the Soj or playing the Hanzo, they're gonna ditch that here on defense. I'm just gonna roll out here with a Sim. So the Sim Tracer look with that Diva. Felt like that's what it was pretty good for them on offense, right?
Sim's perks are kind of nasty, so like starting with them off the bat in OT is actually really potent. Look at Violet getting cheeky on the flank, forces a teleport on him, but maybe a little too cheeky. Yeah, tried to gamble his way out of that, but in the end, Twisted Minds now are gonna sweep over the competition. Losing your support for free like that, just not a possibility. Somebody had to be a hero, somebody had to make a play. I see the vision for Vision, but ultimately TM now staying healthy on card, classic comp to close out this OT. And it's gonna be a 2-0 series. The scoreline though doesn't tell the full story, and I want to see what else Vision have in the tank. However, I think that Kiri ban was maybe the most powerful tool they had in their kit. Like, you could do another support ban to protect Iliari, but the Kiri matchup is so good for Kiri, and it's really gonna give Simple a very comfortable and straightforward response on a hero where he can also make huge plays. And for the heroics that Vision showed, for Choi and Violet has stepped up to the plate big in this match, it just wasn't enough here in map 2.
Yeah, and I think Vision obviously much better than map number 1, right? But
yeah,
still not enough in the end. I think you can see where I know Violet and co want to go with some of the things they can do with this roster, and they can make some of these teams sweat a little bit as we take a look at some of the highlights. But it just seems like Twisted Minds at every moment, right? They kind of know where to go in terms of comp swaps. It seems like here maybe they got a little bit kind of like, all right, what do we do when you have like the Hazard and you had like the Sim Tracer out there? It was a little bit odd, but once they kind of adjusted to that, though, it kind of became all TM.
Yeah, absolutely. And finding the answers, the Sim, I think throughout the map was a really tough test for Vision Esports. This is the bread and butter for Twisted Minds. They're so good on this comp. They're so good at making maximum use out of the TPs. I like the idea of trying to match the Sim, right? Give your own team some of that counter mobility to maybe be able to dance. However, that's a mirror that Twisted Minds absolutely loves to play.
And this is why I drafted KSA. I mean, he looks awesome. Didn't play at all week 1. They think they said that they're trying some things out, and TBNT, who's actually a really good tank in his own right, played fine for them. But seeing KSA come in, right, he was like fantastic last week, and then also continuing that strong play this week. So seeing him in, I mean, look at the amount of healing from really both sides. It's an impressive amount, and the damage dealt is probably just kind of contributing to like Violet's impact as a support. But overall, a very competitive map.
Definitely. I mean, you look at those eliminations, very, very close, down to the wire. You know, this is the Vision Esports I was hoping for in this series. I mean, in the end, yeah, map lost, but this is a map you got to go back and review. Like, this is one where this is winnable. There's a lot of big plays. Honestly, though, maybe it's like huge performances from Choi and Violet, you know, your Korean players on this squad, but not as much from the rest of the gang. I did feel like there were some good moments from the Hanzo, also finding some pickoffs, right? Like, that was a key opener in a lot of these fights for Vision Esports. So maybe some more out of him would be great. But it feels like you've thrown your strongest punch here on Junkertown. How do you continue to fight back? How do you make this anything but a 3-0 finish here for Twisted Minds?
Do you go like Eichenwald here, maybe? If you're Vision, and is there a world in which you ban a support to try and protect maybe the Alari, if that's kind of what you wanted to do? Like, that's an option, right? I mean, there's what, Cerebasa in the pool, and then also you'd probably be looking at Esperanza. So feels like to me it's either a King's Row or an Eichenwald, right?
Yeah, wouldn't mind like an Ike with a Lucio ban, maybe. Oh, it's okay. King's Row. Interesting. I do think this is another potentially good map for Illiari, especially like first and third point. Second can be a little funky, but there's you could go for strats on Kings where you're not really planning to do super well on second, and you're gonna make a good hold on first, and then like continue it into third and actually get the finish there on the defense. However, what are you gonna take away? What's gonna be the ban attack here? I feel like maybe it is a Lucio ban is like my first thought, but then again, it's King's Row, so maybe you don't need to ban Lucio. He's not particularly great of a map for that character.
I'd also be a little bit cautious because, like, you know, you can see some Zarya play here as well. We talked a little bit about that early on in the series, so there's also a little bit of an angle to maybe see some Zarya come in. So, yeah, but what do you want to do? Do you want to try and protect that Alari, which obviously Violet is very good on, but it is burning bans to end up trying to protect that hero? Or do you want to opt to say, you know, maybe we'll go a different route? Maybe we'll be able to
take out the Sim. If you wanted to, like, I mean, honestly, I think it's such a potent tool for Twisted Minds. Although Vision are also making use of it, it's sort of undeniable. Like, it just feels like you don't want to sim mirror against Twisted Minds. Maybe Alcazia is like the one team in the world who actually will take that heads up, you know, sim battle. But I don't know if anyone else wants it. And King's Row, potentially very challenging map to match into the sim with teleports up to the high ground. It's going to be really challenging to like read those plays and see what's coming next and not get picked off by those explosive openers that Twisted Minds are so known for.
Yeah, it's I'll be fast. I think we'll get a really good idea of what Vision wants to do once we see their kind of ban come through. Right now, it feels like there's a bunch of different options they could go with. The sim, I do worry about. Like, I think you know, Twisted Mind's one of the better sim teams, whether it's UB or Psycho in the world, right? So to allow them to do that here on Kings, which is can be pretty devastating for them to kind of like access some high ground from some different vantage points that maybe you don't expect. It will be the Lucio ban though, so it'll be a Lucio ban here for Vision right off the rip, so that also protects their Alari, and then TM gets rid of the hazard, so that's what we kind of saw Tama fall back to.
Yeah, and TM just really punishing on Tama, right? Who has played a few heroes, but I don't know if he has the same versatility, you know, to match some of these players on TM. And I think also taking off the hazard now, like, what does this mean? This to me suggests that, like, okay, maybe we're gonna see, maybe it's like almost like seeing some Zarya, but then without Lucio, not sure about that. We could see the Kiri. We've seen the Kiri, Lijiang and Zarya before. That has been pretty good, and I could see that looking nice on King's Row.
Well, because like, what is I'll be curious to see what Tama decides to do, right? Wants to play the Winston. We've seen, you know, like a brief moment of like a ball, but you're probably looking at like the Winston Diva here potentially with Hazard gone. I think both of those gives options for TM to kind of abuse and take advantage of.
Historically, Winston has had a really good matchup into Zarya. Zarya just doesn't like breaking bubbles, breaking shields. She wants to just be like putting damage down on bodies and players, charging grabs, cycling that ultimate, you know, staying high energy. And Winston pretty strong at kind of dancing with that and avoiding feeding charge, especially.
Yeah, also, it doesn't hurt as much with the Lucio ban here for Twisted Minds because we've seen Funny Astro play the Wuyong at a really high level. So I don't think that's a little bit of a downer as it was maybe in the past, right? With seeing that Lucio go out, because Funny Astro can most certainly play many different things at the moment.
I mean, while being one of the best Lucios in the world, he's also, I think for me, never been a one trick. Like he's looked really good on every hero I see him play. And so exactly, the Brig comes to mind, but the Wu Yang, I mean, he was doing tricks on the Wu Yang, man, like hunting people down around corners. Like that's a heat-seeking missile. It's Funny Astro, the Wu Yang. And I honestly, he's like kind of doing some things I don't see anyone else doing, showing what's possible with those guided water wars, right? Some really potent stuff if you're able to really master the kit the way he has.
Yeah, I think we've seen him kind of move those orbs around corners, just like trying to catch people, chase people. I think the only time we saw him trying to use the tidal blast and like it actually didn't kind of like go off, Simple ends up falling, right? But other than that, I mean, he's played a really good series.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it happens the best of us. We've seen so many, lost nanos. It happens, right? Especially playing in these margins, you're trying to clutch and keep people alive when they're nearly dead. You got to take those risks sometimes, right? Yeah, enemy team misses one shot there, the fight turns around. You got to take those gambles. And Twisted Mind's team is not afraid to go gambling, not afraid to put their chips in the middle of the table to go all in. But they're anything but all in here, Matt. They've got a lot of cushion here in the series, up 2-0. Maybe having survived one of the toughest tests that Vision could put them to on Junkertown with the Curie ban.
Probably, right?
And now I think it's like, man, I wonder, does the Illari work here against something like a Curie plus Wu Yang? I mean, Illari theoretically has such a strong poke threat, theoretically does so much damage, but with the damage we see Curie and Wu Yang put out together in those comps, it's like, do you want to take that long poke trade against them? I'm not so sure.
Right, because the obviously we talked about in the past how Illari from the support role can poke at such a high level, and like obviously like Zen can put out some damage as well, but Wu Yang seems like the amount of damage that pumps out is even higher than, let's say, the Illari, and can do it maybe even from like a safer, like we're seeing Funny Astro kind of just like guide these around the corner into the choke, right? We're
I love the hog.
There's no threat of him dying, as yes, this is a Roadhog pick here from KSA off the rip.
Downside of the hog here is going to be he's not a particularly strong point toucher on King's Row first point. However, I think it scales very well into the rest of the map. I think second in particular, there's a lot of corners. There's a lot of like trickery that can go on with the whole hog, with hog being able to play off some of these like tight angles, hiding in closets and whatnot. Simple, stylish here on the Curie, just taking a quick third-person peek here on the skateboard emote. Kind of that emote is OP. Then he's a nerf.
And I mentioned the Zarya. I wonder if we'll actually kind of see it here. Tama just kind of picks it off the start. Cookie in,
Simple's calling this out.
Looking for it.
Yeah, Simple's third-person peek in that. He knows. Tama on the Zarya though. See how the matchup goes into this Roadhog, and okay, Reaper Zarya absolutely going to turbo run it down on KSA. Are they going to be able to peel off this Roadhog? Are they going to be able to keep him alive? Cookie, a lot of DPS threat from Vision Esports. I mean, they are not lacking for damage threat.
But how do you feel like the Zarya Reaper plays into this Hog type of comp, where Hog can obviously play at a little bit of a safer distance. That time to actually grips Chozo into him, not the target you want to get.
He's in trouble. He's out of gas here on the vape, and the Reaper's absolutely running him down. Quartz does trade Cookie, so the hit scan off the field for Vision Esports. Are they going to be able to step up to the point? Reaper TP's up to the high ground, trying to deal with this backline. Still has that fade. Is going to look to get in. Curie's so incredibly low. The shotguns, Hellfires are good. Choice 1 does get traded, but I think he'll be willing to take that Tama. Still high energy, but hey, you've got to threaten this point. Vision Esports got to start capping. Twisted Mind's coming back in. Not the quickest on the retouch, and actually I think Psycho going down could be the death now. KSA on the flank might get tricky on this, but he needs to hit like an instant hook kill.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to come from a side angle, but actually that's going to be Quartz taking out Violet, so maybe there's an opportunity now.
Oh, KSA though, he's struggling. The damage is monstrous. The Wu Yang heal is good. The 180 hook, not enough, but they break through the bubble and finish off Cookie anyway. And Vision Esports just couldn't get the cap. That kill from Quartz is exactly what the doctor ordered, right? Without that Curie, hard to stay in the fight. Tama trying to get a trade kill there, but not able to find it. And Violet going to be happy. Just escape with his life. Whoa, had to dodge that hook.
Dude, it's KSA is taking so much damage, though. It's like almost impossible to keep him up.
Tama has grab. Like, he is absolutely beaming on the start.
Yeah, it's I mean, he's got grab. You're also gonna have the rush here. This is a fight, though. I feel like Vision is gonna like ult dump into. Twisted Minds obviously has some ults to dump in response that they're going to have to get a win here, as that's gonna be Violet getting this pick off. Let's see if Vision. Let's go to a listen to see if they can take this first point.
Do you still see Lijiang?
There's Lijiang, Fox.
They only have one.
Yeah, Fox.
Oh, go pulse.
Yeah, pulse. I think this time.
Go for move.
Double swap. Wait, let me see if they go D.Va, I swap.
Yeah.
What they have?
I don't see.
Saya. Okay, we can
Sorry,
You're not top. I
know.
Yeah, you're so far.
All good spot.
I'm just blocking right side.
Chaser top left.
디스타
맥댐유즈 원버블 랭고 우양 트레.
Sojourn top right. I think Tracer maybe flank full behind.
한번 캠 버블?
Can we search top?
Yeah. Push
Yeah, Tracer behind.
Sorry, one bubble.
원버블.
Yeah, push.
I'm taking top.
이렇게 우양 트레 있어.
Just kill low.
Yeah, 사. Kill side.
No TP, kill, no TP. Tracer not recover.
Push ma. Soon on top
Do you
left.
have bubble?
아이고 소리.
2 seconds.
소리대.
Push, sorry. I bubble myself.
Okay.
All of me. Oh.
화려워.
Kill one. Simon.
Just reset.
I live.
Wait for me.
We're far, we can play.
Saya half. One bubble.
They're gonna be close to point.
Kill left.
Yeah.
Tracer left.
Come back.
Yeah, no re. Tracer no re.
I use one bubble. I have bubble again.
자, 3,
Just
2,
play
1.
play slow.
Tracer right side. Tracer low. Tracer one.
Can we rotate? Can I go left side? I'll just shoot Zarya.
Tracer's top right. Let me
Play for
clear.
Fox. I can bubble.
Okay, I'm going left side. You're alone.
Can push main. Sorry.
No slide.
Zarya low.
베이지 브레이크.
Just
그렇지.
grab Fox.
Yeah, grab Fox. The Lijiang sword impulse.
And a little bit of tankiness there, you know, in that cleanse and grab, but rush plus grab, you just ain't living through that. There's not much in the game of Overwatch that's keeping you alive through a rush and a grab.
And now with Vision, they're going to be coming back here, Jake. It's going to be below 2 minutes. They're going to have their own grab to work with. I'm curious now how Twisted Minds tries to fight this, right? You will have that Lijiang ult, right? Like, you can kind of like maybe get creative, try and knock some players back, some of the damage coming through. But then also Quartz here up on that high ground, right? He's going to be difficult to trap in it, and he's got to have an overclock, make it costly in terms of your HP pool to push forward.
Yeah, the grab definitely going to be crucial. Here's that Lijiang ult onto the Tracer, trying to pop so much damage here, pumped into the Zarya. The grab deep in the backline. Where's the follow-up? Here it is. Sile and Violet getting in the supports, cleaning up the grab. Choisewan over the top as well with the Reaper. And alright, Vision Esports taking the Zarya mirror. And that's a big ult trade. Twisted Minds even drop Pulse, OC, and Lijiang ulti, and they still get closed out on. Psycho deep in the spawn, maybe gonna get active from behind here on third point, but I mean, with the way the backline is playing so far for Vision, I don't think they're gonna be too worried about that. I think they're pretty confident with the pace they've been setting so far.
Totally, and I think obviously taking the Zarya head-to-head, showing that Vision more than capable of doing it. Chosewan gets dangerously low on the Reaper there. They're just trying to heal him back up, and oh man, making a lot of damage. There's going to be a bubble out there from Tama, as Tama now going to be in a world of trouble because he does not have a bubble for himself, and that's how kind of the Zarya comp crumbles, right? When you get forced to maybe use a bubble that you don't want to, you don't have one to kind of back everything up, and then you just get bullied back to the spawn.
Reaper's been all right on second. Third, I'm a little bit less sure about, but maybe with the power of the rush behind him. However, with Graviton Surge online here for KSA, you're walking into a death trap, right? Like Vision Esports, it's scary. Like, it feels like you gotta open with the rush, and they are gonna do just that. But they're grouped up, stepping up to potentially a deadly grab here. The rush trade so far, KSA holding the line, just gonna go with the solo grab on Atama. Easy enough follow up there in line of sight here for Quartz. No problem to clean up that Zarya.
Honestly, that's fine though, right? Just to solo, like, grab onto the Zarya, right? I mean, they don't have the Zarya, the fight just ends pretty much there. So I don't exactly hate, just especially Tama's just playing in that corner. You know, there's no way you can protect himself.
Like this comp, you are not winning into grab plus rush. You just are not in this mirror match. It's not going to happen. So you take that L and you're right back into it. Quick reset for Vision Esports. Low ultimates here. Both Tracers looking to make plays here with the Lijiang ultimates. Psycho dives in first. Oh, and it's a defensive Lijiang ultimate on Sile, just keeping himself online. Not able to get much, but Choice A1 punishes Simple, who stepped up and tried to get a little bit done. Pulse Bomb sidestep. Sile's nice with it on the Lijiang as well. Oh, these are big heals. The Lijiang ultimate diving in forward, and the pop is good onto Tama. And like you said, without that Zarya, it's so hard to come back in this fight. KSA knows it's only a matter of time. Stabilizes there with the bubble in the corner. And Malviolet's getting a little bit of heal. Maybe he lives long enough for the teleport. No chance, though. Quick come down from Vision Esports.
No, it looks like Sile actually backed up as Violet was working his way over towards that health pack, so he didn't actually have anybody to TP to at the time, where Cookie on the Soj. Let's see if he can kind of answer Quartz here, but it was a nice use of the Tidal Blast there from Bunny Asher on a KSA. Kind of like gets around the corner. They know that Tama doesn't have bubbles, right? He ends up falling, and that's an easy kill onto the Zarya in that case.
Tama taking a lot of poke here, and Quartz has the OC. They got the rush as well. Psycho, a real thorn in the backside, just constantly keeping these Vision Esports players distracted. But Choice A1 signs a moment to strike, attacking straight into that Zarya. KSA, though, lives with the rush, now has a grab turning in, and you're running out of support, running out of defensive utility, nothing left to stay alive, and it's overtime. Vision Esports getting cleaned off the map, and an OC from Quartz to slam the door. Sile has to rip that ult onto Tama, but there's just no way, there's just no damage. All these Twisted Minds players so healthy, stabilizing and cleaning up that's King's Row hold, and it's just a little bit of progress into third. Vision Esports, it feels like you absolutely must hold on first or second. I don't think a 3rd point holds in the cards.
I would 100% agree with you. I think if this kind of gets that 3rd checkpoint, right, if they kind of get that cart, where the payload ended, it's like almost right at that first corner, like a little bit around it. Yeah, you see here, I mean, that's a spot you get to almost like if you get that 2nd checkpoint, right, and the entire team just kind of dies fighting over it, you almost kind of get the cart to that point. So it would be a really rough spot for them to fight out of. But you take a look at some of the stats, really kind of all Twisted Minds, even though I thought Vision played pretty decent, especially through that 2nd part of the map.
I mean, the fact that KSA just stakes his claim on that corner on 3rd and is just unbreakable, never dies in that position, just continues holding it down, is a testament to the Twisted Minds core. Because I talked about like some of the old combos, like rush plus grab should just be like instant free kill on Zarya. There's no way to save her. But somehow, despite having some of those big ultimate bank moments, Vision never really get that full head of steam to break through that crucial hold. And Twisted Minds on the offense, it feels like you kind of can just play the ultimate game here. You know, yes, with players like Quartz on the field, maybe you don't even need to. Maybe they're going to find those pop-off, you know, free kills that just blow open the defense. And TM even considering a Pharah, which I actually would kind of love here, right? Like in the Zarya mirror, like you could pump tons of damage into the Zarya. Yes, you feed a lot of energy, but the damage is going to be problematic for Vision Esports.
I mean, we'll see if they end up playing it. I think the Pharah pick is really nice, right? Like force out some of these cooldowns and the bubbles at a distance and make it really difficult. I mean, they're putting a lot of pressure really through the entire series on the Tama. As you see Tama actually inside here over by that statue. That's a dangerous spot to be in. He's going to need a lot of resources to keep himself up from there.
Yeah, he's going to go try to back out now, tries to turn on the Pharah, put some counter pressure on her, stop that damage coming in, and he's able to back up to the backup point, which is itself a bit of a win here. You can see Psycho's trying to get those conks in behind Zarya, push her to be booped forward, overextended into the team. Zarya, of course, really struggles when pulled out of position. For now, though, Vision Esports making the hold.
Cookie takes 2 right clicks there from KSA at a distance and almost actually ends up falling. So they gotta heal that Soj right on up, and that's when nice conk and pushes Tama over towards the point, but off screen. Quartz taking out Chosuan. That's almost as huge as trying to get Tama. Now the back line goes uncontested here for TM.
Oh, Quartz in a free fire zone, big pressure on the cap. Twisted Minds wasting no time in starting that one, and the touch here, very awkward. Choi goes to the bar mirror just correctly, I think makes the read that you need it here. The counter rush comes in, though. Vision's built that up very quickly. Violet super low, still stepping up to the plate without any fear. But Twisted Minds just fall back off the plate. KSA gets the counter kill onto Choi, and the clapback is going to be immediate. Simple rips that carry rush as well from the flank, and KSA now steps up once again onto the point. And this one, all onto that 2nd point here. Vision Esports, really their last stand. I mean, I don't want to understate it. That 3rd point, Kings Row, that one's not happening.
Jake, as good as their obviously offense was there for TM, even better for them, right? As Chosen One's not gonna be able to make it out. They hold on to basically everything coming into the second part of the map, right? You were like, like if they get this second point, I actually agree with you. It's gonna be very difficult for Vision to get a third point hold. Unfortunately for Vision, they don't even really kind of get Twisted Minds to invest extremely heavy to get that first checkpoint. TM, right? Like players pushing up here for Vision, like you can have Ports pop an overclock here, just like prevent a second point hold really before it even begins.
Hear me out here. Lijiang ult on the Pharah. That sounds nasty to me. That sounds crazy nasty to me, especially with Barrage, right? To dive in with absolutely no fear. There's no stuns in this comp. There's no way to stop Barrage. Right. Just killing the Pharah. Let's see if it comes out. On the defense, same tools are available. Vision Esports, they know they need to win this big ult fight, but it's going to be like a one fight point on second point. They're going to go all in here at the end of the map. Violet steps into the plate in the flank, taking a bit of a gamble, even being this close. Grab is in on the front line, Zarya, and it catches the Kiriko as well. Barrage over the top, overwhelms. The trade is out, but it's not even close to enough. Twisted Minds all over the feed here. Isile just trying to slip away and regroup for this third point hold, but look at that golden box of victory, Matt.
Yeah, and I believe you were actually right. I believe Funny Asher does end up dropping the Lijiang ult onto the Pharah while Psycho's kind of stuck in the grab, and unfortunately when Tama gets grabbed, he throws his own in, and guess what? He's yanking in a rocket barrage, title blasted Pharah there. So nothing you can do that would really survive that. Chosen One has not really gotten much done on the Pharah from Vision Esports in reply, and he's not going to get anything done here. He gets double dinked there by Quartz, as that's going to be a Kitsune rush here, and Jake, this might be the end.
This is absolutely the end, Matt. Twisted Minds sweeping forward, taking it to the doors, and a little bad manners, here.
It's like, you guys have a shot, you guys have a chance, come on, you can do it. Okay. And then it's finally over.
For Zoe's fantasy points, Zoe's happy. Just going for that couple extra kills there for TM.
I love the new ways we're getting VM from teams. Typically
that's an innovation.
It's a throwback.
I wanna call it out. That was the OG VM. Actually on King's Row.
Yeah. So a little bit. We get emoting all the time. Like that's fine. But like just to walk off the card and just kind of pretend like you got a chance.
Win is dirty.
Yeah. As Vision, look, I think they put together a more respectable performance than they did against Alcad, right? In terms of that game. I thought Violet, had some moments. Just obviously outmatched by TM. I mean, TM just looks phenomenal here. And this is kind of what we expected from them, right? Like, okay, you're going to have a really tough game against Alcatia. They almost reverse sweep. After that, though, they've been lights out.
And this Zarya comp seems to be a point of pride, really, for Twisted Minds, right? Like, KSA stakes his claim on third, on the offense, looks great. It just feels like really great understanding of the ulti trades. And Vision, we're trying to keep up, but it does feel that in those comps that are so team play and like ultimate economy oriented, I think it's going to be more of a struggle for them to take on a team like Twisted Minds, where on an individual basis, when it's like Tracer and Liari, Vision can go toe-to-toe with anybody. That's what I learned from that Junkertown map. They can put up a threat against these top teams. And remember, this is a team coming out of promotion relegation. If they finish like 4th in this stage, that's a huge win for Vision Esports, and I think it's very doable.
Oh, it's super doable, quite frankly. I mean, you can see already in just the approach that Twisted Minds had to take to this matchup that they had to do their homework. They had to do those respect bans. Like, they knew the strength of Vision Esports. Vision Esports is not going under the radar. After their week 1 performance, everyone knew, like, okay, we got to take them serious. Like, they are a serious contender. They did it again today. Like, on Junkertown, it might as well could have been theirs, Like, it was a phenomenal offense. I like the way they played, really forcing Twisted Minds to make adaptation, which not that many teams in this region can actually.
No, there's one team. There's literally Alcatia. That's it. Like, I don't think
that's why I say not many.
Yeah, I gotta say, Lijiang feels like a fever dream, man. Like, we played Lijiang this series? That was
rough.
Yeah,
82-6.
That was a lifetime ago.
What was the elimination from that one?
Yeah.
So that one wasn't it. But if we can just like, I don't know.
Junkertown was nice. All right, Junkertown was like, look, Twisted Minds is one of the best teams in the world. They are, and I think to push them to their limit, to take them to an OT round, even King's Row, it's like, it could have been closer. But the offense, they're able to break some points. They're able to find some decent fights in there. They're able to play some of these trades. Like, I mean, honestly, like, look, against these Twisted Minds and Al-Qad teams who are just on a different level, it is what it is. You want to just, you make the most of a bad situation and, have some fight in these big moments, go for broke, take some gambles, and come up on top sometimes.
It is
most teams look a lot worse when going up against Alcazia and Twisted Minds. So
like Twisted Minds had to play serious. They had to lock in. And I will say, like, there's a lot of teams that Twisted Minds does not have to take seriously. They don't have to really care. They could just kind of do whatever.
100%.
And they're gonna win. This was a match where they had to turn up on Junkertown. They had to, pull out some of the tricks from their Bago sim tricks.
The Bago trick. So, Jay calls it. This is interesting because EMEA were like, oh, it's a new meta. Like maybe we're gonna see something different here. Last stage 2 started off EMEA with an Al-Qad Twisted Minds that went down to the wire. We started off the exact same way in stage 3. After that, Twisted Minds kind of like ran the table after that game, right? They 3-0 Peps last week. They get a 3-0 here. They play VP next week, which will be really good. But then after that, they play Good Guys, Genji, and Quick. Like this could almost be a repeat of how things went in stage 2, where like Twisted Minds plays Alcazia really close. Then Twisted Minds basically loses one map the entire rest of the stage, and we kind of see those two teams battle it out yet again.
I'm excited for Vision Esports.
I think VP is like that third team that can be a spoiler. I think last stage VP were very quiet and we didn't really see them as a threat on the top 2.
It was not their meta, yeah.
Exactly. I think this is a meta where VP, like, I can imagine VP actually looking pretty good in something like that Zarya, Kiri, Mirror. I think that actually would be really comfortable for them. And maybe I think TM can't see this as a 2-horse race. I think at the least VP are a contender. And I mean, maybe the 0-3 against Al-Qad doesn't fully show their strength.
Yeah, we talked about it in what was a post-match interview with Alcazia, I want to say.
I think it was Landon,
about how Landon, he said like those top 3 teams, they're trading blows, like in scrims, like it's literally anyone's game depending on the form they're rocking up with. Well, Twisted Minds rocked up in tip-top shape today. We're now going to have Psycho joining us for a quick chat after this one series. Psycho, here you are. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. Let's chat about this match. Early on in the stage, we got the idea, the sense that Vision Esports cannot be underestimated. You guys came in very much prepared. How did you think the series is going to go down, and were you impressed with the fight they put up on maps such as Junkertown?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of knew it was going to be a 3-0. Maybe I expected a little bit of a fight, more of a fight on Lijiang. But, I mean, the series went how I expected it to go. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and looking at this meta, I think it's last stage we didn't get to see so much of you with like Sim more or less being a one trick, whereas it feels like this stage, you're able to show that you can handle the Sim, but also play a lot of the flexes. What has it been like, I guess, coming out for mostly a stage and now being back in and being kind of the main starter? Is that like, is there pressure on you, or do you even think about that at all at this point in your career?
Nah, to be honest, I don't really think about pressure or any of that stuff anymore, especially in these online matches. I mean, even if we lost the Vision game, there's basically nothing at stake. Maybe when playoffs comes, there's more pressure, but I don't really feel pressure. But yeah, it's been nice playing again. But to be honest, Sim is still very, very good. I mean, you can see like even NA is playing Sim now. NA used to be honest Overwatch, like all these heroes. Even Korea is playing Sim everywhere now. It's crazy.
They've all come to the dark side of EMEA.
Yeah.
Overwatch. They're all slowly converting. So obviously, I think Sim, I know, is still something that we'll see in the meta as time goes on. But I want to talk about your guys' next game. You play against VP. We were just chatting that like, hey, VP shouldn't be discounted even after their game against Al-Qad the other day. Landon was like, we can't even beat VP in scrims. Where do you think things are at in the EMEA? I was even just kind of alluding to, last stage kicked off with you guys losing to Al-Qad and then just kind of running the table. Are you thinking that's the same type of scenario we're going to get in stage 3? Or you think a team like VP could, be a little bit of a spoiler?
I mean, I'd love to give you a cocky answer or full of ego, but honestly, VP is very good right now. And like you said, you can't really underestimate them. And I was very surprised that Katsuya 3-0'd them. But I guess Katsuya just looks like on another level right now. But yeah, I mean, VP is very, very good. So I think it's going to be a very good game.
Are you scrimming a lot against VP or Alcazia? Like, who are your major scrimming partners currently?
Yeah, I'd say VP and Katsia. I mean, those are always the two teams that give us a real challenge in scrims. So yeah.
That's right. Got to practice against the best to win against the best. Psycho, thank you so much for joining me, or rather us, not just me. And best of luck in your match next week.
Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure hearing from our players. Now, Twisted Minds, of course, with that victory, put themselves higher up in the rankings. Earlier today, of course, they were only having played 2 matches. So, yeah, it's now on all the other teams to catch up. But Vision Esports has most certainly established themselves as a top contender in the upper middle of the bracket, even with the losses they've suffered so far.
We have a new entrant below the green line. Obviously, we know the green line is not.
Oh God!
Oh.
You don't want to be near the green line.
You don't want to be near the green line.
You know, considering the fantasy standings,
that match is next week. That match is gonna be wild.
That's a money match right there. We're gonna be tuning in on that one.
Yeah, lock in for that one. Lock in for that one. Good guys versus Genji, the double GGs.
Genji loses to like the Crocs Roadhog to go to relegation.
Oh. They cannot. Nah, if they place him, they're good. It's gonna be fine.
If they ban like 5 supports again, I'm gonna lose it.
They don't ban Roadhog.
I mean, that seems to be the strat.
Just ban 5 supports. We need to get an investigation. I don't know if we got anybody who could do anything like that. We got a comp ops. I don't know. Somebody's got to look into it.
We already looked into it to no avail. Like, that seems to be the strat, saving Private Lucio at all costs. And that's it. That's it. That's the strat. That's the game plan. Well, you know, you win some, you lose some. They lost a lot. So the only way from here is up or something like that. Either way, I'm excited for the game, but that has to wait for an entire week. So that's a long time. That is a long time.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a significant
time flies when
period
you're
of
having
time.
fun. So have some fun this week. Take it easy.
Yeah,
back with more EMEA action.
Everybody just hibernate until next week.
I sleep.
We could do that. Or we could just stick around, not the two of you, because you only get paid for 2 matches, so sorry. But we're going to bring in another fresh set of casters for the marquee matchup of the day. Team Z, Dill Ducks.
The amount of
fans in chat are going to... That is going to be a good one. One of the teams will get the first up today, and that's just a fact. Now, Sakura is on an up currently as well. They're going up against Extinction. This honestly could be a fairly even matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we had a day like this in EMEA last week, Jake, where it was like our kind of bottom 4 duking it out. Kind of like NA gets the treatment
last
today.
Week was rough.
I think Extinction I think should actually destroy. I think Extinction's pretty good. I put some respect on Extinction, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not disrespecting them. I'm just very much respecting Sakura because they played really well. That said, though, I think it was X10 running the show yesterday, and PDK, as they said yesterday, will be back in the lineup. But more of that after a break. For now, it's bye-bye to Jake and Matt. Thank you both so much for joining us for all the action in EMEA. We're shifting gears, heading over to our NA region after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to see you on the other side of this.
Was it Shifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow... I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Easy. Oh, check me out. Bye. Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Li Wang Honglan. Wouldn't want to be ya. my most famous party trick.
Also, down here at the bottom, we have Roadhog's meat grinder, and we use this during his whole hog ultimate. You can hear the turning of when he's shooting the scrap out of it. And the hook, chain hoist that I use to record his chain hook ability. You can hear a little bit of that chain action in his throw as he's throwing his hook towards his enemies.
systems, and it's really all preference. Like listening on normal headphones with no additional settings, like that's totally fine. That Dolby Atmosphere headphones gives you some of that spatialization technology, and it filters the audio in different ways that even when listening on just like a 2D setup where you just have left and right or just stereo, you can get a simulated like spatial surround sound feel. And so, I mean, it's recommended that you turn that on. It helps a lot with like pinpointing footsteps. You can hear when someone's behind you and above you, or even below you, what room they're in, things like that. And then for actual settings, I mean, you can just turn that on in the settings. You don't need the Windows Sonic. You don't need like other external spatial audio settings. If you just turn on the Dolby Atmosphere headphones, I mean, that's the simplest and easiest way to start getting utilizing that. And yeah, you don't.
Winston reporting in. My research shows big changes coming to Stadium. Ooh, I've been waiting for this. Okay, team, let's jump in. Two payloads? My mind is racing with possibilities.
Time to roll up my sleeves. Winston!
Tracer, glad you could make it.
Just in time! Think you can keep up with me?
Such confidence. Shall we go another round?
Wow, they're making waves. One day, that'll be me. Until then, time to dive back into training. Seems like I'm not the only one getting stronger. Here we go!
There were fallouts, we've been up, down, but I blame myself. There's no doubt, we're back up now, who knows why we fell. Pulling, pushing, holding on for something. The blue sky is coming, 'cause we're still here. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. It's something we don't need Yeah, I feel the love. Let's just go, no, we don't need a plan. 'Cause I feel the love. 'Cause I feel the love. There were rough scenes where we barely even knew ourselves. There's a cool breeze as the air clears. I don't know well. Pulling, pushing, holding on for something. The blue sky is coming, 'cause we're still here. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. It's something we don't need to understand. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. Let's just go, no, we don't need a plan. 'Cause I feel the love. 'Cause I feel the love. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. It's something we don't need to understand. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. Let's just go, no, we don't need a plan. 'Cause I feel the love.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-over.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Welcome back, everyone. This is OWCS Stage 3, Week 3, and we're halfway through the day and ready to dive into all things NA. My name is Oya, and joining me for this portion are Kevin and Jack. How are we doing, gentlemen? Have we recovered from the action yesterday?
Chilling. Well, I don't think Avril has. The first thing he said as he jumped into arms was, my voice, bro, my voice is
strong.
I can't speak. I'm going to do a sign language. We're doing a sign language cast today on my end, so get ready for that one.
I'm here for some good ASL. I've spent a good portion of the, what's it called, pandemic, learning ASL.
Okay, there are different languages, right, of ASL? Am I not?
Yeah. Well, depending on what language you speak, there's different sign language. So yeah, there's ASL, which is the American Sign Language, which is obviously different from other.
That's when you speak American in sign language. No, but I will say no. Jack's exaggerating a little bit. My voice is fine. I'm just saying, like, yesterday's game was so good. I put a lot of it into it. So I'm like, man, even 24 hours later, I'm like, I still remember how good that game was. And
no, he's struggling. He's just being really brave right now. He's struggling. Send some thoughts and prayers as we're looking at this graphic of our NA standings to see where we're at after the matches yesterday. As I said, this is week 3, day 2, so we're almost halfway through this stage.
Yes, we are. Look at that as well. GK on top. +9, by the way. A lot of 3-0s in there. Liquid, though, with the win against Space Station yesterday. Solid second place. Although, you know, SSG could still beat him to the punch. That second place spot is still up for grabs. They played one more match than them, so it's all to play for. Nightmare sitting at a sad 1-3 currently, which is not looking great.
Yeah, so he said struggling, and we're getting close to that line at the bottom that cuts off 6th and 7th and 8th. And, well, Team Z and Dill Ducks, they're playing today against each other. Again, somebody's got to win. Yesterday, it was a situation between Dill Ducks and Sakura. Somebody had to win. Sakura got that win, and now, well, somebody has to win today, too.
Yeah, and Sakura was, quite frankly, rather dominant in their showing, so I hope the Dill Ducks recovered for the action facing them today. It's going to be the marquee matchup, as I said. But really, all eyes yesterday were on that Team Liquid and the SSG game. The rest of the day was cursed. Cursed is the real word.
It was really
so it was super cursed. So I was hesitant to bring Avril back, just blaming him for the cursedness. But once Team Liquid and SSG took to the imaginary stage, the curse was gone. This was a 5-map banger, and it came down to the wire. Like, map 5, round 5.
Yep, map 5.5 on Flashpoint, where SSG were denied the reverse sweep. I mean, it was ridiculous. And we saw a lot of it come down to the bans and the map picks as well. Knowing that Hawk is going to be pretty easy to kind of target ban out with the D.Va and the Zarya, SSG in the later half of the series kind of navigated that super well. I mean, look, it did come down to Zera on this blade at the very end. He's looked so good in this series. The Sugar-Free Zera kind of head-to-head we had was so spot on because Sugar-Free was also just ridiculous. And Team Liquid knew that because they banned the Tracer in the last map because they thought, you know what, if Sugar-Free's popping this hard, we just can't let him go for a 5th one. And yeah, it was a banger.
I mean, you can't even see the map scores within itself here. We get to see the 3-2, but if you sort of investigate how each map broke down, how those rounds broke down, and who scored what, we went to Time Bank twice on map 2, map number 3.
C9.
You're talking about the individual moments that happened there as well in terms of potential misplays, but also massive outplays. We went to all 5 rounds of Survivor, like every single map went about the maximum distance you could possibly go. Ilios went to all 3 rounds. So yeah, I mean, it's just a super winnable series by both sides. The fact that SG threatened a reverse sweep, I think that's kind of one of the more exciting ways you can have a map 5, because you thought maybe it's going to be 3-0, but then you get to map 5, it's like, if it's a reverse sweep, that is incredible because it is quite rare to see. I also checked out, Infected put out a tweet afterwards that says, beat the map 5 curse, and I do remember Infected in the past did have unfortunately a lot of map 5 losses, so I'm glad for his sake that he got to beat the curse on that game.
I mean, when we had Vega for the post-match interview, he did kind of summarize the entire series saying that they just made a lot of mistakes, played messy, was scrappy, and also to give credit to SSG, of course, they do play a very unique style that Team Liquid wasn't necessarily ready for, like just something they've not really been accustomed to. So yeah, there's that. For us, though, it just looked like a really close, evenly matched series, and that's all we asked for. That's all we needed after the first half of the day was a little very cursed.
Yeah.
Speaking of cursed, my fantasy team, low-key cursed, but maybe not anymore.
Is that the name of the team, low-key cursed?
No, it's totally busted draft, but it's within the same vein.
Matt? How are you below Matt? What
No, that's just the last week's point. That's not the overall standings. Overall standings, I'm still above Matt. And quite frankly, after this week, I gonna be way ahead because Twisted Minds just farmed for me. And so did Choice of One on the other side. So I'm collecting. I'm feasting. I'm okay. I'm doing okay. I might actually catch you.
The point gap is crazy. I mean, yeah, you might catch me, definitely. Between, like, me and Avril, 44 to 70 is a little insane. I go with the strategy of, I'm going to pick 5, and I'm just going to run with it. No substitutions, no nothing. I got my 5. I'm doing the GK strat, and I'm running it down. And right now, it's not working so well. I'm literally running it down, so yeah, unfortunately.
You should at least get a second. Do you have a second tank? Because Vasola might not get 100% playtime, right? Because he does swap time in and out.
Exactly. I was like, no, wait, this was, yeah, kind of an issue, but no, I'm happy with it.
Getting a good tank very early on in the draft was the play.
Yeah, I got baited. Like, I'm very bad at these draft things, and I'm like, oh my god, everybody's getting tanks. I gotta get a tank as well. I should have like got some DPS or like supports or something like that. I kind of got baited.
Yeah, Jake and I went tanks first, he had first pick, he went infected. I went Cuffer. I'm like, for tank especially, I did not want to choose a tank that was going to be sharing playtime with anyone else because you don't want to run the risk of like, what if this, like what happened to Matt? He's like, I'll pick KSA. Oh, KSA's benched like 2 weeks in a row. Oh, I'm going to pick Willie's. KSA comes back. He's like, oh, he just had the wrong tank at the wrong time. So the only question mark on my team is Psycho could get benched out for UB, so I'm a little concerned about that one, so I may have to do some subs in and out. I do also...
So far not though, that's 3 weeks, 3 games, and Psycho was 100% playtime.
He just won and got 100% playtime, got a 3-0, so I'm happy with that. So I got to have Rocket and Exodia on the team as well, so just in case. I had to really extend the DPS just in case Psycho gets benched. But everyone else has got full playtime. They don't share playtime with anyone. And very flexible players across the board. The weird thing was last week, somehow, as we saw in the points breakdown, I didn't get that many points despite everyone on my team
so did I.
3-0.
Apparently, if they have 3-0s and they're just stomping, like it's not as much numbers. I don't know.
Meanwhile, by the way,
my pay grade.
Uber was like super down on Tread's like, bro, I gotta get a new tank, man. I gotta do something about Tread. And then last week, Tread got him like 20-something points. Tread got more points than Puffer did last week.
Well, he certainly didn't this week, so let's see how that's gonna look like.
That do be the Genji coin flip. What's funny about this team as well is that Al could see a 3-0 last week against Quick, and that would include the Hollywood game, but Kelix went negative 2.5 in points. So Kelix somehow, despite 3-0, he went negative in points, which is really insane for Uber here.
Yeah, he got that's the mercy penalty.
Yeah,
maybe.
He got the points for him playing mercy.
Rose kind of popped with this.
Climbing.
She picked like 2 hard carry DPS as well that are going to get a ton of points, like Sugar Free and Jwoo. So yeah, kind of beast mode from Rose. What was she? Second?
She got lucky as well with Rhino being subbed in, even though they wanted to play Painkiller yesterday, but Painkiller's internet didn't want to play. So.
Yeah, wait, Rose DDoS Painkiller.
I don't want to throw it out there, but.
She does it, but I remember she had to get
that's really
Rhino a bit later.
Okay, so here
she started on Painkiller. And
here are the standings, not just from last week, but overall from the first 2 weeks combined. So week 3, not calculated it.
Oh, I am so finished.
You're cooked.
I'm at 80 points. We're so
nice.
We're done.
This is basically, imagine the OWCS standings and where the line is for the cutoff. The line is where Matt is. So if you're below Matt is
we
the
just
line.
have
If you're below Matt, you lose. That's the win condition. You're just gonna be above Matt.
Below Matt.
Do not go below Matt. You cannot be below Matt.
I think everyone plays this game very similar. Our main goal is not to win ourselves. It's keep Matt at the bottom and get Johnny out of the top. That's all we ever wanted. That's it.
This is like season 1 Shanghai Dragons. You do not want to be the first team, the first person below Matt. You cannot lose to Matt. Matt is season 1 Shanghai Dragons in our fantasy, okay?
Now, both of our upcoming teams might be feeling the same way about their opponents. It's going to be Team Z against Dildox. One of them has to lose, and the other one will, in effect, be winning the match, because that's how competitions work. So, it's going to be good. Let's take a look at the schedule so you can see what I'm talking about. Team Z, Dildox, is on the docket for a first match in the NA region, and then afterwards, we're going to round out the day with Sakura and Extinction.
Yeah, Z's on my roster too, by the way, so big points here I'm expecting in that Sakura game. But yeah, today is it the day. Yesterday, It was not the day. It was a 3-0 against Steel Ducks. But today might be the day. Like, look, 2 stages, this being their second one, and they've not found a series win. They've got map wins, not this stage. They got map wins last stage, but they just need that dub on the board. I am ready for it to be this week. I hope everybody in the chat is predicting Steel Ducks today as well. The aura is there, but can they actually convert to win?
Well, in Team Z's defense, like their last series, which is that was a tough opponent. They went up against SSG, but even so, on Atlas, that went to 5 points. Like that was not a bad effort. Peace had some huge moments there. I remember vividly the Death Blossom they had on Atlas. It's low-key living rent-free in my head.
It looks good.
Yeah.
I'm just like, they look good on the Reaper, I will say.
I'm worried for the team that loses here because they're still going to be winless. Like we've been talking about, somebody's definitely got to win. So somebody will get their first match win, but somebody's...
We're keeping it very factual. Someone will win.
Man, they just have like this giant loss streak. So now we'll see how this one happens. I think both teams have maybe a potentially similar playstyle here. I've been seeing a decent amount of ball on both sides. So Winston's going to come on both sides as well. So should be an interesting one. It'll be my first.
Yeah, I mean, this is the easiest
well.
match for both of these teams for the remainder of the schedule. So it's this one or none, basically. Now we are proud to be Duck stands here on this very desk and also in chat. Duck is the Ducks are the team of the people, you know. Yesterday, big struggle against Sakura. Okay, did not look super competitive. Razor looked alright on Sim on control. I like that look. That was good. So there was that. After that, kind of slipped out of their hands, did it?
Yeah, the Hollywood especially was a little rough for the Ducks, but it's okay. Look. You just need that one. And also, it's worth pointing out too, neither team have actually won a map yet either. So someone's also going to win their first map, which is also kind of sick. So there's a lot of firsts happening. A lot of cherries be popping today is what I'm saying. And
beautiful.
I think what you're saying is correct, Zoe, as well. Like with the Wrecking Ball, it's been a kind of a hot topic. Like, okay, do we just go with the ball? Do we run with this? Or like something like a Winston? Or are we more of this brawly team? Do we want to play a bit of Hazard, etc.? I think for both these teams, the look has been the Wrecking Ball, a little bit faster stuff, but we know Zeb, as well as Baz, to be fair, can jump on the Orisa too. But so I don't expect that tank pick to actually be that hotly contested in the bans here.
Pretty much, yeah. I think we're going to get a decent amount coming through. And for Steel Ducks, they showed also yesterday some of that Zarya Bastion on opening Lijiang.
They did, yeah.
So, I mean, there's a possibility that they roll through that again, although that's been kind of exposed now in terms of just being put out into the public. So I do wonder what Team Z's response to that will be if it does come through.
Yeah, you know what? We're about to find out. I'm going to be hydrated for this one. I'm locked in and ready for these teams to go because one of them will take a dub. Take it away, guys.
They will. Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, today is the day, Avril. Team Z and Steel Ducks, they will find a win. And they'll not only find a series win, but a map win as well. Is Team Z picking Ilios El Clasico for this stage?
Which is probably not a good map for any Zarya Bastion shenanigans. So, yeah, we'll just remove that one from the equation, which is probably a good call from Team Z. It's like, okay, we saw Steel Ducks play this yesterday, and well, I actually took a round off that, so let's just kind of make sure that we're not even going to go to a map where that could be viable. Let's pick Ilios. We can play ball here. We can play our classic dive picks here. You know, even some of the Reaper stuff, Tracer Genji has been played a decent amount by this team as well. So, yep, happy to see it. How about this? Reaper's just banned out.
From the chat as well. Team Z at 85%. Steel Ducks at 15%. The Ducks are lining up. Yeah, Reaper for Team Z and Lijiang banned for Steel Ducks. So yeah, no Reaper. Okay, Steel Ducks and Team Z played a little bit of Reaper here and there, but for Ilios, I don't think Reaper's that good here. It feels more of a dive, especially if you go.
Well, if you are into a Winston, I think it's pretty good. I think it is pretty good into the Winston specifically. Sure. You're probably more likely team style. Just looking at where teams have been in the past, they've been more wanting to play a lot of Tracer Genji. So this could just be particular in going in that direction. They may be wanting to enable their Winston as well, assume that is going to be played. But I do think both teams have the capability to bring out a ball. So I don't even know that Winston is going to be the primary pick. Yeah, Lijiang has been mostly avoided by Team Z from what I've seen as well. They've been mostly playing Lucio Kiriko, so I'm not too sure if this is going to end up being the most impactful ban coming from Dildux, but is going to remove that from play.
Yeah, it's something we spoke about yesterday, to be fair, in the Team Liquid SSG match, where if you ban all the heaters first, it could be quite tough later on in the series. So if you're expecting it to go super long, then that could be quite painful for you. We're going to load on in. First map here, Dildux and Team Z looking for their first wins, both only the map and the series. Someone's going to get it. Will the 15% be right? Will the value predictors be correct? Or will the majority in Team Z in the chat be correct here? Astro and Baz, I'm not surprised to see a little bit of D.Va either when it comes to this specific point. Lighthouse, especially with D.Va, does feel really strong. Being able to get up to high grounds very quickly can be quite powerful. Although the Wrecking Ball still feels like the better tank currently.
See what Ryan goes here. Most likely going to be the Tracer. Flyers, of course, as we're starting to see, pretty viable on this map as well. Saw a little bit of Farah yesterday, but just even across the board, Farah on Ilios is one of those heroes that can be played, and no surprises, it will basically be the mirror outside of the tanks. Both teams do prefer the Lucio Kiriko in general, but definitely for Team Z, Tracer Genji, the bread and butter.
Seen a little bit of Sombra too as well from Dildux, to be fair, so there's a chance they bring that one out, especially to counteract that ball. To be fair, Astro's just taking a little bit of poke. It looks like they're trying to just flip the map currently. Astro's just kind of rolling around on the point, trying to distract Baz for as long as possible. Looks like Dildux just want to plant themselves on it. However, Baz just going kind of low, ends up just backing up. Same with Carmez as well, to be fair, as the slam from Astro comes in. But you can see the health bars already from Team Z just trickling as Ryan and Peace end up going down.
Last fight, Dildux. Nice opening cleanup there, as Razor is going to be one jumping ahead right now in terms of ult charge, not by a huge amount. We'll see what Team Z's quick response here is going to be. Obviously, we saw a little bit of action on rooftops from Astro, but otherwise, a lot of damage just total onto the team. The backline took a bunch. We just saw all health bars drop extremely quick on Team Z.
Yeah, they're going to pressure the point for the time being, but Team Z are going to walk through cage first. Looks like Baz is going to stop that cap coming through, just putting the D.Va mech on the point, but for Philly ends up going down to Astro of all people. I think they must have been on that high ground there as Astro descends to the point. Baz also extremely low. Healing resources cut to the minimum at this point, with Razor dying too. Very little fight back here from Dildux at all. Can't even get a single pick by the looks of it.
It's what a 5v4 will give you. Now, you take Frothy Philly down straight away. Astro just finds it and then instantly converting on the 5v4. No response from Dildux. Opportunity to drop in the early pulse bomb. Now we're starting to get into the phase of the game where support ultimates, but also looking at Karmas really jumping ahead of Peace by a long shot. Ahead of Cinnabara as well, meaning there's not going to be a lot of counter out of this. Dildux have a clear win condition straight away. To really stop this blade. So all eyes on where Karmas is going to take this.
I definitely have that. Cinnabara got 3 final blows in that last fight as well, doing a sizable amount of damage. Blade for Karmas is going to get popped there. There's 1v1 with Razor and Hanbei on the point. Oh, Karmas is, well, found air. That's about it, unfortunately. Hanbei ends up winning that fight against Razor on the point. Rush 2 is deployed. Pretty easy now for Team Z to just fight on that. Dildux fighting back in without this blade or anything like that is going to be rather tough. Good Suzu to save Cinnabar's life, and they don't even need to drop the sound barrier there to Team Z. They're just happy with the rush trade for the blade.
And Peace survived on 1 HP as well. Got a little bit of green HP towards the end, and our Team Z with a huge cleanup. Dildux never get a chance to use any ultimates. It's Hanbei first on Rush. No response from Dildux. Hope for a lot more coming through from that blade. And again, the blade was used before Team Z had any real response. No sound barrier, no counter blade from Team Z. Nothing that you would imagine should have been super good into the blade, and yet still coming out ahead. Dildux, it's time for the dump ults.
Pretty hard to track people down with that blade as well, to be fair. Cinnabar's in, Peace already pulled that blade, and Red X.
Wait a minute.
That's an Ajax. That must have been. I think. Yep, that's the first one of the day. Dildux end up losing their sound barrier as Peace pops the blade. A valiant response there from Red X, but unfortunately, we'll get a highlight of that later. Team Z now nearing OT, Pulse and Mines available.
We need a admin check on that one. See if a replay ops called that Ajax and confirm it for us, but in fact, either way you cut it, Dildux gonna fall aside on that, and probably we'll see if this rushes enough, but they lose Red X so early, so they're already 5v4.
Yeah, insult to injury there. There is Redx comes back from spawn and instantly dies. Pulse bomb for Ryan now looking at the Tracer. Tracer's also got a pulse bomb in hand. Oh, tries for the ego pulse. You know what? Respect it. There's the cap though, or the TFC is Dilducks don't end up touching, sadly. I think Baz was trying to get there. Everybody was kind of fighting around the back half of the mini pack there, but unfortunate stuff from Dilducks as Team Z clean up that first round.
We saw a Dilducks early fight win as well in the initial opening. Couldn't quite keep that lead going for them. Eventually, ball comp from Team Z surviving. Karma's first blade. Pushing through on their ultimates. Pretty high likelihood that there was a Redix Ajax as well, which doesn't help things. And now we're headed to the second round here where Baz will make the change over towards the Hazard. Be the only change you would imagine for this one. D.Va is probably still fine if that was going to end up being the choice, but for everything else, staying exactly the same here. No long range play for this one. I don't think these teams have subbed in necessarily the pick hits gameplay. Certainly Dilducks don't have juice in, so just sticking over to the double flex.
Yeah, Hazard's definitely an interesting pick. Can be good at the ball, against the ball. Especially if you can land a good jagged wall as Astro tries to escape. There's the first pick by Dilducks. They end up killing Ryan pretty early on. Again, it's kind of the same story that happened on that first round. Very early fight win, and they end up capping. But Team Z, wise though, they do end up backing out really quickly, so it's going to quick regroup for Ryan.
No feed on the ult charge here. Just a one and done. Again, we see Dilducks in a position where they have an early lead. Well, I just have to see if they can maintain that one. And, well, as stream footage catches up, I did in fact confirm it was a Redix Ajax. Very unlucky. So we'll have to see if we get the redemption arc for Redix on this round.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. We'll keep a close eye, don't you worry. Nice little slam down there in the front line. But yeah, Baz, again, it's going to have a decent time against the ball if Astro, like, gives him that. Those jagged walls can be really frustrating for any kind of mobility character that wants to escape the fray. Ryan just still dueling out. This is not been a bloodbath. It's more a bit of a poking duel, kind of waiting for ults at this point. And there you go. First blood drawn as Peace ends up going down. Right, Razor with that pulse bomb. They end up ripping the rush on the point. Looks like Astro just wants to get out. Yeah, complete disengage from Team Z. As soon as they get picked, or as soon as a big ult like that comes out, they're out of there, knowing that they've got one down.
Yeah, they don't have a response anyway because Cinnabar and Hanbei are sort of looking for ultimates for Philly once again. 2 rounds in a row. Super quick to find that rush. Last time Dilducks will be able to keep that momentum going forward, and once more as well on top of that, beyond just looking at the rush, as Khan is a decent, but not a huge, but a decent lead on top of Peace. The difference this time around is that Khames will be playing into Cinema's beaten response. Both the Lucios will have that ready to go.
Yeah, I'm glad we get the Lucio POV. No Blaze yet, although Khames is pretty close. Soundbite for Cinnabar. Maybe in a second. Beat comes in. Okay, both beats connect, but unfortunately for Cinnabar, Peace already dead before that green health could extend towards them. Mines on the point. Philly kills Ryan, and Dilducks, they're looking good. They still got 2 ults in the bank as well. Have the blade. Peace doesn't earn his yet. I mean, 90%. They're just going to quickly clean these mines up. It's going to be a late touch here for Astro. Quickly booped away a couple of times. Manages to get the touch in time. And here comes the blade from Razor. Just kind of just looking at people, waiting for them to come to the point, not overextending with the dashes. Just get a couple of slashes onto Peace, who's closing in on his blade. Cinnabar picked out of the sky, 1 HP. She hurtles towards the sun. Blade popped by Peace, looking for that Lucio now. Turning towards Baz, but that's spike guard. Too much for Peace to kind of carve through. Hanbei and Astro, though, make it a little bit more even for Team Z. Peace now clambering in as Astro picks up a couple. I mean, Ryan, too. Just a team kill between them.
That's another unfortunate blade from Khames, and now Peace gets to return with his own blade after taking quite some time and was quite slow in getting the ult charge. Team Z just managed to hold on. A very struggled touch coming out from Astro, but obviously surviving. He is on a ball. Team Z just, wow, they actually make that comeback happen. Dilducks not able to get the cleanup. Philly, though, once again, it says a gigantic lead. You'd have to imagine this has to be the winning play for them to take us to round 3.
Ooh,
oh, the kill here is crazy, though.
Yeah, slam, and then Ryan's on and off angle. Quick go again, though. Again, you don't really want to... Even trying to force something out here, they dumped all ult, so you just want to chill. Don't give up too much ult charge.
It closes the timing window a little bit, because now Hanbei is a little bit closer to rush in response, and, well, if Dilducks can't quite get a clean fight with Fluffy Philly's ult early, Hanbei is going to be able to have that response. So this
well, there is the rush on the point. 20% for Hanbei, like you were mentioning. Pulse bomb for Razor. They're just all stacking point right now. 4 or 5 members actually just collapsing on it. And there's the cap too. Okay, so Team Z now need a response. They no longer acquiring that percentage. Nice little Spike Guard uses there, trying to at least do a little tickle damage to Astro, but Peace is chased away. Spike Wall finds the kill. Sound Barrier comes in, helps Razor just stick on this backline a little bit longer as the mines get deployed on the point, but the coverage, while it's good, you can still actually contest here if you're the Tracer. Even the downpour for Baz could be rather crucial here for the fight win. Ryan just kind of playing in the mines right now. Very hard for Baz to kind of collapse on the Tracer, but it doesn't matter because Dildux, the rest of the team are doing all the work here. Razor with a double, Ryan with the pulse bomb, hits the stick, but goes down to Frothy Philly as Dildux tie us up.
It was a hard-earned victory for Dildux on that round. I mean, as sort of mentioned here, you do have the Frothy Philly ult coming in eventually. Timing delayed because Redix went down, you have to wait for the reset. And you look over the other side, Team Z. They are, as sort of mentioned, the start of Ruins, and even looking at both rounds so far, some of these moments, they do just have to give it up. They don't have a response yet. The unfortunate thing is, they have to kind of give up the cap, but you need to build time, allow a little bit more time for you to find your own Katsina Russia response. And while there is always a possibility that Team Z find the clutch moment there, I believe they did have a member down, so it might have been a 4v5 from that sort of scenario. Yeah, the only real downside is even if Team Z did win, they had to give up the flip for it, which is a little unfortunate. Dildux finally earned that one. Good to see them be able to have a lead early on and then actually execute for the closing at the end, securing that lead for an actual round win. I'll see if they can maybe get a map win here. Of course, whoever wins this round is going to have their first map win of OWCS Stage 3.
And about time. Astro with a nice little slam. Oh, okay. Wow. Frothy Philly just deleted by Astro and Ryan. Okay, well, I don't think he didn't respond with a Suzu there. That was that quick. Okay, Carmez dead. That was a very quick fight from Team Z. Oh, nice boot. Oh, clambers up. No, still dead.
Dildux actually taking an L for their first opening fight. Typically, they've been actually ahead now. We're not going to see any sort of early ult charge leads from Carmez or Frothy Philly again, which they've been able to get twice in a row now. It's a little concerning for Dildux, given that even when they have the lead, it's a bit of a struggle to hold it. Team Z this time looking strong on the opening.
Ew, okay, yeah, pretty low. That'd have been scary there for Red X. Frothy Philly not quite in LOS. Nice slam again from Astro, really kind of disrupting this rotation. Okay. Although Karmas does end up using that Swift Strike to kill Peace. Wall is going to stop Astro's escape there. Luckily gets a grapple and gets out of there regardless, but Red X also finds a kill. The slam kill on Frothy Philly again. Astro with a personal vendetta against the Kiriko.
It's a nice reset. It's kind of trade on to Astro. Will slow things down a little bit. Frothy Philly will obviously be able to TP back into point. He is going to be trailing a little bit compared to Harmbase, so you know he's starting to have this time go by and waiting for first ult to come through. Will be the Tracers, but the more important also you have to talk about is definitely going to be on the support side of things. The Frothy Philly just barely behind the end.
Yeah, Rex almost got picked there as well by Astro. He's been really good at actually finding isolated players. Speaking of which, there's a pick. My goodness, it's Baz dead too is going to be pretty much game over for Team Z here in this fight. Frothy Philly's been chased away. No Suzu, no Swift Step. Sound Barrier comes in to try and make it even though his Harmbase does end up going down to a collapse from Team Z on the back line. Grants him at least one kill. Mind slam on the point, but actually finishing this fight's going to be tough. I mean, even without the healers, the comp is so self-sustaining for Team Z that they could just stay in the fight regardless. Baz has rejoined the fray here as Rush is laid down on the point. The mines still make it a little bit difficult here to operate for Dildux, but they're going to be disappearing in just a moment, especially after that recent patch. Astro goes in for another slam. Sound Barrier for Cinema almost got pooped away into the pit there, but does manage to get it off. Frothy Philly falls once more, and Red X and Razor actually capitalize on that downpour from Baz. A final goodbye there as Baz also ends up falling over, but the rest of his team might have done enough work, but Dildux this entire time still have the point. Eventually, Red X and Carmez clean up and cap, but that's Dildux with 81%.
It seemed like Baz was the only that actually managed to get a high value ultimate there because it was a 4-man beat from Red X. No tank available. Baz already went down. And as you sort of mentioned, the most important thing is the flip came through. So Team Z, it's not like they're extending the fight to save percentage points. They were losing percentage points the whole time. Dropped them 2 support ultimates. And that could have gone extremely poorly if it wasn't for the downpour actually connecting, allowing the kills to come on through. Team Z would have probably lost that fight without any value on the double support ultimates, which would have been tragic.
Oh, placement pot for Peace as well. Everybody's kind of trapped in the cage here. They are definitely full of rage now as Carmez just could not escape. Team Z are just going to get, well, eviscerated by Ryan. Nice work. And look, Dildux now at 85%. This is going to be last touch. You need to die right now. You need to get out. A good little stick. Spike Guard, though, comes up for Bash just in time, but still the pressure is there. Peace picks him off. 5% to go now is Dildux going to be able to close out this round with their first map win, potentially, on Ilios. Ready to just get a final touch there, though, Avril.
Might not be enough. Kame's a super low Baz coming back on a tank.
Stick.
They need support ultimates. Redix is dead.
This is Redix goes down, and yeah, there's going to be Baz here with the touch on the board, but Profivili also falling.
Support.
And he does end up getting a nice little slam kill with some additional shields there to sustain, but there's no supports left for Team Z. Their lifelines are slowly waning. The Mind's kill on Razor, and Baz bites the dust as Team Z will come out on top with their first map win of OWCS Stage 2.
Things got really scrappy on that third and
Stage
final round,
3.
but you could even see in that opening round, Team Z, their capability of clutching when it matters, and we're still seeing Dildux in positions where they have leads early but sort of struggle or maybe fail to close them out sometimes. Super late death by Baz being caught out towards the end there at about the 85% mark for Team Z. You lose your tank at that stage. It's rough going in the 4v5, and you don't have a support ult at that stage to be able to at least sustain you through. That would have been where you're like, okay, if Redix and Profivili got anything, this would be the time to use it. 4-man ult doesn't matter. You gotta save the day, but I'm still a little critical of them using the ults in the previous fight the way they did. Baz went down, and then the call came through. Redix like, we're gonna 4-man beat this one, but hang on a second, your chance of winning this one, even with the beat, not particularly high. You don't have a tank, and most importantly, you don't have the actual capture point itself. So it's a super high risk play. Here's the Ajax, of course. We got the replay on that one. And Peach just goes for a slash underneath Redix. And of course, yeah, that also happened in round 1, which doesn't really help for the case of Dildux. But tempo-wise, it was very risky for them to double support all 4v5. And again, really what saved them was the Baz downpour. If that didn't happen and that didn't connect the way it did, that round on well could have gone a lot poorer. And it unfortunately did end up going quite poor.
Well, there it is. First map win in Stage 3. I keep saying Stage 2, and I want to go back in time, but I can't, unfortunately. Not like Tracer, sadly. But, I mean, look, at the end of the day, someone's also got to win a series here, too. It was going to be a close series, and I'm glad it is this close. But, yeah, I think Redix got picked on a little bit. I mean, coming up with the most deaths in the lobby, about 10 on the Lucio. Could be tough to kind of navigate, especially with how fast a lot of the tank picks are nowadays. They're just kind of slammed and then caught off by a Tracer, like... Yeah, Redix a little bullied in that map.
Just we're starting to see as well, like definitely in some of these control rounds, probably some of the ult challenges not as quick as I would like to see. You're getting several fights deep and still not quite getting towards some of these ultimates at a timely manner. And you start to see some of the gaps come through as well, where a player like Profivili does find an actual timing, and then that ends up being, you know, a pretty large difference maker. So I think that may continue a decent amount here, where, you know, to be just completely clear, no disrespect to teams, but big difference between watching this and our 5 map from yesterday between like the super high level teams, where you're seeing a lot of these ultimates come in way quicker as the fights come through. 1 fight, 2 fights in, you're about to see an ultimate. So like, yeah, the timings are definitely going to be a little bit different in this series compared to like the very high level, the very top teams.
Well, don't forget to pick up your tickets to the World Finals. There is a theoretical chance that Dildux / Team Z do end up making it, so you're going to want to be there if they do. So yeah, make sure you go pick them up right now. Times are ticking. It's in November, almost at the very end, so you haven't got long left, and the tickets sell out pretty quickly, so make sure you get on that ASAP. You can see the link down there or check on the socials.
What if one of these two teams spreads correctly for the DHL thread, and then, you know, they can cargo.
Oh, and they get it. I don't think you could then also roll that into, hey, can we play as well? Hey guys, can we just be inserted into the bracket?
They won't go to player, they'll go to spectator, unfortunately.
Yeah.
DHL do have a giant ass. They have a big plane. They got planes of their own planes for international cargo, obviously. So that is a thing. So that aside, that's how you take it.
You saying you're just going to stuff them in the cargo hold? Is that what you're saying?
There's a lot of room there. There's a lot of room there. It's a plane dedicated only to cargo, but We will see what happens now. Kings Row coming on through. I am curious about where Baz specifically on the tank position is going to take us hero-wise, because again, I see Kings Row, I see Zarya, I see Baz yesterday performing quite well in Zarya, and I'm thinking this is a good opportunity for Dildux to go and look at that again. Maybe not necessarily Zarya Bastion, some type of Zarya comp could be the call here.
Yeah, I would love to see the Bastion again, to be honest. The Bastion sim has been kind of creeping up in popularity through a few different teams and a couple of different regions too. So yeah, maybe that's possible. Has there been any Bastion sim in Korea recently?
I think there's been like one mini Bastion, but I don't think they really take Bastion seriously. I don't either. I don't think Kings Row is really a Bastion map. I think Hanzo would any sort of spam character would feast on Bastion on.
Yeah, that is
like
true.
Kings Row. I think it's a little too narrow, and Bastion's giant hitbox will just be the end of him. So that's a problem. D.Va's quite
Although
nice
they
here.
did
I think Baz is
reduce the
hero
hitbox recently. I'm just saying, by like 10% or whatever it was.
Yeah, you're gonna need a little bit more reduction than that. Bastion's gotta slow down.
The Hanzo is just so strong. I mean, look at Tree from yesterday, even like dominates on the Hanzo on this map. It's going to be a Winston ban for Dildux first, and then a Lucio ban for Team Z.
Winston ban could be also his Zarya Protect here. Really opens up what Baz can play. So I'm already starting to see the fact that the Winston target goes on through. Lucio, we're basically going to end up seeing Lijiang, or actually potentially even Ana. We have seen a decent amount of Ana come through on Kings Row, but no Winston to be paired with the Ana definitely is going to nerf Ana a little bit. You lose one of your highest value nano targets. So it's either going to be the Lijiang Kiriko or potentially an Ana Kiriko to come on through. That's what I'm seeing on the support side of things.
Yeah, even Ana Lijiang's pretty decent. Two ways to amp healing is kind of crazy. Amp healing is just so powerful. And then being able to also use the shift to get away on the Lijiang too, around all these corners as well. Another good, very good spam character too. Talking about Hanzo being a good spam character, Lijiang is up there, especially on the support role.
Yep. See if anybody would play Symmetra here as well. A decent Symmetra map to come on in. Astra, of course. No Winston, but up for the D.Va. So nice to see our tank swapping between the main and off tank kind of hero types. Not as familiar with Astro's hero pool, but certainly we've seen Baz jump between a few different looks so far. Pharah being hovered here for Razor is quite interesting because aside from the D.Va, I think the Pharah has a pretty free matchup here.
Dude, least annoying spam in Overwatch.
New spamable voice line unlocked.
Least annoying spam.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that one.
Thanks, Ryan.
That one from Ryan. So of course it'll be the Lijiang Kiriko. And it could be fine here, but without the Winston, I think the value is certainly lower. It will not be a far, at least not yet. And as I sort of predicted here, the Baz Zarya comes on in. Kames to follow through, a little bit of support on Zarya playing Reaper.
All right, I'm liking this though from Kames. Got banned out in map number 1. I think the Reaper's been really good. I think in general, Reaper decent on this map. Tough against the D.Va, however, but if you can just kind of honestly burn the Matrix yourself, if you're just stood in front of the D.Va, she's not going to want to take any shots from you, so you kind of help your team that way. And the high ground control here is going to be really nice. Putting up Lijiang here behind Razor and then having the Reaper just kind of march on forward is a tough high ground to actually defend, and you can already see Team Z kind of opting against that, especially Cinnabar, who's now up in the top window.
And Dildux mostly focusing on the ground game at the moment. Not a lot of attempts to try and go high ground. We saw a lot on this map yesterday on the attacking side. Even when Infector was playing the Ram, he was very aggressive and trying to just walk his Ram up to the high ground. Speaking of walking in, it's just Razor walk on the Cinnabar.
Just walked. Yeah, that was it. Kames just walked forward, ignored the Genji completely, and then Razor helped finish off a couple of kills. Hello. Goodbye, Hanbei. 1 HP. Yeah. Yeah, you love to see that. It's like we saw last week with a team TPing in front. It was Team Z, actually. It was, I forget who it was. I think it was Peace, like TPing in front of Hawk as he was playing Hog, and then Hawk just died because he was looking for a hook on the TP.
Team Z going to change up the comps a little bit. Astra now into Ram. Let's see how Dildux respond, and they're listening.
Easy. What the fuck?
Deck on space, Kames.
Okay, he's not here, yeah. I just need to be careful of somebody top left. If anybody sees anything, let me know.
Can you not be?
Can you trade left side?
Keep you trade left.
Rim's here, Rim's here.
Alright, can you
Make
bubble?
sure
Bubble?
from angling together, okay? Be careful. No buffs,
No,
no buffs.
No.
I'm they're gonna rush on their rim when he forms and just shoot him, and if he blocks him, he dies. You can go dash, alright?
I'm going top, I'm going top.
Bub.
Bub.
Rim, do you wanna go in my ult?
Right there, trade one.
Right low.
Heal me.
I have another. Oh, yeah. Ram one.
Walk me high.
Nice. I'm walking. I'm slow though.
Get you one.
I'm looking what's behind.
Get you real on top.
Get you on car. 1-1.
Henry.
Trade one. Beautiful. Nice. Well played. Really good. Okay, we have a lot of ults. Good shit, Conrad. Keep this up. I like this play. Three car.
I'll go for it.
I'm shooting up a little bit.
I'm gonna TP high.
Kamez didn't even need the Tidal Blast there at all. He just kind of walked into the back of Cinnabar and shot them twice in the head, and that was it. Nice little kill at the very end on Astra, of course, with the explosive damage, but, I mean, that was pretty easy for Dildux, in all honesty. There's going to be a retouch here as Astra kind of steps up. Team C got so many ults. Tidal Blast onto the Tracer. Ryan knocks down Red X, but can't quite finish off the kill. No pulse bomb there for Ryan. He didn't end up throwing it in. Might not matter in the end, though, as Baz and Kamez end up falling over on the point. That rush from Hanbei still too strong. You're expecting Ryan to get the kill there, but it's all good. The rest of the team cleaned up.
6% away as Baz from Grav as well, which could have been a potential game changer. The fact that Ryan didn't get the kill there, if Dildux were able to hold their front line, Grav in that situation, play off Kamez, would have been quite a nice win. Of course, once Redix get ultimate, you have Baz and Redix able to pop bubbles onto Kamez or anyone else. It is basically double bubble at this stage, making Kamez very difficult to kill, but seems he will finally stabilize slightly here. Blade coming through next.
Yeah, you can see a lot of the time, as soon as Kamez ends a green bubble, they just insta-burn it down. You cannot let the Reaper stay around. Forcing the shift is top priority. Suzu used. Oh, this is a free grab, yeah. They used the Suzu, and oh, what can you do now? Almost absolutely nothing. Luckily, though, for Astro's got the emergency kill switch there, and it ends up using that Annihilation to stay alive in the grab. Unlucky for Peace, though, he ends up getting lasered down. Good response from Team Z.
I don't think Baz's energy was that high, unfortunately. The grab does connect, but Astro's in Nemesis form with the Annihilation, completely blocking, still dealing damage. Kamez in the front trying to get that kill onto Astro, but just not doing enough damage there. They've already lost a player. It was a 4v5 when the grab came on through, so Dildux not getting the most out of that potential play that could have been a winner for them. Every time Baz gets reset here as well, yeah, the damage on his Zarya is just going to not be where they want it to be.
You're expecting this Zarya uptime to be near 100 energy because of the amount of bubbles they're giving to the Reaper. Good kill on the Ryan, though. Baz just whips around 180, hits a right click. Kamez now putting himself into position where he can use the Death Blossom. Yeah, straight on top of Astro's heads. There is a Tidal Blast, though, onto Pieces. Actually popped the blade in the back line. An easy double kill for Cinnabar. Robbie Philly and Redx was so low from Beast. That's an explosive double there of Cinnabar. We'll take the credit for that. Easy peasy. 1 minute and 30 seconds remains as Baz is on the point. Looks like Hanbei wants to guarantee the win here. Does end up using that rush.
What a support play coming through from Team Z. Cinnabar popping Tidal Blast onto Peace, who delivers the exploding bubble onto the backline and just gets mega value and blading as well. That is scary to run into. It's a Genji with a ton of HP, explosivity with knockdown, and then the slash as well. Yeah, Dildux not surviving that one. If your backline gets caught, and Baz will take the swap over to the Malga now, which is quite interesting. Malga not particularly strong in this meta, so I don't think this is a great pick. A minute left to play through. Kamez delivering.
Tidal Blast. Yep, gets it. Well, someone got knocked down. I think that was Baz in the end, who just runs through the shield. Astro under a little bit of duress there, and he will be with this Malga on the field now. Looks like Dildux are going to be able to cap in at the end. Just one final hurrah for Hanbei. No TP available either. No, there it is. Okay, the cap for Dildux. They got 2 minutes for third.
That was actually, I think, a double knockdown. Real CC watch moment for Astro. Eats a charge from Baz, gets knocked down by that, then eats exploding Tidal Blast, gets knocked out again. So no chance there. Couldn't play the game for a reasonable amount of time. Astro out of the picture means cap for Dildux. And again, I think could be a little bit of risk playing with Algo, but they are currently winning. They're winning the poke battle massively. Team Z, they're not currently playing anything that would put the pressure on this Malga, so Baz is gonna get away with it unless Team Z make changes.
Yeah, I mean, there's, like you said, a good amount of spam from Astro, but that's really about it. So the pressure, definitely minimal. And Philly can kind of step up to the plate, just walk forward, hit the rush, push forward, and that's exactly what they're going to do, yeah? Astro instantly has to pop that Nemesis form, still got that Annihilation, but Razor's going to use this as a good opportunity just to kind of shoot the shoot the Ram as much as possible. Tidal Blast in the back line, Ryan guaranteeing the kill this time around. Nice little clip into Renex's head. Might even look for a double here as Razor goes pretty low. All right, they have the response required. Tidal Blast and Annihilation ripped for the rush on the side of Dildux.
Yep. Good response there. Dildux were looking for the victory position. We've nearly got a cap here as well. Less than 1 minute to play through, but Payload was basically at the end there, and, well, the carpet of the Kitsune rush trying to just escort the payload to its finality. Team C still holding on strong. They have their own rush in response. So waiting to see what happens when this Cage eventually gets played in. Cage on the point for a final fight on the actual cap itself. Very strong.
That's an early shift use actually by Karmez. Got to be careful now, even TPing into the backline here. Wave does end up connecting. As the Wraith walk in about a second. There it is. Okay, available now. Ends up using it to get away. Definitely min-maxing that CD. Peace trying to punish the Reaper there. It's actually Racer that falls down first. Tidal Blast on Karmez. Knocks down Astro, but a quick Suzu's going to repair that just in time. And now Peace with the blade too. This is all falling apart for Dildux with only 5 seconds in the time bank. The Cage does end up getting deployed, but Karmez hasn't got the ult. Like, died with ult, in fact. OT for Dildux. And yep, that's one sad Tracer, unfortunately. 3 kills on the spot. That was the play there for Dildux as well, after all. They wanted to jump in, Cage, hit the death bottom, and then win from there, but you just get picked.
Any combination of ultimates there, they essentially had the pick of the litter in terms of how they wanted to play that last fight, but one thing you cannot afford is a -1 where you just lose a player and now it's a 4 versus 5. Karmez couldn't deliver the bubble deep into the team fight at all, only dropped it on top of Astro. I actually wouldn't have minded seeing Tidal Blast being put onto Baz, who then charges in with the bubble into the back line. You get a knockdown into another knockdown into a Cage, and that could be a fight win there. But yeah, absolutely losing a player early is going to hurt. And sometimes this is what happens to Tracers. I think Kings Row C is a little rough for Tracers sometimes. You don't really have that many flanking positions, not many places you can go. And so as choky as Kings Row is, you're just kind of there, and you cop a stray shot from somewhere and you get taken down at the wrong time. That ends up being the entire push sacrifice. And well, to be honest, I wasn't a true believer in the Malga anyway. I thought there was a huge risk from Baz and didn't quite end up working out for Dildux in the end.
Man, it looks so good though. They ended up Tidal Blasting, but Astro, I believe Astro got knocked down. Hanbei used the Suzu, then Rush.
Only one knockdown.
Yeah. And then even then, it's like, okay, it's still a tank, right? So you
Exactly.
have to burst through the armor. Yeah, it's not ideal. So look what Team C have on their attack, though. Quick peek out with the Widow and the Hanzo. We'll see if Peace ends up sticking. Could do again. Very powerful on this map, but yeah, much preferring the dive DPS.
Let's try this time on the D.Va. Baz sticking through on the hazard. Might end up either team going towards the Ram a little bit later on in the map. Karmez taking a bunch of damage early on. No high ground play here. Both teams just full stacking ground on the floor.
Oh, fight's done. That was very quick. Baz just uses Spike Guard, and then 5 players are just looking at it. Man, Baz dies. This is, I think, Dildux giving up this first point. Yeah, Karmez can't even stick around. This fight was way too fast. There's no recontest.
Karmez no swap here, just be Baz. I don't think Karmez went down actually, so we'll have to see what happens a little bit later on. But that was quick. Like I sort of mentioned as well, there was no real high ground control. I suppose Dildux are not running the type of composition where they're relying on it. They have a dive comp, or at least had. Everyone's basically in position to just dive on in. It will only be the supports playing from high ground, if that. So yeah, it was a very curious Kings Row fight, which is like a pure 5v5 on the floor. And as also mentioned here, we do now see the swap from Astro onto Ram from B and onwards.
Oh, hello. Yeah, quick bubble there required to get Karmez out of danger. Both bubbles already used though, and that's going to be a green flag, a go symbol for Team Z. They don't end up pushing it too far up. It looks like Astro took a bit too much damage, but that does mean that they got a lot of healing value from this. So Hanbei's going to have this ult real fast.
Response though. Oh, the Ryan kill.
Instantly. That was like pressing Q and Ryan died at the same time. Good kill onto Baz though. Tidal Blast onto Carmez. Tries to get to the back line, but a Ravenous Vortex actually stops that Genji from even dashing in or getting anywhere close to the back line. Still scrappy trades though as Peace also falls, but with Carmez basically alone now, they have to back off with a blade.
And a late kill onto Razor here. That's going to cause some problems. Team Z, a lot of free time on payload. A lot of free time pushing up here. Did not get to see high value. Yeah, you did call it Vortex, but I think Carmez, I don't know if he actually had a dash anyway. A Swift Strike, you probably would have expected him to use it a little bit quicker earlier on. He will be able to initiate a final touch here, and should be Blade.
Oh, Tidal Blast Blade again. Oh, well, where'd they go? It's all good though. Still got the Blade damage in. Nice little double slash on the backline there, but you need to actually follow that up with some kills. Carmez just gets dominated by Cinnabar. Beautiful arcing over the orbs up onto that high ground. In fact, they end up finding 2 kills. Both DPS dead. Team Z with a 5-minute time bank. Just a monumental effort here to push. As Dildux, they're swapping up.
I mean, it's swapping up massively, but let's talk about the fact that with this 5-minute time bank, heavily likely that Team Z, I mean, actually, it doesn't even matter anymore because they don't need to finish the map. They just need a cap, and that's more than likely going to happen. But even if Dildux finish the map, Team Z, if they finish and cap, it would be like a draw every scenario. So this is really rough for Dildux. They're going to go through on their Lijiang comp from yesterday. Let's see if this one can actually work.
Oh, Annihilation for Astro is going to make it rather difficult, and Carmez is already dead. A trade for Ryan, teleport to safety for Baz, but okay, that was... Wait, did Baz fall off the map or did they right-click themselves? Okay, whoops. Well, I think that's just going to be game over regardless. Yep, their teleporter on the point is going to provide a little bit of help there for Dildux, but a rush on top. And Carmez jumping over to the Widowmaker is going to get taken down in the spawn by Peace. There's just too much now. Although the Venomone does end up killing the Genji. Hang on a second here. I've spoken a little bit too soon. Baz on the Doomfist comes back, gets another touch. There's a meter and a bit to go. A nice little punch into the wall onto Hanbei. It's only the Ram surviving. Venomine clutch for Dildux.
I certainly needed that. I certainly needed that. I'll tell you what, Dildux, a rough situation. It was looking all but over. Team Z's had good membership alive. Payload basically at the end. Dildux on full respawns, but respawn advantage eventually comes on through, and yeah, you caught it. The Venomine actually brings some value there. Baz, he's not going to go back to spawn and swap after winning the fight. He's going to stay on the Doom, which, curious, not too sure if this is going to end up finding value or not. They will have an orbital ray to play through. Their comp is a bit of a mishmash now. It's not really a comp that you would typically see that makes a lot of sense, but they kind of force to play it.
Tidal Blast and Blade again for Peace, looking for somebody. Where are the knockdowns? So, well, they don't end up happening, but he's still got the Blade. He's chasing people. Oh, Peace, that was a very sad Blade Tidal Blast. Yeah, the Blade Blast getting 0. Sadly, Carmez, though, picks up 2. Still, spawn advantage here, and with Baz alive, it's going to be tough for Team Z to stick around in this fight. It's a bit of a mismatch comp, but right now it is working out for them. Very solo queue-esque, it feels like. Ryan does kill Frothy Philly, so again, big trades. Razor spawn, though, so emergency wall can be deployed, but it looks like they're not going to need it, at least not right now.
Well, they can't push over this. Team Z will just collect an extra kill from Ryan towards the end, but yeah, we're starting to really just see fumbles on this bubble blade sort of situation. Peace is even just going to swap off the Genji entirely. Outside of that one double kill from Cinnabar early on, just hasn't worked out.
Oh, Red X actually takes that teleport solo there for Dildux. Pulse bomb in the hands of Orion. No block now available for the Doomfist. Could be a good target to go for, although Carmez sitting in the front line. Ryan with a nice stick. Ends up getting punched into the wall, but has a recall just for safety. But their wall does end up getting deployed by Dildux. Good luck fighting through this now, and Team Z know it as they end up backing off. Even Baz there used the Meteor Strike to scare people away.
Now they're really playing the timer down. Remember, when they actually clutched up that fight with the Venomine, they had about 4 minutes left, Team Z. Now we're getting down to 2-minute mark, so more than half the total time for 5 minutes is gone. And Baz is still making the Doomfist work for now. He's got an empowered punch, looking for the back line, surely. Oh, we'll get nothing.
Yeah, narrow miss there. Wanted to try and get an environmental on Astro. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, this time bank is ticking down. Although, saying that, yep, there's the rush. Tidal Blast and Cinnabar in a couple of moments as well, and the Annihilation to stick on the points. A little turret there, just kind of tickling Astro in the back of the head. Frothy Philly going down, Tidal Blast on the Tracer, and that one connects. Easy kill for Ryan onto Carmez, and that will be all she wrote for Dildux. Team Z are going to find themselves a match point in the series.
It's not a bad hold, Jack. It's 3.5 minutes, but the issue is it was 5 total minutes in the time bank. So there is a world where I think Dilducks can win this map. Unfortunately, they're still winless in the stage so far. Can't quite get a map. You don't want to see them get 0-3 again. That was... It was competitive except for the fact that A and B were just no-shows from Dilducks. And if those 2 points, they were able to squeeze in a little bit more, you know, defense in there, a couple more resets, forcing Team Z to just reset a few more times to bleed the timer down, a 3.5 minute defense on C would have secured them the map win. 5 minutes to not even having to finish the map is just insane, though. And this is even considering the fact that they, in my eyes, looked like they were going to lose the map a lot earlier on, but then ended up clutching it. So we're actually starting to see now some of that clutch potential come through from Dilducks when, you know, earlier on, yesterday included, maybe across the stage, there have been too many moments where even when they've had leads, they've not been able to sort of secure those leads. We're also starting to see maybe some misplays coming through from Team Z as well. Again, outside the one, I think this is actually in the replay now, this is a double kill on the Tidal Blast with the Dragon Blade. But aside from that, you have the entire tail side of the coin being flipped with Peace, takes the same Tidal Blast with the Blade and gets nothing. In fact, he's just like looking at the map, like, wait, where is everyone? I can't find a single player. Didn't even get a single slash off. So it's like 2 wasted ultimates at the same time, and that also can't happen.
Last time Dilducks won a map in OWCS, 25th of May against Supernova in Stage 2. Oh, that's a very zoomed in replay. Oh, the Zarya! Oh, she did end up... She TP'd and then fell off the map.
Oh, trolled by the TP? No.
Yeah, actually trolled by the TP. Oh, that is painful to watch.
Who did that last stage? There was I swear it was one of the good teams that actually did it. Why do I think it was like... It was one of the EMEA teams on Rudisapi, near the water wheel. I think it was Gen G. I think it was Who Are You TP'd himself off the map.
Yes, it was Who Are You.
Because of the TP perk, and he didn't realize how long the range was, and he TP'd himself off the map. So at least that was a self-troll. This one was a team troll. It's like, oops, I just TP'd my tank off the map. Good one. Unfortunately.
They're like, I gotta get out. They're like, there's a TP right there. And then they take the TP and it's like, oh, it's like 1 inch from the pitch below.
So again, we asked the question, where are you? Where is Who Are You? He's still off the map in Rudisapi. That's where you can find him, unfortunately.
Where's Stitch, bro? That's what I'm saying. Last seen on Washington Justice in 2020. That's what I want to know. Look, Dilducks, I will tell you the map that they won. And yeah, I'm sure maybe with Libero. I don't know. Crypto Millionaire. Dilducks won. The lore is there. There's deep lore behind that. It was Circuit Royale, by the way, which was the map that they won against Supernova in week 3, May 25th. So, Circuit Royale. Is it even in the pool? I don't think it is.
It is not.
Which is a little unfortunate for Dilducks. But like you said, I think this is a lot closer, even considering that 5-minute time bank going into third. Let's have a look at said map pool at Junkertown, Rialto, and Watchpoint Gibraltar. So maybe we do go to an escort here if you're Dilducks. It's going to be Saravasa. Maybe not.
They're just not doing themselves any favors when they have the capability, Dilducks, I'm speaking of, the capability of like sometimes being able to clutch out the game, being able to like hold really tense situations. Like, yeah, we're like 2 meters away from being capped out, then we hold 3.5 minutes. But that all goes to waste when the setup for that moment is, oh, we didn't have a defense on A or B at all, like 0 defense. So you can sort of see where Dilducks can get the win, but like the 70% of the map leading up to that good moment wasn't good enough. So Saravasa now, I would really like to see if Dilducks can maybe hold a decent lead on this map and then close it out. We've seen Dilducks lead before. They're going to ban out Tracer earlier on. What does that mean? We're going to play possibly Reaper, Genji, Sim is a possibility as well. Zarya being banned means that we're not going to see any of the Zarya Bastion kind of stuff. So if Dilducks were going to do the Zarya Bastion Sim stuff, that's out of the picture now, which also means I'm pretty sure Bastion's out of the picture in general without the Zarya, the sort of grab combo and just having that brawl. Yeah, what else can they really do here? I hope we don't see them Algo again. The possibility of Ball is on the table for these teams, I will admit, but no Tracer definitely means your dive potential is weakened somewhat.
Yeah, I think Ball makes a lot of sense there. I think still having the Reaper not too bad. You can still run Reaper, Genji, Ball. Like, it's not out of the question. If you really want to run Winston, you can too. I think it's too far of a shot, to be honest. Even Hazard as well, like Reaper, Hazard.
Not quite as cool because you don't have the bubble support. I think you really do want the bubble support if possible. Yeah, I also do think teams these two teams, I feel, are going to go back to Lucio Kiriko. I get the feeling neither team really wants to play Lijiang. I think they're both more comfortable on the Lucio Kiri comp, so I'm expecting that to come through as well. I'm also sort of getting the feeling that Team Z potentially wants to do a bit of a Winston here. I don't know why, I get that gut feeling from Team Z.
Winston or a Diva, maybe? Zarya ban would definitely help that. We'll see. Suravasa, map number 3, greeted by the pigeons. Only a singular. Oh, no, wait, there's 3. Astro blocking the ball, and Baz with the hog. Wait a second here. Oh, well, he's
Could be a read. I mean, either team could actually go for the bash. I mean, it was actually a hog with Sombra being hovered over, which is like, okay, we really think they're going to play ball. Actually, but Baz is going to be a little bit more calm about things and be like, okay, well, if they're not on a ball, we don't want to all in on an anti-ball before we actually find out what it is. So let's start on the hazard, see how things go. They could even just keep Kames on the sim if they want to, but yeah, no sim here. Sombra's going to come on through, so well read by Razor. They at least got 1 ball counter.
Yeah, and you made the correct read as well, like both teams preferring the Lucios. Redex and Cinema are definitely more Lucio players, I feel like, than Lijiang players. Comfort here is going to be important, especially as you are facing another loss, unfortunately, for Dildux. But Team Z looking like their first win, maybe, in stage 3. Got it right that time.
Especially in a situation where, like, you're running out of teams where you can get wins off. I'm not even just talking about series, I'm talking about now map wins as well. Astro's going to take Kames down early, and what Dildux, they want to counter the ball. Astro's running free.
The ball. Yeah, Redex dead. Baz down. Oh, dear. Very quick death here for Dildux. All good. Just randomly picked as Team Z. They can set up super far forward as well. I mean, not how you can get scouted by the Sombra, but kind of crunching them on the approach, especially with the Reaper, is just so valuable.
Yep. It's been a struggle so far on our opening first fight. And both teams playing somewhat similar types of compositions. Ultimately, it is just dive. You know, it's just no for a dive. Okay, and Razor's
Razor's dead.
He's losing the duel to the Genji, unfortunately. A little bit of help from Cinnabar.
Yeah, I need a good virus connection, but yeah, just even that trickling heal, like the small bits of heals that Lucio comes in with, it's a little bit too much for the Sombra sometimes.
No coordination in terms of the dive with anyone else from Dildux. You would like to see Kames or Baz join in on that play. But this is a cleanup. This is a full round victory. So I'm not feeling good about Dildux, man. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Their chance of winning the map based on how this is going is looking slim. I don't want to see them get 0-3'd.
Damn, sad rose emoji. Let's get Team Z listening. They got 3 ults for this next push.
They don't fight too strong, guys. I'm flanking.
They have something.
Queen.
Okay. Oh, Queen. I want to cure when they Let's cure when they switch with their V back, okay? All you gotta do.
Going now. Slime carry.
I need help. I need help.
Running in the rush.
Don't have V. I'm on the Queen on me.
Queen alone.
No, bro.
I'm killing Queen. I'm killing Queen.
Stable. We have her. We're stable. Have a ball.
Group point.
Cure one. Queen main. Turning Queen.
Nice. Alright, we're good for a B push this fight.
Yeah, we are. Shoot our Genji. He has fucking blade.
Serum set up top left.
Yeah.
Coming main, I think.
Yeah, walk him in.
Yeah, they're walking.
Yeah.
Right?
They're going right.
One side, Lulu.
Oh, I gotta kill the. Tether bites in. Cure one. Genji one.
Genji above, concern.
Really one.
Help Homelander.
Oh, Mimi. Yeah, help fucking Homelander. No, I'm Cure one. He's accurate. He's accurate.
What is happening in the comps? Also, someone's keyboard is very loud. I just want to point that out. I like how Razor's also using the emote, the third-person peek as well on the corner. Looks pretty chill, and that might just be a kill on the Queen too. Yeah, the walking into the wall is honestly good strat. Apart from if you're Shockwave and you get TP'd on.
Yeah, Redex is about to die here as well. Probably Philly's already gone. Doesn't even get a chance to use the rush, which means well, Carmes is doing a little something, but it's 3 versus 3 with the even the
They got Queen ult. Oh, Queen Baz just Queen ulted off the map.
Honestly, reset. I'm gonna be real. This is one of the few times. This is one of the few. Yeah, just Rampage the reset. He should go hog.
Okay, sure.
One of the few times where I genuinely think Baz, if you're gonna play hook character, you've got to play something into the ball. I assume he's doing this because of the ball. Play the hog instead of the Queen. Hog is genuinely stronger than Queen right now in the meta.
Yeah.
I don't. Baz is coming through with a little weird picks today that I'm not a fan of. And Dildux, this is it. This is the final opportunity. Not only are they at risk getting 3-0 in the series, but maybe even just in the final map as well. They don't look like they're getting a single round here.
Ryan with some decent damage at the front line, but it's going to get popped though. Cinnabar helping finish off the kill onto Red X. A lot of resets here for Peace. Yeah, Frothy Philly. Unfortunately, bit by their own kunai there as the reflect came straight into their brain. Mine's on the point though. Carmes is still in this fight, but extremely low. Yeah, at least they force Astra to use mines, I guess, but yeah, it's not a clean fight. And Bash is just operating the Queen against this comp is like, who are you shooting at? Like, good luck. You can't get on top of anybody.
It's tough, man. Like, even if you hook the ball, you knife the ball, but what can you really do there? It's not as strong as the hog hook into just the meat shot from the left. Like, Queen just doesn't do that versus the ball at all. Cinnabar is Locust. There's opportunity for Dildux to maybe get a 1+.
And Astro's just kind of spinning to win. Oh, whoa. Okay, well, hang on a second here. A little bit
spinning
too much spinning and not enough winning.
Got a little
yeah, Red X ends up going down. That Carnage ends up swinging through the ghostly form of Reaper. As he hits the shift, there's the flip for Dildux, but honestly, Team Z making this a little bit scrappy. They do end up getting, what, like almost 70% for that, so you're not too mad, and you also still have the space in main.
This time he's going to have a rampage, and hopefully, well, you can't go off the map on this point, so...
Oh, you can. It would be crazy.
Oh,
I mean, on the edge
yeah. Sorry. There is a coast, but it's so far away. You're right. So it would be unbelievable. That you'd have to check NPC. You'd have to check E-Stick a little bit if he goes off the map twice, especially on this part of the map. But 4 also 5 for Dildux. All lights on. This should be a winnable fight.
Both beats. Yeah, both Tambros coming in. The Blade for Carmes is going to be very well protected. Jumps the back line. Nice Suzu there from Arbe and dashes away too. Use that swift sip to get out of danger. Baz, though, still holding on to that rampage. Rush not resulting in too much. And in fact, Team Z dump a whole lot of a support ult in that fight as Dildux might be able to claim this point now.
Arbe is going to have to be on point with the Suzu in the next fight. So Dildux holding on strong. I think maybe one of the strong parts is if you actually capture point, you're the team defending, and the opposite team has to come into you. Queen might be in a better spot rather than having to walk in and taking damage. It's going to be Asher initiating the touch. Waiting for mines.
I want to see where this rampage is going to go. Well, it's 2 there. Cinnabar and Astro. Astro is going to be quite unaffected. In fact, yeah, the Suzu ends up coming in clutch anyway. 99% for Dildux. Quick reset. Ryan takes the head off of Razor. Astro just kind of rolling around again at the center of the point, but that will be the flip for Team Z. 99% for Dildux, though. They got no ults to come back in with this. And they're going against Team Razor, Team Z, sorry, with 3.
Yeah, I think it was Ryan shifted to get rid of the bleed himself, and then Hanbei might have done a very late Suzu. Certainly wasn't early. The bleed damage is something there, but not quite enough as we're heading into final fight here. And massive risk. Dildux have nothing to play through. Baz coming back on the ball now, and Team Z have a lot, including Rush coming online soon.
Yeah, they got OT. There's the slam on the mines. Most of them now dead. Oh, a Peace pulls to play, but Carmes is too high for Peace to actually get up there. They do trade for Baz. Now Ryan could just sit in the choke point with the Death Blossom. It might just be the cherry on top here as well. They just got too many numbers on the point right now as Dildux just try as they must to get anything as Ryan does the shortest TP of all time. Nice teleport as well for Razor, and that'll be that. Team Z with their first win in OWCS Stage 3. As unfortunately, on the other side of things, Dildux still not with a single map under their belt.
And that's the thing, right? Team Z doing exactly what Sakura did yesterday, in many cases quite resoundingly so as well. I think the King's Row was fairly one-sided outside of the 3.5-minute hold on C. We had a 5-minute time bank going into it. We had a, that was a 3-0, wasn't it? It was a 3-0 on the actual map itself of Survivors, so we didn't get a single round win, despite the Queen eventually coming in and finding a little bit of value, but the Rampage obviously not really getting too much. It's just too hard to really clean up in these types of fights off Rampage. I just don't believe in the Queen at all, unfortunately, in this current meta. I think he should have been on the Hog. Baz had a few questionable choices today in terms of the tank picks. They did also, this wasn't on Baz, but they tried to play the Bastion Zarya again on King's Road to very limited success. Nothing at all, really. Pretty sure the Bastion just got melted. It's a tough one, man. I think there were some winnable moments here. I'll say that King's Row, if they just had a slightly better A and B and played the timer down, certainly winnable. I believe they got a round on Lijiang, which proves that they can get around in there. But you know, you need to win a little bit more than that to actually get a map.
Yeah, I mean, I was hopeful right early on in the series, seeing that Ilias was a competitive affair. Like, I hoped that this trend continues for the rest of the series. Alas, it shall not be it. Dildux doing Dildux things. I agree with you there, Avril. Composition-wise, it's just vibing on their own kind of meta. I don't know.
Yeah, the Queen just didn't really feel like it was it. There's no one to lock down. Yeah, maybe the Hog would have worked out there. I'm sad for Dildux, man. Like, one day they'll get a map. Like I said, May of Stage 2 was the last time they did end up picking up one.
Who they have left to play, though?
Yeah, well, that's exactly the problem, right?
SSG,
like, they have SSG,
DK, and TL.
Yeah, so this was it. That was their week, and
well,
all hope is lost.
Does anyone feel charitable? Maybe SSG, one of those teams, like, yeah, we're just feeling extremely charitable. We're just a very generous team. Hey, Dildux, we don't want you to be winning.
Hey, you know, if you're catching any of these teams on the wrong day, on the wrong foot, on a control map, only on control maps, it might be a map victory. You know,
it's possible.
Probably not.
It might be probably. It might be a 50-50 pause where somebody on one of the opponent teams doesn't show up and can't connect, and they have to play 4v5. That's probably what it might have to be. Oh man, I just.
But the craziest thing is that Dildux, they'll probably make it through promotion relegation again, which I really hope they do for next stage. Obviously, that'll be 2026 stage 1. But yeah, I'm still excited to always see them in the lobby. Yeah. Will they get a map win in the next couple of weeks? Looking pretty unlikely, but still a vibes team, and they look good doing it.
They look like a fun team. It's just they're just, you know, really they should be playing. I mean, that's the thing. They are playing Sakura and Team Z close, but just when it really matters, you just sort of see them fall apart. We saw that yesterday as well. We've seen them potentially, oftentimes, there's a couple times they take a lead, but they can't quite secure the lead and actually win off that one. They got one round in Ilios from it, but just the consistency isn't there. And just not even getting a single round of Survasa hurts, man. Like, you wanted to at least they got round on an Ilios, but you wanted to see them get like a 3-1 or like rather 1-3 or 2-3 on Survasa if they were going to lose that map. But yeah, the 0-3 on that map hurts a lot.
Yeah, that kind of snowballed out of control for them, and that's just kind of what happens on these kind of maps, right? But we can't take anything away from Team Z. They had a great showing today, finally getting their first dub of the season, and there might be more to come in the following weeks because their schedule doesn't look quite as unforgiving as Dildux coming up. They still have to go up against Sakura, I believe. And who else is still on the docket for them?
And Extinction,
exactly. So, you know, depending on how they can shape up within the next week or two, like, there might be another win in the bag for them. But we, of course, have to find out how all things shake out in this region. We do have Peace standing by for a quick interview, so let's bring them in. Peace, always great to see you and, of course, hear from you. But first things first, congratulations. First dub of this stage. Can you talk to us about the preparation heading into this match against Dildux and their, let's say, more unconventional style?
Well, obviously, you know, preparing for the Ducks is like preparing for breathing. It's not really. It's kind of hard, but you know, it's complicated. We don't know what they play because they don't know what they want to play. Really, like no one was ready for the Bastion Sims Aria, so.
I mean, you look good. I mean, at the end of the day, this is your first win too. I can imagine the comms were pretty ecstatic after the first win. How do you guys feel about going up against Extinction and Sakura? Obviously, they're week 5 and week 6's game. Winnable there?
I think we'll be good as long as the meta doesn't change again. Like, we're kind of leaning into Sim a little bit, like some here and there. But I think we're gonna bring Genji Tracer into the limelight. I think us and like Liquid are really the only people who have a good Genji Tracer core, and I think that's like the obviously Genji Peace Ryan, you know, Genji Tracer. We want to lean into that style as much as we can, and I think if with that style of game, I think we could really take it to them.
How do you think your stage has gone so far? Obviously, it's going to be a bit rough starting against GK and SSG, but you guys had a couple of decent atlases, took a round of a GK on atlas, and then went to 5 rounds, took 2 off of SSG as well. So, you know, we saw some real sparks from your team there. So now that you've also taken your first victory, 3-0, pretty resounding as well. Yeah, how do you think your season's gone so far?
I mean, obviously, you know, pretty rough. We played number 1, took Falcons to the map 5 in UWC, and then we played the best, like, reform team now, you know, with Lep, CJ, very respectable, Hawk, Chronic, Lenny, LeBron, Scissors. You know, it was really, obviously, it's a really hard start, but I still believe in my team that, especially with the people we have, we're gonna be able to bounce back really good.
I love to hear that. Built for the future. We love to see all those, you know, bright spots in today's match, and hope to see more of that in your upcoming matches as well. Peace. Thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your next matches.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Peace. Always great to hear from them. And now we're taking a look at our standings, because with this victory, Team Z is above the line.
Let's go. 1 and 2. They got a point on the board. Exciting stuff. And Type of Sakura right now for tied 5th, I suppose. Still waiting for Nightmare to kind of pick up the pieces here and not be in the 7th place. Yeah. And Dildux for getting a map. Yeah, maybe they will. But I mean, they'll be back regardless. I think if they do end up trying out for next stage, that's stage 1 of next year, like I believe in them.
That's right. You know, you go ahead.
Currently safely above the Mr. X Morello line at the moment, so that's good for them. But we'll see. You know, the important thing is, got to make sure you stay there. I got a choco out of Jaws, so that counts. That's good enough for me.
Dildux, they came through promo relegation once, then twice.
Yeah.
They can do it thrice. I believe it does not matter, because everyone still has opportunities to play, and even our viewers have the opportunity. So make sure to create your FACEIT account at FACEIT.com and start your journey right now. Or maybe after the broadcast, you know, give us another hour or something. And then afterwards, you're going to go and pop off, register your team. You can earn in-game rewards as well for all the matches you're playing. So get on it. Joss, you and I.
Yeah. We can do it.
Let's team up.
We can be in the promotion relegation stage. Will we be able to beat the Peace, Genji, and Ryan Tracer, or any of the Dildux lot? Probably not, but it'll be fun. My Torb's looking good this season, that's all I'm saying. It's looking good. It's like my highest SR hero now. We're
gonna do a Casters to Masters FACEIT edition. Right, fellas?
Exactly. We showed them that the system is working.
I've been playing a lot. I've been playing a lot of Overwatch recently, so you know I'm ready.
Haven't you been playing Stadium? I don't know
what are you talking about? That is Overwatch. What are you saying? That's one of the core pillars of Overwatch. Please.
It is.
It is now. It is now.
Slightly different way to play.
We're gonna give the people some time to sign up on FACEIT.com. We're heading into a quick break, and then we're gonna set the stage for our last match of the day. Sakura going up against Extinction after this.
Don't use your back.
It's really heavy.
There you go. You got it. You got it.
Okay. So this flipped over like that. So our supervisor, Paul Lackey, he years ago saw some construction happening here around campus, and he saw that there was just a loose piece of sidewalk, and just asked if he could keep it, and he brought it in here, I don't know how, with the help of 40 men, because it's freaking heavy.
And a wheelbarrow.
We have used this piece of sidewalk to record footsteps for every Overwatch hero that has footsteps. So it really is like, it belongs in a museum.
It does belong in a museum.
It's like,
this has been used, I remember when I was an intern using this to help record Malga footsteps. I've seen you use it for Freya, for Venture, for just like every single hero.
Yeah.
I have one more thing to show you. So this is called a wind wand that I recorded recently for a hero that is in development, but I wanted to show you guys how it's used.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for our last match of the day, casted, brought to you, and covered by the one and only Jack and Apple. You were wondering where this one was going. Will she say my name correctly? You'll never know.
Yeah, I was waiting for the Jake. Jake was on earlier, so I was expecting you to say.
I called him Jack though, for the first time
Did you
ever.
actually?
Yeah, I did. For once, it wasn't you.
Finally.
No.
We both look so alike, me and Jake. We're like
Honestly,
peas in a pod.
It's really funny to see you guys cast because you have the same. Yeah, you have the same stance, the same height, the same vibes, kinda.
Yeah.
And then the similar names. It's just like cousins at the very
It
least.
is kind of strange. It's like the copy and paste, but you slightly change the hue a little
Yeah.
bit. Jake's a little bit more.
One of you is like the Wish version. I'm not
The
saying
Wish version.
One of you
Okay.
is the Timo guy.
It's the same RPG character template. You just chose a different origin story. You know, you started in the UK, he started in the States. That's all it is, really. You just change that.
It's actually, I'm not even joking. It's like the default man character 1, default man character 2. That is me and Jake.
Like quickly hit randomize and they still look the same.
Yeah,
of that
yeah,
first.
exactly. I'm just the same guy.
Well, enough waffling. No, actually, more waffling. Let's waffle more. As we're giving the teams a chance to get ready for the action, let's talk about Sakura and the roster. Yesterday was a bit of a different look for them because X10 was in all series long. We learned in the post-match interview that was due to PDK having a work thingy, which is not going to be the case. And they did tell us that we will be seeing PDK in the mix. I'm a little upset if that's the case because I genuinely felt like X10 on the Freya did so much for them, and then also X10 was able to play the Reaper just fine, so
Well,
no shade to PDK, but
there are maps. I think X10 will. There are potential long-range maps, like you go towards the Junkertowns, right? Even a Hollywood. I think the X10 Freya can make a comeback. So we see plenty of teams make those swaps. It is quite possible, and you know, now that we have seen X10 and seen what she's capable of, I think there's a good chance that she gets subbed in again at some stage.
Yeah, I believe so. I think
maybe right now.
X10 in the mix. Well, how about now? Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, the PDK starting wouldn't too surprise me just because control, but also yeah, I get if we go to like Lijiang or something, like it's kind of decent on Lijiang, so yeah, it wouldn't surprise me a whole bunch. Both teams did end up beating Dildugs 3-0, and it's, I think with Sakura, especially the game yesterday, it wasn't that close. So showing X10's true power level in this meta at the very least, today is going to be that day. So as soon as they do end up starting.
Z lied to us yesterday. I just want to point it out.
Yeah.
This would be a good start if it was Ilios. I don't know what map is it actually? I don't know if
Ilios
we revealed the
too,
maps
actually.
yet, but Ilios is where you would expect it because you have Ruins where you can play long range, and then you have like both the other rounds as well, but particularly like
Lighthouse you can
is
play.
quite good for Freya, so that's probably where you would actually want to see X10 being subbed in for an Ilios. So maybe that is going to be the map. See, extension though.
Yep, a chat about them. They had a rough week last week. They got completely and utterly rolled by Team Liquid. Maybe they looked a little competitive at one point on Atlas, but only for a few hot seconds.
Yeah, I think with the Liquid game, it's like we saw how close Liquid played SSG yesterday. Like, those are two top dog teams. You can't, I don't think, put too much stock into that series. It being a 3-0 for Liquid, like Ilios was a little bit of a blowout. Atlas, it went to 5, but it was a Liquid win. Kings Row, Liquid got 2, and Extinction only got the 1 cap, sadly. Like, I don't think you can put too much stock in that one. I think Extinction, a very all-rounded team. This series is going to be very close. I think it's going to be as close as the TL versus SSG. I said before we actually came on just a second ago, I think Sakura, in my mind, have the upper hand here slightly, especially if they go with the hit scan. If they just kind of pander to the longer range maps, I think they're in with a very good shot, because a lot of teams right now are just perma running this this Tracer Genji or like Reaper, and I really do think they've got this, but it's all to be seen. I don't think taking too much into account the Dildox games either is worth thinking about.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's like the opposite, right? You have a fast.
I'm asking you for predictions.
And 0-3.
Predictions. Give me predictions. Do you feel like there's a clear favorite here?
Don't think it's clear. I would say if I had to put a pred on it with numbers, I'd say 3-2 Sakura, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was a 3-1. So I would say 3-2 Sakura.
I'll play the opposite for Van. I'll just say 3-2 Extinction.
Just for the sake of it. Love that. So everything's on the line. Yeah, I know. Why not? Why not be contrary? That's so you. Love that for all of us. And now we're ready for this last series of the day. Gentlemen, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. It would be nice if Sakura won this match too, because Z is on my fantasy team. It is going to be Lijiang Tower, the first pick here for Sakura. So we're not seeing that Ilios. We'll see if X10 is starting. She obviously would be very good on the hit scan on Ilios, like you said. Lijiang, playable, not as well though.
Yeah.
Considering how well X10 played on the Reaper yesterday, we'll see if she subbed in.
I think this is going to have to be a Reaper choice, particularly for Control Center.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the other 2 rounds are probably, they're going to be more viable for the hit scan choices. I mean, I think we did see X10 yesterday come through on obviously playing the Lijiang against Dildux, and there was a Freya coming through on like Night Market. I believe Garden is also, yeah, that might end up just being the play, but the Fire Ban has come on through. Fire I don't think is super incredible in this particular map. Ilios is probably more likely where you would see the Fire. I don't think either of these 2 teams are really big Fire teams either, if I'm not mistaken, so it's a little bit of an interesting one.
No, it could be something that we've maybe not seen in like scrims or something, although again, seeing even Sugar Free pick up the Pharah yesterday on things like Rialto, I think Pharah has definitely got a place in the meta right now. Not saying that it's a place in control, especially Ilios, especially Lijiang Tower. It doesn't make the most sense, but again, if you think maybe it's a long series, batting it out here, not too bad.
Lijiang was a
DPS.
Classic Fire map at one stage. We were like a little while back, we saw a lot of Fire on Lijiang. Like Garden is quite good for, I think Garden is like one of the top Fire points that you can actually play on. It's more so like, unless you're predicting a Fire in here, like you're really concerned, like, oh, I think the other team's actually going to play a Fire here and we really want to target that. Yeah, I don't think we've seen that, unless you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've really seen Fire out of either team so far this stage, so a little bit curious. But let's talk about the Lucio ban too. Basically means we're just going to roll straight into the Wuyang off the rip, I think.
Yeah, the chat predictions coming in pretty hot and heavy, actually. Extinction, 76%, 24% for Sakura. So people kind of vibing with your pred, Avil. Like to see that. I think with my pick, like, just judging by how the DPS played yesterday, I think it's looking great. X10, obviously, it looks like they are starting. So yeah, we'll end up seeing her probably on the Reaper, like you said. Yeah. Zomba's obviously going to be permanently on Tracer. Natsuki and Z in the backline. I think with Z, especially, being able to help Natsuki out a little bit. Natsuki, very much a Lucio player. I think with the Wuyang, a lot of the teams now, like we even saw the last series, like dabbling in the Wuyang, but not like perma picking it. Very much more comfortable on the Lucio picks.
So as a reminder, yesterday Sakura played this map versus Dildux, and on Control Center they did the Zarya Bastion mirror with the sim against Dildux, and I actually think yeah, both teams rolled out on that comp in a mirror. So it wasn't even like we're gonna swap the match sim. It was no, both teams just started on that comp because they just knew that was what they were going to play. So we'll see what opening round we get here to confirm what things could be. And obviously because that comp was revealed yesterday, I don't know if that ends up being something that will be a surprise for Extinction anymore, because it's now kind of like publicly out there, and Extinction would have seen that in their preparation against Sakura.
Yeah, so we just get the small fly-throughs of the map. I'd expect to see that again, maybe on Control Center. I think it does work kind of well. And also, if you are going to ban the Lucio here, kind of disastrous if you have a team that's just going to full rush you down with the Lucio, so it wouldn't be too much of a bad option to run in with. I think this is Gardens, judged by the skyline.
No, Night Garden.
No, Gardens.
It's either Garden or Night Market. But we are going to get we got a Reaper Zarya comp right off the gate for Sakura. So not even the same as what we saw yesterday in terms of playing directly for the Freya. Vision's going to start on the Freya though. So Vision's expecting some long range action here. Sakura's like, no, we're all brawling. No Lucio is in fact that it's going to slow things down for the Zarya a lot.
It is indeed. I really like this play with the Reaper too, because you can't just hide out in Dojo for like the longest time. You cannot get evicted from here. And fighting on the bridge against this X10 Reaper is going to be such a pain. You can see already they've managed to find a pick. Natsuki just gets picked off by Vision, just gets double tapped. X10 in the backline, 1 HP. They trade for Alba, but I mean, Vision has just got so much free real estate right now, and a free kill onto X10 too. Yeah, Extinction, that was just a flattening. Sakura just petals all over the ground.
It really reminds me of the game yesterday between Sakura and Dildux, but the opposite side around. It was X10 yesterday playing that Freya, outranging, outpoking Dildux and getting that early lead. Vision will do the exact same, and Sakura, again, lack of Lucio speed with it being banned out. I struggle a little bit, so rotation over to White Room, see if they can get a play in towards the Bubble Reaper, obviously into the Winston. This is going to be a decent pick, but they need to be able to extend these fights so they don't get picked too early themselves.
Notori's just jumped up on the cross there. You can see Natsuki hadn't moved across the way. However, just managed to pick up Scuffed. A bit more of an angle there for the Lijiang to fire some orbs down to the center of the point. Just fighting over the column area now. Vision going pretty low. X10 taking a couple of left-click bolts there. The take-aim shots doing a fair amount of damage, but X10 shrugs it off with a Wraith Form. And there's the flip as Tori goes down.
It's an incredible kill. That is the #1 kill you could have hoped for, because Scuffed was about to run away with the ult charge so far ahead of Z. Now Z's caught up because of the fact that Scuffed was just sniped out by Natsuki. It's a gigantic turnaround, and as he called the flip as well.
The stick. Oh, the Suzu from Scuffed. That got to have been, what, maybe a frame too late there, unfortunately, by Scuffed. Input lag. Quick reset for Extinction now.
Now Zombo just collecting 2. Extinction not able to get any fights off. 27 and counting here. We're starting to get in some good ultimates. We'll score double support ults from both sides. Vision's also looking for Bowl again. Not going to be the most exciting ultimate, but yeah, it's double support ultimates that Extinction need to be able to pull through quite quickly, losing percentage cap on point.
Yeah, King recently saying, putting a lot of the weight of the team on his shoulders, maybe even weight of the world too, saying he should be carrying more of these games. Tidal Blast in the front line there, onto the Winston. Nice Suzu timing again by Z, but I don't think it actually, I think it wore off, and then the smackdown came through with the Tidal Blast. Still those Sakura up members. Hattori does use this Primal Rage, but on the point like this against the Zarya and the Reaper, I mean, it's good luck. This is so much free ult charge for Sakura. And Sakura still at the point, mind you, too. Hattori trying for the reset, but X10 just chases down the Winston.
Wow.
Sakura holding on strong, and they've saved so many ults for this fight.
Yeah, it's a cheap fight. Extinction used all 5 there, by the way. That's 5 ults down, no fight win. Sakura, 2 ults down, but 3 up is gigantic. And when the numbers start getting low, Zomba's value is coming up big with King. Found nothing, unfortunately. King is really left wanting, I should say, in that Tracer department.
I mean, it's just such an easy grab here. Yeah, grab, easy kill on Talbot. It's such a high value grab there as soon as they step up onto the bridge. They do trade though, Zomba goes down, but the point presence from Sakura, it's just immense. So you can't, like, what can you do? Nothing. 0 is what you can do.
Just have to touch again, try and keep this one going. Vision coming back onto a Sombra, and because OT is confirmed, they're just going to lose more players. One by one, they want to extend this OT, but they're not getting any kills, and there's more ults. Death Blossom on point. Could just be the finisher.
Yep, Death Blossom, Pulse Bomb, Tidal Blast, Rush coming up. There's the Pulse, onto Vision, Scuffed. Oh, in the drink. Not sure where they went, but all good. Don't worry about it. We're going to go next round here. Sakura with 1 on the board.
Wow, that was pretty dominant towards the enemy. Was close to start with. He had an early lead, gained by Extinction, Vision, off the bolts, off the Freya, getting picks, giving the initial cap over to Extinction. But a huge turning point for me, again, was the fact that you had this incredible kill from Natsuki, well timed onto Scuffed, where Scuffed was like a good 20% ahead in terms of ult charge for Kitsune Rush, and that would have been a major snowball tool. Losing that, then equalizing ultimates, getting the flip over to Sakura, but beyond that, then later into the round, a giant 5 ult fight from Extinction that doesn't go anywhere. Double ult supports on the support side traded, and the 3 additional ults from Extinction, and Sakura just walk away with that one with barely anything spent in response. So that type of economy swing is very difficult to come back from if you're Extinction.
Yeah, Zomba and King, they're head-to-head there on the Traces. Zomba sitting at like 13 limbs, King sitting at quite a sad 3. Okay, Scuffed with a bit of revenge. Natsuki picked off pretty early on, but King traded. Now they're just going to run him down. Yeah, Scuffed. This is, yeah, a bit tough of a situation now for Extinction to fight into.
Not a good day for King so far. It's not even just about the KD here, but also when talking about the damage, Zomba is like a good nearly 2k ahead now. In fact, 2k doubling King's damage, which is really rough to see. Point's going to be secured here. This time Ziggy's going to have the early lead over Scuff, not by a lot, but yeah, they get the first cap.
So a slam down there from Hattori forces the recall for Zomba, fighting in the garden area, currently in the center, or close to the center of the point. So he's left unchucked for a little while there, but desperately needs heals, just sitting on the health pack. Point cap from Sakura too. Hattori trying to create space on this Wrecking Ball, Avril, but it's been really hard to actually close this gap against this Reaper. And in fact, they're just going to force their way out. Alba gets picked off like a berry in an orchard. Vision ends up going down as well. That's 2 players dead for Extinction already. They may have killed Zeb, but the fight's pretty much done. Again, the Reaper just sits on the point for free here.
I don't even really understand what the Sombra really offers for this team in this comp as well. There's not a lot of great hacking targets. You're not up against a ball. You know, you would have assumed it was going to be Sakura playing the Sombra if they're going to go into Hattori's ball, but it's actually Vision. And I think part of this comes down to the fact that Vision's hero pool may be impacted. This Vision would have to play Reaper in this spot, but Reaper doesn't have good support lineup in terms of where Extinction is. They don't have Zarya, right? So yeah, King is usually the Genji player. Vision will be on the Tracer, so Vision doesn't have anything else to play but the Sombra.
EMP does manage to hit 2. It's the backline, but perfectly placed bubbles there by Zeb. It's just beautiful. And then they rush to the point as well for some additional support. An aggressive pulse bomb by Zomba, tracking King's recall, I'd imagine. However, the Tidal Blast from Natsuki goes by the wayside there, as Alba, I believe, used it on themselves to guarantee the kill. But yeah, Avril, bro, this is not even close right now.
Looking very over. Yeah, I think for this particular map, if you wanted to see like a Tracer Genji out of Extinction, they needed to stop Tracer plays. But because King is committed on this one, Vision just doesn't have a lot left to play as a hit scan. I don't think he's confident on the Freya for this one, even though I think Freya's maybe okay here, but we're already on last fight. Extinction, they're about to use their first round of ultimates. Scuffed 5% away, really needs to rush now.
TP from X10. Alba does manage to get away, but is now just not in the fight. Point might get flipped. The mines coming in onto the point. King sticks Natsuki. X10 trying to TP to the back line. Is going to find one. Oh, dearie me. Not sure where you can go there if you're Vision. And the turnaround is always going to be possible. Nice TP from X10. Instant kill onto Vision. Kills Scuffed as well. Now Sakura just plant their feet on the point. Looking for Hattori. They know she's around there somewhere. And there's the grab. And that is the finishing blow here from Sakura. Is probably going to be this Death Blossom again. Vision with a TP onto the point. Zeb hits a right click. And it is all over, Avril. This rush is not going to find too much here. X10 kind of shutting the door on this matter.
A 5v4 at Extinction, end up losing that situation. Sakura turns it all around. Scuff doesn't end up using the Kitsune Rush. And, you know, okay, well, right towards the end when they basically lost, as we're going to see the final desperation Kitsune come on through, because, you know, you got to do something at that point. But when it really needed to come in, what it really mattered, they had the fight that counted. But 5v4, you were thinking, okay, it's a decent lead. Should be able to just win this one. But the turnaround happens in the neutral where, yeah, you're just starting to see the entire team wrap around, and Sakura just getting 3 picks out of nowhere. No response coming through at all from Extinction. That was a tough round to watch. At least Garden was competitive. This one was not. Yeah, Night Market was unbelievably one-sided, and a lot of it came down to me from the perspective of some compositional woes. I don't think Vision Sombra added any value to that comp at all.
It's the first time we're seeing Extinction on Lijiang Tower at this stage. It's It was a pretty dire one, like 2-0 and a stomp. I mean, how do we look for map number 2? I think Vision's going to run it back on the Sombra again. I think both teams are also going to pivot towards the Lucio once more.
I think the Sombra is good when you're looking towards playing against the ball. Outside of that, I think the only reason Vision is playing it is because like this is what his hero pool allows him to do when the Trace has already been taken away. He's not going to be the Genji player on the team. And Reaper could be played, but it just doesn't feel like they have the team synergy in terms of comp. If it's like a Reaper Tracer ball compared to Zarya, I mean, you could force that and make that work potentially, but no Lucio there. I mean, you do have the new TP perk, minor perk coming in through that helps a lot with the mobility, but not nearly as good as what you would get if it was a Zarya Reaper, which is exactly what we got out of Sakura, who, by the way, we didn't even get to control center. We didn't even get to see what was going to happen to control center if they were going to do more of the Symmetra Bastion TP stuff. Didn't even need to show that.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, Symmetra Bastion TP, maybe that would have worked out. Maybe that would have been their kind of secret sauce on that map. X10 and Sombra, both of them dying a total of 3 times on that map. That's combined, and they had 21 and 25 limbs. Like, crazy stuff. And you expect a lot of things from Zomba at this stage specifically because of the meta. Like, the Tracer in this meta is just so strong, and being able to kind of team up with your Lijiang, receive the tidal blast, run to the back line, laser someone down. If not that, just stick them and then blink away. Like, it is a crazy high value target, that Tracer, and it feels, at least for Sakura's side of things, it feels so good for them as a team as a whole. And if the rest of the series carries on like this, like, wow, Sakura, they might be in with just a bit of a blowout, maybe a 3-0. We'll see if Extinction can go back on map 2. It's their choice first, obviously. Don't forget to check out some DHL moments, though. Predict the EMEA and NA winners and be with a chance of winning a trip to the World Finals. I know you can buy tickets as well now, but you could be going there on DHL's dime, so that'll be an even better time.
Argo himself will take you there via DHL. So, yeah, get your ticket, get your pred in, and either way, get yourself to Stockholm. We'll love to see you there, and we'll love to see we'll have to see which teams are going to get there. These 2 teams have a long road to get through to be in the running for a NA representative. So I think that top 3 is extremely competitive right now, to the point where Nightmare themselves have to start asking questions about whether they can still make that run or not. But focusing on this game here between Sakura and Extinction, both currently their only win so far this stage. I believe both were able to get their win versus Dildux, and that's it. So they would like to get their first non-Dildux win to really push themselves, first of all, out of relegation and past that line, and then see how far they make it after that. But we do have a Gibraltar pick, which, yeah, I don't know how often we've seen this one in North America. This one I see a reasonable amount in Korea, but
yeah, no, I haven't seen Watchpoint as Gibraltar really at all. Getting word as well that Natsuki was pretty surprised by this pick, so we'll see if they're coming up with anything kind of crazy. We saw a Watchpoint Gibraltar. I'm just checking now. We did see one TL versus Nightmare. That was the opening game. But apart from that, yeah, this might just be the second time that it's been played. Yeah, it is. It's the second time.
We get to play into Vision's hero pool a little bit here. Obviously, going straight to Escort, super long sight lines. This is also a potential map where you can get some really fun Symmetra TP stuff. I wonder if a Symmetra ban might be warranted from the Extinction side of things, just because we know Sakura do kind of play that, so removing that from the equation might be quite valuable. Lijiang's going to be probably quite a reasonable pick here as well for the long range damage. Ana's quite good on this map as well, to see if any teams want to go towards that. I do believe Extinction have played so far a little bit of Ana in their lineups, and well, that's been targeted so far. Sakura know that, so they're going to get rid of it.
Actually, thinking back to that watch point as well, that was the full hold by TL against Nightmare. So we've not actually seen even the second point for Watchpoint Gibraltar. So a new experience here in stage 3. Maybe we get to second. That would be fantastic. A Diva ban, though, looks good. Very strong on this map. I would love to see, it might be a little bit too out of left field here, I'm just saying, but the TP with the Bastion Shroud on this map, it can work. The TP and the Symmetra, extremely strong.
Sounds like a bit of a
first point.
Is it the Bastion doesn't quite have the range on this map? I think the Bastion,
yeah,
maybe the grenade perk.
We've seen some pirate ship Avril, okay.
Bro's really trying to make the Bastion work.
I mean,
I think with the major perk that allows you to shoot the explosive grenades, you can start to get some more range on the Bastion. But no, we're not going to see that early on. With the Diva gone, Zeb's going to go for Mauga.
Mauga is very interesting.
I'm going to assume, correct me if I'm wrong, but Zeb is probably more of an off-tank player. I think typically an off-tank player would go towards the hazard here. So when the Diva's banned out, of course, but Mauga is quite wild.
All right, well, we'll see what they've got. I mean, in general, Mauga here was only ever really played perma when Mauga was like the meta, right? I mean, you can hold car wash pretty well with the Mauga, but you are against the Winston. Like, it's going to be really tough.
You need I was gonna say mobility, and he's got that, but you need like vertical mobility on this map.
Yeah.
Basically for every single point, especially for the first 2 points. So at any point that Zeb has to drop, that's gonna be permanent. That's gonna be a little rough for positioning the Sakura side of things.
And you can do that pretty easily too. With the Hanzo, like all you need to do is just continue shoot arrows at him, storm arrow him every single time the cooldown's up. Like, you're gonna force this Mauga to drop eventually. Like, he cannot stay up here forever. Even with the cardiac overdrive, you can see already dropped off one ledge.
Yep.
Yeah, down to the next, and then down to the next. I mean, good against the Winston in a short range fight, sure, but it's gonna be tough. Extension's trying to find angles on this Winston.
Extension need to be forcing a little bit more payload presence right now, because that is another way that you're going to start forcing attention over. Start pushing payload through the car wash. Zomba's going to be the one marking that one, so just commit a couple extra members, and then you'll get rid of Zomba. If you put too much pressure onto Zeb, you're ignoring payload, so I do believe payload's about to exit car wash now, and that's going to put more pressure on Zeb to have to look around other places of the map.
Yeah, you can see now Zeb backing up to server. You're not wrong. I mean, no one's moving the payload currently. Really, it should be potentially even just King here, just tapping the payload. Although I do believe I see Zomba is kind of lurking around, so making it a little bit more difficult. Good double hit from X10 though. Yeah, Vision instantly killed. Bolus though sadly hitting that bubble. Good reaction times from Hattori, but they still up a player. They're going to try and actually rush into server right now, despite the Mantis advantage here. Scuffed is not going to find anyone to teleport to just yet, although with Hattori backing up, should be a fairly easy time. Natsuki takes care of King, however, so 1 for 1, but XM finds another. Alba goes down. Not saying it's all on the Mauga, but everybody around the Mauga right now kind of popping off for Sakura.
Interesting response. I mean, it was a 4v5. By the way, the payload slid back was, last I checked payload, it actually got to the exit of the car wash, and then when the Kitsune rush happened, payload slid to the middle, the lowest part of the car wash, so it actually had a little bit of negative distance there, but Vision wasn't part of that fight at all, which is very unfortunate. Extension really wanted to take a bit of a gamble there. I think they were positioning wise maybe a little committed, so they're like, okay, we're already just basically at server, let's make this play happen. And then Z gets the counter the counter Kitsune rush to sort of force positioning away and win it in a 5v4 situation.
You can get such a cheeky angle with your Vision here. If you just climb up top right, maybe you can send the dragons in through server. King's dead again though. Natsuki's been kind of on it with the Lijiang, can't lie. A couple of nice double hits there from the Lijiang, just sends Tracer packing, and Dragon Strike, well, it ends up clearing the high ground, I suppose, and it's going to force X10 to reposition, but that was it.
This might be a full hold again. I mean, we're talking about that. We haven't even seen B. Well, we need to really see some movement. King's trying to deliver that bubble. I don't think he hit anybody.
No, not sure they did. X10 does end up getting traded, though. Vision goes down to a pole spot. But now, unfortunately, Natsuki found themselves in a rocket and a hard place there. Winston and a Tracer just kind of running and gunning. It's a good trade. He's got the cage available too, yeah, and ends up locking Hattori in. Primal Rage available as the rest of the team ends up jumping in to try and help. Zeb ends up going down to the hands of Scuffed. Here comes the rush though. Hattori escapes the cage, but we're looking at 30 seconds left and extinction. Very little gas left in the tank.
They killed Zeb and they had to back on out. Hattori primal, then X10 respawns. Here comes the bowler. That was enough to push.
Good bowlers.
Extinction back, bro.
Hattori's in such an awkward spot now as well, but King ends up getting the kill onto X10 on the high ground. I'm surprised Hattori managed to actually escape with their lives there.
Scuff might need ult. I think Scuff needs ult here. This is really looking potentially not good. Zeb kill is quite strong. Okay, I think they got it now. It was looking dire because they didn't lose a player and it wasn't guaranteed. Sakura still had good members alive and they needed a strong kill and they got Zeb down. So Scuff does get to min-max and hold on to the Kitsune rush, but it wasn't guaranteed that fight at all. The fact how we led into that one again, it was really strange. Zeb goes down in cage, Hattori primals after that, and then has to run away in Primal once the respawns from Sakura came with just a few, I think, triple bolts, force Satori out. And it's like, hang on, you got a tank advantage here. You
nice my
shot, and
that was a nice shot. Big pick onto Zomba there. It's going to be much easier now to kind of take this high ground, even forcing Zeb away too. And this is going to be the power of the Winston.
He's on the ground. Look at him. He's so low on the ground. This is going to be a tough game, tough point for Zeb. He's waiting until the payload reaches the end. Still. That's the only way you can play now. Is literally waiting until the end.
Oh, here comes the stomp. Ends up connecting. No cage, cardiac overdrive used, trying to get at least a little bit of value off of that, but Extinction end up disengaging from that and then instantly re-engaging, and Zeb just gets 17 arrows just shot to the head. Look like an orc in Lord of the Rings right now. Look, Extinction, they're just running through this. This has got to be a change up for Zeb here. I mean, maybe on this last point it kind of works, but still the high ground control is just too immense. There you go. Okay, he ends up changing to Zarya.
See how we navigate this change with the listening.
Yeah, we can start doing, okay? I can max him. If them to touch point, get one bubble.
I play point.
Yeah, sure. No bubble, no bubble.
Be planting.
Gerita, we can chase. Can you all me?
Yeah, I'll go. Chase.
It's really big, it's really big.
I'm marking try.
Let's Suzu.
Zab on.
Can we keep walking, Kitsu? I get the man.
Reaper here.
Reaper.
Walk on Reaper.
Let's Reaper does.
Kill the Reaper. I'm looking for his card. Don't try to hurry. Clear one.
Oh, wait.
Tracer. Waypoint.
Zar.
Kill. Tracer behind. Zab on. Kill the Tori, we're healing.
Yeah, live.
Feel bubble.
This one, nice.
He's
young. They have
All right, final push here for Extinction. They got a minute and a bit left. They've already forced this Wraithform from X10. This Widow as well from Vision is going to have such a nice sightline. Quick, and Natsuki sniped out of the sky. She's sent straight back to the spawn. And yeah, Vision, this is just a playground for the Widowmaker right now. And this is just going to be a full cap for Extinction. Glad to see we're a little bit more watch points Gibraltar this time around. We've made it past second and we hit third. A minute and 24 too left in the time back for Extinction on what was a rather flimsy Sakura defense, especially on that first half with that Malga.
Well, actually, the first half was the better half, right? I mean, we think about, I should say the first third, because I'm going to break it down to the ABC points. The first point was where they got the majority of the vents, and B was complete non-defense, because while you're still running the Malga, and while Malga has no ability to traverse high ground, low ground, and you're just stuck on the floor watching Zeb in the side room, literally waiting for the payload to reach the end of the point before they can engage. It's like, okay, well, that's just peak Malga right there. You literally can't even defend until the payload reaches the end. That was the most incredible free push that you can hope for on the attacking side. With B is typically one of the more difficult points. I would argue potentially the hardest point on this map to cap. For you to just speed run through that is extremely powerful for Extinction. And you get to see where Sakura go for a compositional swap, and you got to be behind on perks, you're behind on ult charge, you're behind on a lot of factors here, and Extinction continue to snowball through. I was worried about the A offense looking like less than a minute left. Maybe they get full held, but once they got past that, the whole game opened up.
What do you think about this, though? Zeb on Orisa? Dude, if Natsuki ran the Lifeweaver, just saying, little pale platform will go a long way. Looks like Natsuki's going to decide against it, though. Lijiang. Although Z, maybe. Oh, just a quick pedal platform to get Zeb on height. Yeah, okay.
And then swap. Makes sense. Allows you to start the Orisa high up. Challenge on this high ground. Yeah, I mean, you just completely bust this Extinction setup at the top, but you're losing a player.
Yeah, losing some of that, at least not good. Zeb just needs to stay on this high ground for as long as humanly possible. Natsuki's also been on it.
Oh,
Tori getting traded to Scuff, but Tori is very low. No, Fortify has got Spear Spin. There it is. Okay, Fortify luckily came off a cooldown, and Asusu will help out. But yeah, Vision, you can see losing one fight to the left and losing one fight to the right. Hanzo dead, high ground controlled by Sakura.
Well, there's one thing Orisa does. She just lives, and well, that's exactly how Zeb stayed alive. A little bit of healing doesn't help, doesn't hurt either in that situation, and we're just getting to the exit of Car Wash now. Extinction losing a Tori was the big blow there, and that was even, I believe, they had a 5v4. I mean, they actually started with an opening kill. The first ult looking like it'd probably be Vision.
server control is going to be pretty easy to take over, though. If you're Sakura or Zeb can, like you said, just walk forward, survive, and then wait for Extinction to try and make a rotation. X10's on a bit of an off angle here. It's probably spotted out by Vision, or at least definitely will be now after that updraft. Rush on the point, but Extinction take the fight to Car Wash and kill Natsuki, but they traded their Wu-Yangs. And now Zeb closing in on this ultimate as well. Uses the spear spin to get out of the way of that Dragon Strike, but Zomba still falls prey to it. But still, with X10 being alive and on blue box, with the high ground advantage is just insane here from Sakura. But Hattori is kind of solo carrying. Nice double kill. Zed dead. No supports left. As that kill onto Car Wash just snowballed out of control from Sakura.
Extinction lost both Scuffed and Albert, so it was the 2 DPS and the tank. Hattori stays alive. Typically, you would think that'd be quite a rough situation. Hattori's able to navigate that situation well. She gets a couple of kills in there. Vision plays high ground. King's on a Tracer where you can still stay alive playing that situation. Extinction delay long enough and get the necessary counter trades. They wait for the supports to come back through and they hold. So still in a good spot here, especially with that kill. And King has struggled in this series, but this is starting to now be King catching up a little bit on Zomba.
Yeah, he certainly wanted to try and carry these games more, and he's doing exactly that. He's finding a lot of kills on Zomba, who's one of the best Tracer players in North America.
And now, I will pedal to put Zeb on the high ground. I'm just having to do this one the more difficult way. Walk up slowly. Payload's in a good spot though, but yeah, pushing through, you need to be able to clear some of this ground first.
Got to force Hattori off this position as well. She ends up using a bubble, used the leap, sits on the high ground still. Zeb's got the Terror Surge if required.
Time's getting low.
Vision's got to sniff that one out as well. Well, there is the Tidal Blast. It is actually connected to Albert. Jumps down to the low ground. Oh, nicely timed Suzu there from Z. Terror Surge as well is just going to grab the entirety of Extinction, drag them on in as they try to capitalize on the potential of a Tidal Surge knockdown. Primal Rage now for Hattori. Back into the Car Wash she goes. A kill onto X10 would be great, but there's a good Tidal wave there, from Natsuki to keep X10 alive. And now Zeb can just sit on the point. The focus here from Extinction just completely split, and Hattori with no ult has no chance. And that'll be Sakura getting point A.
They don't even have to ult for it as well. Zeb popped in the Terror Surge being the only thing they spend. I actually think Extinction should have played that one solid. This was not a fight that they needed to initiate, in my opinion. They already held reasonable ground. You could see how difficult it was for Sakura to even push up. They lost entire high ground control. Payload was starting to slowly moving backwards as well. Time was starting to run out. About a minute left to play through. I'm also not the biggest fan of the Lijiang self-ult. I think it's better to deliver that on a Tracer instead. Extinction trying to make a play happen. Alba got punished for it, dropping down, and while the Suzu completely nullified the bubble, and then Alba died for it. So Extinction lost their tempo by going too early, in my opinion.
There's a bit of information there about the high ground. Bolus kill from across the map on to Vision. There is going to be a rush actually used by Scuff. X10's in a lot of trouble there, trying to get an off angle on that high ground. But this rush on the point, looks like Sakura tried to get down there, which has prompted the actual rush. Tidal Blast onto Zomba though. Oh, chasing Hattori to the end of the world and back there. Does end up claiming the kill, and actually Sakura, who lost X10 super early, come out on top.
This needs to be a very important point for Sakura, because again, they are still playing ground tanks, no capability to really take high ground easily. If you can snowball through B, Sakura in a good spot of potentially finishing this map, but this fight might decide it.
In trouble again. Dragon Strike on the point through the floors, going to get a couple of little hit markers, but not much else. A very important fight indeed as Sakura have a minute and 20.
And now, because of the resets happening, how do you recontest this part of the map, right? Payload is a reasonable distance, but you can't just go towards the payload. You don't have good mobility here. So if you have to slowly push on through, given that Hattori can just wait anyway with the ball, be able to intercept your rotations on rotation from the Sakura comp is where they're going to struggle the most. Unless X10 just randomly finds a pick here.
Ooh, Scuffed. Little headshot there onto Zomba, forces the recall. X10 going low as well. Scuffed with some incredible shots. Kind of puts Sakura in their place, both their DPS. Wondering why that's a support character and why they do additional damage on headshots.
This is the problem, right? You see Zeb push in, has to spare spin just to get to the side room safely, but the rest of Sakura can't keep up. They aren't able to rotate together, and they get intercepted on rotation, as mentioned. So Extinction Just wait for the rotation. Tori goes on in, and they lock out the rest of Sakura, the other 4 members in their spawn. 20 seconds left to go. High likelihood that this is where things end. Sakura got a lot of ultimates, but how do you actually use this effectively when you don't have capability to move around the map well?
Sir Lee's got this. Oh, nice spear. Alba just bit off way more than they could shoot there. That was the ult as well. I think that was on, it might have been on King, or that might have been a whiff from Alba. That could have been a title shacks there. Have to get a replay on that one, or a check on that one.
Alba did get it off. I saw it, but unfortunately Alba's own life forfeited. Well, credit Zeb for the majority of this. Zeb was able to push on through, find the first of Alba, and then just walk. Get the terror surge damage on the vision as well, so this actually will end up being a capture point. Sakura Esports were not in a good spot. I do have to say this. They were not in an amazing spot. But Extinction, I think they, even if Zeb sort of gets away with the rotation, Extinction should have been able to intercept the rest of the rotators of Sakura. So a little surprised by, first of all, Alba being caught out, and then Vision being caught out afterwards.
This is a much better spot as well for your comp to be in. If you're playing this rush style, like, this is the perfect point for you. The first and second point are so high ground dominated. This one, a little bit more flat. There is high ground, but you are just walking the payload in. Yep. Extend trying to go for some shots onto Vision, trying to force that Hunter away again. Extend has some good value shots onto Scuffed as well, who's like a little aggressive.
Extinction need to start thinking about ulting. They have advantage here. You can really bleed the timer down with a nice reset onto Sakura. Halo still has a lot of distance to go through. This is going to end up being an OT push if Sakura have any shot, but they're just behind. Sakura need to stall for their double support ults.
Might just rush over the bridge here from Scuffed. Is anybody going to be able to actually use that? It does look like King's actually in that one. Receives a little bit of shield from Hattori too. Nice slam down from Extinction on the high ground. Z dead. And this is the final fight realistically here. There's 10 seconds to go, and Extinction are routing Sakura right now. Nice chase with the spawn. Zoba had nowhere to go, and yet both supports stuck in the doorway, and Vision's Dragon Strike will do the rest. Extinction take watch point Gibraltar and tie the series.
Yeah, that was a lot of time lost on, I think, both A and B. So a huge difference here is what we start to see. A was maybe slightly a struggle for both teams, but then you get the B, and it's a night and day difference. Extinction completely roll through the B attacking side, and well, unfortunately for Sakura, it took everything. It really was quite the struggle. They had some initial snowball, but to even get that final cap on B, I thought was pretty miraculous. And unfortunately, it leaves you no time to work through on C. 1 minute 30 total to cap the entirety of C, where you're still waiting for ultimates. Very difficult for them to snowball when they don't really have that sort of momentum going in the economy side of things. It is a better matchup in terms of the geometry being better for Zeb's Orisa, but yeah, they just don't have the time. Just severely do not have the time, and then couldn't find the double support ultimates in time either. To me, looking through the highlights here, I still think the Malga is extremely questionable. Definitely did not help them on B or C at all.
See what changes up. I mean, watch point Gibraltar. I said before we jumped in that Natsuki was a little shocked at the map pick, and maybe surprised to the point of, yeah, kind of flopping over here as Extinction tie this one up. I mean, this is a tale of two very different maps as well. Look at map number 1. Look how kind of dominant it was from Sakura. It didn't really feel like Extinction had a grasp on any of the control points. Like we only played 2, in fact, right? And then you look at this, and it's kind of, you're just getting outplayed with just the tank pick, in all honesty. Like you've been harping on about, with the Tori being able to just traverse and the Malga being a bit questionable too. So at least, you know, this is out of the pool now, the most dive-heavy map that we have.
It's just it's not even about dive to me, it's about the range as well, which really helping Vision a lot here. Obviously, X10 can get a lot of work done on the fray, but Vision able to be able to play more comfortably in towards his hero pool compared to what we saw on Lijiang, where, again, the Sombra to me didn't really add anything, and that was a bit of a sore point for the side of Extinction. But the Diva ban really worked out well here. Extinction made an amazing ban. I'm a little surprised Zeb didn't bring out a hazard. I'm not too sure if that is just not in the hero pool, because yeah, Malka is not the choice. Orisa is going to be more acceptable. Even the Zarya is more acceptable, but you just saw the struggles, particularly on B. And, you know, I counted them out on B. And to be fair, Zeb did end up finding a couple of picks and carried the final fight on B to get the cap. That was an unlikely scenario. Really, I think if Extinction played well, they wouldn't have allowed that to happen, because you saw in a previous fight, Zeb tried to make a rotation and the rest of Extinction just completely overwhelmed the 4 other members, and they needed to keep doing that and just essentially pseudo spawn camping. But yeah, good win from Extinction. Good map choice, good ban.
Yep, Sakura's chance to choose map now. So I'm thinking, like, honestly, top of my head, maybe a Suravasa type beat. I think if you really want to kind of hard force these comps, especially more rush type stuff, I think Suravasa makes the most sense. Esperanza is going to be the pick. Okay, another decent one. Although still, Ball and Winston is still so good here.
So this is a good one if you are looking towards playing more of the brawly type of heroes. If Zeb wants to go back over towards the Zarya, I don't believe there's any substitution, so X10 is going to have a good time playing some ranged characters here. Vision's going to have the same good time. I think the ban's going to be quite interesting. Let's see if any of the hit scan heroes get targeted. Have we had a Zarya ban yet as well? Because that could be a reasonably strong ban. I don't think we have had a Zarya ban. So
isn't that the first map?
It was Farah Lucio first map, and then we had Anna Diva.
Oh, it was Farah Lucio.
So I think potentially targeting Zeb here could be interesting, given that Zeb has been... Although I suppose Zeb will just play Diva here, so maybe that's not the most impactful ban after all, because Diva is pretty strong on Esperanza.
Yeah, really good. Man, I'd love to see some more Hanzo, but I just don't think it's the map type for it. I think Push, especially, at least recently, it's just been so ball heavy, and it's so good on things like New Queen Street as well, where like you can just run it down on New Queen Street. Like, it is such a fast mode when ball is in play, because you remember the old Malga metas with when it was like Perma Malga and we were playing Push, and it was just like 4 minutes of 2 Malgas looking at each other and like nothing happened, and like actually how much that has changed.
You don't want to be a sick ban here, Tracer. I think Zombies Tracer has been a real problem.
Sure.
And this is a great Tracer map.
You say that. King has kind of had his number, at least on the last map on Gibraltar.
Had a better map, but I just think the comp overall from Sakura wasn't good. So Zombo still did what he could, but the comp overall wasn't great. The Reaper ends up being the target here to... I mean, the X10 would be playing the Reaper, but I think this is a misplaced ban, because I think the Reaper wouldn't have been played here, given that X10 would more likely be on a hit scan or some sort of long range pick, unless you're really expecting Zarya Reaper from Sakura on this map, in which case targeting the Reaper could be reasonable value. And now they're going to force this one over to more of a dive look and say, look, don't even bother playing Zarya. You're not going to have the Reaper there to play with you. So just, yeah, you can almost see this as a pseudo Zarya ban in a way, where like you take out one of Zarya's best partners and she becomes less valuable in that comp anyway. So I think that is a reasonable move on that end. But I think Diva with an X10 Freya is probably a stronger look here anyway.
Yeah, just more long range hit scan. I'm curious if PDK is coming in, or maybe PDK has work again. I think that was the
we didn't
reason
see
why
substitution. So
yeah, we're not. Yeah, if we didn't see it, then yeah, PDK's not coming in. Maybe he does have work. I'm not sure. Not sure. Hope PDK's doing okay.
Or he's got some weekend shifts on.
Yeah, I mean, hey, get the money where you can, man. All good. All good. You got a cracked DPS lineup anyway, so you're pretty chill taking the weekend off if you need it. But as we jump into Esperanza, no Tracer ban, but that can be banned later on as well. Not blowing the bans too early.
Suravasa could be a good Tracer ban map as well. That being said, though, I think Hattori would probably want to protect the ball. We're getting Suravasa obviously is a guaranteed map choice, and the deeper we go, we're more and more likely to get that Suravasa, so look out for it as we move into this map. Zeb is hovering Zarya, but again, there's no Reaper here, and I am not the biggest fan of Cass in the meta, just generally speaking. Very easy to dive. The lack of HP given the nerf makes him a huge target, so could be a bit of a sore spot, but at the same time, like, yeah, if you can hit the shots, you can put the pressure on the King and Hattori.
Let's have a look. Requires Vision as well. Vision, or like just FACEIT in general, being able to hit a take aim and then a dive comes in is just such a powerful tool. The explosive impact there is crazy. And I'm not just talking about the explosive bolts. It does kind of create a sphere of influence here for X10 at the very least. Making sure King and everybody else has to play a little bit cautious at the very least. Nice little flash that bang there, but no, Hattori does manage to get away.
I can start to see a decent amount of bubbles being popped on X10, but not in that situation where you see X10 sitting behind Zeb, obviously, and Zeb's not able to just turn around. So again, easy target, X10 down. And there's a trade, but it's 4v4. King's already doing a ton of damage. Look at the ult charge.
Z's dead. Z did not see Scuff coming there. Unfortunately, with that, with them going down, I mean, that's really about it. Yeah, King can just run rings around you now, and Zomba ends up taking a bolt to the knee, and that'll be the bot pushing in just a moment.
Also, you know, based on bronze strats, Winston and Zarya, that's a Winston dub right there. So again, the top 500s of bronze agree on the counter.
Yeah, I was about to say the bell curve thing.
Yeah, the bell curve.
The master players be like, oh, well, actually, the Zarya can do. No, Winston could.
The bronze, the top 500s, they do agree on this one. So early ults extension. I mean, Scuff's ult when Z is like on 50%. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, look at that as well. King does end up getting just exploded there by Zeb, who's fairly high charge, but I really love the early rush. Winning that first fight and actually capping the first point this early on is so nice, but Zomba with a solo kill onto Scuffed. Scuffed didn't see that one coming. That must have just been a straight one clip from Zomba.
It's going to be enough to prevent the cap from coming on through. Extinction held decent positioning. We saw Hattori up there as well, holding the high ground, but yeah, that will be the change of the bot held now by the teams. Let's go for a listen and see how they do this.
That's right, man.
Yeah.
They're monkey stopping cart. They're stopping cart. They're stopping cart.
Can we noon and like force cart and then rush after the push?
Yeah, ready?
Like just come. Yeah, 3, 2.
Monkey in. Alright, let's go.
Come with us. Come with us. We can rush when they push us.
Pop in. I'm rushing here. Hey, keep this.
This is good. This is good.
I have nothing. I need care. I'm pointing. Fire.
Help me. I'm getting scrambled.
I'm beating soon.
One.
Just keep stacking my rush. I'm pocket Alex right now. We can retake top.
Yeah.
Three low. Bubble me top.
I don't have it on.
I have no shooter.
There's a Freya in our spawn.
Bubble me.
I can't. I'm with you. Carry on me.
Blue under. I'm helping you, Alex.
Help me.
I have nothing.
They're trading me.
No hard trade.
Monkey.
Help Alex.
Look side me.
Look. You're done,
I'm
Alex.
taxing. Okay, push cart. I'm taxing.
Yeah. I'm on cart. Alright, next fight.
They use beat primal. They have nothing, Foxen.
They use Bola. Alright.
Massive fight win from it. Sakura there. They've got grab and they've got pulse. They've got the bigger bang combo online. Like, that is the best possible result from that.
We'll see where the grab lands because realistically, Hattori will be the target here. There's not great grab opportunities to catch anybody else. A lot of mobility, a lot of players going to be on different angles here, vision in the sky, etc. So for Zeb and for Zomba, bursting down Hattori is going to be required. We'll see if Scuff can maybe drop a Suzu in time. Speaking of in time, Scuff is once again looking towards that Kitsuna rush, and that's going to be a great timing for Extinction.
Yeah, they're trying to build it like ASAP. Looks like Zed wants to make a move though. Just wants to grab this Winston. In fact, Hattori puts down the bubble, jumps up into the sky. No grab connection just yet, but this bot is still moving so close to that checkpoint. They gotta go for it though. It looks like Scott's actually gonna pull the trigger first. Ends up using that rush on the point. Grab gets deployed. There is a Suzu comes in, but there's the stick you after. Zomba connects. Hattori dead. Scuff down. Zomba stealing away the health pack as well from King. Forces King to recall, and now Vision's in trouble. Zomba just heavy lifting right now, keeping both the DPS from Extinction occupied, while Zeb fights off the rest. King, Albert dead. Push bot in session here for Sakura, and that should be checkpoint 2.
Now that was looking a little tricky for Sakura as well, because despite having the grab, right, Scuff finally finds a Kitsuna rush. Zeb was out of position, split from the rest of the team, drops the grab, and actually catches 2, which is high value. Not just Hattori. And at that point, Extinction, they end up losing more than enough members to give Sakura the opportunity, especially with the pulse bomb from Zomba to follow through. So now, cap has finally been confirmed. First team to actually get the cap in play. We get misaligned Kitsuna rushes, but that does now allow Z to be the one holding the cards.
And using on this corner is just so powerful as well. Even off of this high ground, if the Extinction want to try and push, and want to try a jump, which is going to look rather nasty. Oh my god.
Extend
is taking Yeah, just taking infinite damage from Vision. Every single time X10 peeks her head around the corner, there's a bolt flying towards her. Well, there's the sound barrier, at least to try and match this rush as Alba just goes for a little 180. A nice little kill actually onto Natsuki. Natsuki just caught off guard. 5% away from that sound barrier too. Could have been a very different fight, although Zeb, who's incredibly high charge right now, picks up 2 in the fight. Although Vision still, with those bolts, they're still hurting. As Vision, with the take-aim shots, carrying those last couple of kills.
Unmarked there, unfortunately. Vision is just going to be in the sky, bolting people down into the ground. Zeb included was, as mentioned, high energy charge. Nearly in a pretty clutchable situation for Zeb if it wasn't for the fact that Vision just had the right angle. Hattori dies before Primal's available, which is pretty critical. Extinction really need an opportunity to get this cap in there. They've been stopped from the cap for a while, so there it is finally.
They got cap. They got cap. It's already died to High Noon. That was a nicely placed bubble as well from her. Very hard to really do anything there.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, they're going to reset it to mid. Tori got forward spawns, mind you, so that's at least something.
And once again, it'll be the battle of what you have in response when either Katsuna Rush is up there. Asymmetrical times at the moment. Natsuki in position to counter this one through. And Tori's just got a primal. What the? Silver bullet onto Alba. Goodbye.
Yeah, okay. I didn't think we'd see a silver bullet today. I can't lie to you. But yeah, all right. X10 picking up that perk. Removes the fan, the hammer, by the way. So a pretty big tool to deal with like Winston's and whatnot in your face. But if you got as cracked aim as X10 does, hey, it doesn't matter. Nice shots onto King too. X-Pen is so crispy with it. I know you said you didn't like the Cassidy, but if you're playing like this, I mean, why not, man?
I'll tell you what, the reason the Cass is just vulnerable. That's the only reason you're an easy dive target. However, especially now if you don't have Ban the Hammer, you become an even easier dive target. The reason why I think
you got 2 flash
Silver Bullet is because you lack the range of the Cass to deal with Vision. So I think the Silver Bullet's going to help a little bit in terms of actually landing shots long range onto players like Vision, who are otherwise going to just keep bolting you down.
All right, Vision is on high ground again. And let the bolts rain free onto the height. X10 decides, actually, none of that. Well, yeah, you do make a really good point, actually. And Vision is not going to get immediate support. I do believe Alba's right next to them, but Zeb now holding on to this grab. Hattori jumps to the high ground, although doesn't want to use it just yet. Zomba winning a kill off to the side there with Lucio dead. This is a very quick rotation now. No speed boost here for Extinction, so Sakura steal the bot away and they can just run with this. Zomba does end up falling, but this is a really good trade because they have to run into this grab, although Vision lands a double shot onto Natsuki. There is going to be a rush on the point right now, but Vision has this high ground and the bolus. Another kill for Z, though, as Z finds 2 with the help of that Graviton Surge as Hattori tried to just jostle the payload on that corner, but met death.
This is triple digits now. Extinction just had no entry point. I mean, they need to just make a dive in on the neutral and Tori jump in or something, play off the bowler, but they didn't have any support ultimates. They were concerned about the grab and they didn't have any real entry, so they stood around for way too long. Got a player picked out, eventually traded back for a 4v4, but they just couldn't get anything done in the 4v4. Now, the snowball from Sakura might be too much.
Pulse bomb from King goes wide, still a little bit damage on to the Lucio. Manages to recall just in time, but no, that recall positioning there not working out for King. And Zombra with a stick kill too. Sakura, final stretch now with a minute in their time bank as well. Yeah. They are just gunning for this. Sound barrier, ooh, Alba almost Ajax there, but it's a 2-man sound barrier in the mega health pack room, and Zombra's just going to chase this Lucio up. Alba is just left on an island here. Zombra is not going to let you escape, just reels them in. My word, Alba. He's okay, they're running. Nope, there's X10. Yeah, the final bullet will kill them.
Extinction are just losing their minds at the moment. The 2-man beat on an angle. We're not making team plays at the moment. They need all 5 alive, which they don't have. And Hattori's going to go down potentially, but 4 Primal barely gets killed to X10.
There's going to be a sound barrier here too. 4-man beat coming in. Primal Rage, though, is going to get used by Extinction, but they're using ults where they don't want to use them. They haven't got the lead right now, and with 10 seconds to go, this overtime bot push is going to be all that they get. Scuff ends up going down with the rush as well. That's disastrous for Extinction. They might not even be able to get back to the point on time. Alba's going to go down. No supports for Extinction right now, and Tom's got a pulse bomb. A quick wraparound onto the bot as he recalls just in time before that take-aim shot deletes him, and a kill onto Hattori and Vision will be the end of that. Sakura just needs to kill King, and it's an easy finish there for Zomba, and a late rush. It's just a sayonara from Scuff to Sakura. Get 2-1 in the series, and now we're on match points.
Yeah, I was thinking that this was going to be you know, we're going to get to the OT and then we have to watch Extinction slowly push forward to try and recover any sort of distance. Have to win like 2 to 3 fights in a row and it's just going to be a slog. But nope, no opportunity there at all. Sakura is just going to shut the lid and shut the door completely onto Extinction. And yeah, towards the end there, you're just starting to see Extinction. They're losing everything. The two-man beat is very questionable. And they just didn't have good opportunities to initiate fights when they didn't have ultimates. It's just the key fight was the one where you start to see the 70-meter lead from Sakura then extend to about 100, 110. Off the back of, you know, the grab, I think, was one of the openings coming through from Zeb and from Sakura. And no real response coming through from the opposite end of Extinction. And then after that, they never recovered payload. They did actually get a cap at some point in the middle of that one. But if you remember the fight where they got the cap, which is this one right here, they immediately lose Hattori onto the Deadeye. So they don't even get to sort of extend that. They don't get to continue that fight and push for more distance. And then after that point, they never got to see the cap again. They never got to even take control payload and see the rest of the map.
Oh, what a stick from Zomba. Unfortunately, that wasn't on cam. Yeah, this it just kind of got away from them, like you said, after that first checkpoint. And dying in that last fight too, as Scuffed had the rush. And this is Sakura's match point right here. Could be going to a 5th one if Extinction claw their way back in, but it's looking good for Sakura right now. Not sure we're going to sign CPDK either. I think X10, even on the Cassidy. Taking that silver bullet, helping out the damage onto Vision. Looks good, looks clean. We'll see where we go next. We still need to go to honestly Hybrid and then Suravasa.
Ended up being a pretty huge game from Zeb. 22 and 3, 8.7k damage.
Pretty nice.
Just behind X10 there. Obviously, hit scans are going to be pretty good at farming up the damage. But we ended up not really seeing. That was the lowest deaths next to Zomba. So you have the same deaths as a Tracer player, which Tracers are not going to die very often. And a tank having the same deaths as a Tracer player means you are just staying alive. And if you're a Zarya player who doesn't die and your energy is constantly high, you're doing some real damage in there. So I think, yeah, the Zarya pick, even without the Reaper, the Zarya ended up being quite the force of nature that not a lot coming through from the opposite end of Extinction to try and to do anything about that Zarya. So got away with a decent amount. I did sort of say the Zarya ban, but then I sort of retracted from that and thought maybe the Zarya ban's not super useful just because the Diva is going to be available. Looking back on it, the Zarya ended up being probably one of the primary carries there. So it was a key win condition.
Oh, King's Row pick from Extinction. So a little bit more in their wheelhouse when it comes to the rush, potentially.
You do have to ban the Zarya now. This is a good, amazing Zarya map. You got to ban Zarya here, for sure.
Yeah.
Can't allow Zarya to get through again.
Then we go to Suravasa as our 5th and final map, if we even get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Zarya makes the most sense. What's the ban here for Sakura, do you think?
See what's been gone already. There's a good Ana map, but Ana's been banned already by Sakura. Might be one if you can target Vision's hero pool a little bit. I think he's got a more targetable hero pool, but really, like, it's...
You don't target Freya, right? Like, because X10 can play the Freya too. Freya's decent on Kings.
I think Hanzo is going to get played into the Freya here. This is a Hanzo Zarya map.
Hanzo, maybe?
Yeah, Hanzo is way stronger here, so I think that is the number one. And that's, yeah, so both of the heroes.
There you go.
Zarya and Hanzo we talked about.
Called.
Exactly, yep.
Dude, call this guy an expert. Oh my god.
Holy.
Zarya.
Let me just read the game real quick. Slow things down right now. Also, because Vision was playing a bunch of Hanzo, we haven't really seen X10 play the Hanzo, so that is one of those bans that impacts Extinction a lot. This would be probably a negative ban if you also played a bunch of Hanzo, but because you're not playing and the other team is, it's a really strong ban. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of a little twofer there. Yeah, a little X10 on the Freya. Don't mind that by any stretch of the imagination. How do you think Extinction end up pivoting here in terms of tank choices? Obviously, with that Zarya banned out, it leaves you a little bit more free, but...
Even
Orisa, to be fair. I do not want to see the Mauga. I don't think the Mauga's good, but like...
Yeah, I think Zeb's played more Orisa, so it's probably going to be Diva A, Orisa BC is how I'm looking at this.
Yeah, it would make the most sense. Man, I do... Dude, one of these days, we're going to get Grab Dragon back. Although... it's not even required anymore. I mean, I mean, look, it's a classic, bro. It's a classic. I'm waiting for them to bring out, you know, they're doing the old quick play settings or whatever from old metas and stuff. I'm like, are they going to bring back Grav Dragon meta back? And then the Transcendence just didn't heal through because the dragons did too much damage.
I mean, it's still technically, that combo is still technically good now, isn't it? You still do tons of damage with that, so.
I know, but it's like you're playing on 6v6, right? That's what I meant.
Oh, yeah, you can grab 6 people and get big value.
6 people.
Massive.
The clear.
I think it was more relevant in 6v6 meta because you had more brawl comps in 6v6 where grab was going to get you more. This is why I look at Zarya in a lot of these matchups, and we even talked about on Esperanza there. You're not going to get insane grab value. If you can just get the one-man grab, you're probably quite happy with that one. To the point where like we saw the 2-man grab, and I'm like, yo, the 2-man grab is insane. So like getting a 2-man grab in these matchups is actually this insane value. So yeah, these
unlike Goats, where it was like, if you hit a 2-man grab, you're like, wow, Goats meadow grab 2-man. Oh, that kind of sucks, man. Whereas like you need to hit 5. Z's on my roster, by the way, just saying. So if Sakura win this, dubs for my team. Where is Stitch though? Where is Stitch?
I have no dog in this race because none of my players are in this series, but Psycho did play earlier. Ripple Tree, Cuffer, CJ all played yesterday. Unfortunately, because it was TL versus SSG, CJ did lose that series, but they had a long enough game that I hope CJ farmed up enough
surely got a
points. So yeah, it was always going to be a rough one. And again, because my substitutes are DPSs, I'm not substituting any supports in, so it's like, yep, in these sort of games where my players have to go up against each other, I just sort of cop the L on one of the ends. But I know Tree really did a lot. I mean, we saw what that Hanzo, he was farming, so I know Tree for me this week. He's a big point scorer. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, bro was a nightmare yesterday. That was a ridiculous showing from Tree. That series as a whole, if you haven't watched it, by the way, the SSG TL series from yesterday, worth a rewatch. If you've even watched it before, like it was just a good series. Hopefully this one goes all the way as well. Could go to a map number 5, but right now Extinction, they have to defeat Sakura on King's Row to take us there. With Sakura sitting on match point. Hanzo ban and Zarya ban, we've already spoken a little bit about that. Maybe Extinction, just pivot back to a little bit of rush, or even the dive here with Hattori on the Winston. Zeb looking to play the Diva. So yeah, no kind of Orisa here like we were alluding to. Just a little bit more dive.
It's going to be vision on Soj as well. Is the answer to the lack of a Hanzo here. Soj is fine. Obviously, Rails being able to penetrate is going to add a little bit of value here. But given that there's no Zarya, we are still going to see the Reaper. To be fair, I think Reaper's ability to go up and down high ground on this point is actually quite valuable. So I am kind of liking the Reaper here a lot.
Yeah, I really like it. And X10's been really good on the Reaper as well, to be fair. It's always like, where is everybody? Everybody's hiding on the side of Sakura. Played a little peekaboo. Okay, straight to the high ground. And yeah, easy TP. Hattori has to get out, just leaping off of cooldown currently.
We're going to see if this ends up being a rail opening or some sort of dive opening. It's King and Hattori working together.
That was a TP and a half. It's X10. I think X10 just mogged Extinction there. Absolutely mogged them. Like, you saw it from Scuff's POV, a couple of kunais, and then just TPs behind, just one-shots with the back of the head.
Yeah, you got to be very, very confident as a Reaper player. I think, you know, you might not have bubble, but if you get some Matrix support or just somebody helping you out a little bit, it certainly give you a lot to play through. Save your Wraith forms. You know Suzu's there if you're really in trouble. So opening fight going the way of Sakura. Despite all those kills, X10 is not like super far ahead. It's Z massively far ahead compared to Scuff.
A little bit too scared now to go on the high ground, maybe. I would be too, to be fair. Vision taking shots from all angles.
The only sad thing here is I don't think Z is in a good spot to actually use the ult. I wouldn't want... Okay, now you are going to have to go in a 4v5 now because it's going to push up. This is where you need the ult instantly.
Yeah, X10's probably going to TP to the high ground. Oh, the rush on the height for Z. Oh, possible on top of Zeb's destroyed mech. That is a very sad looking rush. Still though, Zomba kills too, obviously. Zomba is always hard carrying on this Tracer. Unfortunately, even with the supports down, unlikely the Tracer is going to be able to do much here. Although a quick teleport from Z. They're going to go for the touch. Them up.
Yeah, they are. So Zomba can test this one. As the rest of Sakura are coming back.
Z's dead surely though. Yeah, Z ends up going down too scuffed. A quick dash into the backline there, and yeah, they're separated by the bubble. All right, okay. Fight's over. That was a very good attempt to the touch there.
I don't think
still
Z should have
picking up kills.
I think Z should have held her ground and just... Because you're fine. If you're Zomba, you're chilling. You're a Tracer. You've got a lot of mobility. They're not going to go through. King's not going to go for that 1v1, which is a huge risk. He's going to stay on the capture point.
This is a mess. They've not been touching this entire time as well, by the way, so they didn't even get that second tick. Yeah, they didn't get the second tick. It was like a pixel away, like 1% away. There you go. Okay, finally ticks over. Suzu ends up coming in. Primal Rage for Hattori is going to do a fair bit of work. Oh, drive-by punch onto Z. Easy kill onto the Kiriko. However, that self-destruct is going to give Zeb another life, but King with a quick thinking there manages to dash inside that bubble and kill off the Baby Diva. A little scrappy of here from Extinction, but it works out in the end.
We had 2 full fights during the cap. You had a full respawn wave. Zeb came and dies. Respawn comes and dies again. We had a second fight there because Extinction didn't actually cap. So, yeah, the whole time I'm like, yeah, Sakura's retake there, a little bit fumble, a little bit weird. And then it's like, well, hang on a second. Extinction haven't actually capped, so Sakura just get another retake, by the way. It doesn't work out again, but I mean, the fact that they got another retake is should not be allowed from the Extinction side of things, where only a primal being used, at least economically speaking. Extinction going to get away with a lot of ults available.
Got to stop X10 getting away with murder though. Steals that mega health pack. Oh, what a hit! Oh, King, yeah, blasted. Is going to feel those pellets tomorrow in the face, and yeah, X10. Honestly, the amount of value X10 is getting, actually zero fear. TPs into the backline over and over again. No raid form, still takes the fight against Vision. And the D-Mech in the spawn doors. Yeah, a little bit sad. Over-eager, maybe, perhaps, from Sakura.
Unfortunately, not the best spawn camp attempt. Oh, they got a couple of kills, but now they're getting cleaned up. So this is Extinction now. Just, I mean, they'll be able to snowball off this one. You're heavily punished as Sakura if you overstay your welcome. There's X10 going down first. And you have to start thinking this might be where Sakura have to kind of bail from the spawn camp attempt, but Zeb is way too committed. So full reset, unfortunately, for Sakura's Extinction will get a massive punish. OC and X fight could be pretty high value. However, Matrix will put a damper onto that one. Rush versus rush situation too.
Yep, rush to the back of the point. There goes the Death Blossom on the point, and everybody from Extinction disappeared. Like the dinosaurs after the meteor there. As X10 again just teleports up to that high ground trying to deal with Hattori, but as soon as that Wraith form has been used, it's very tough to actually get away, especially with King kind of hounding you down. A minute and 40 to go for Extinction. A team kill to boot. There should be a cap.
Yeah, unless Zeb is in your face there, Vision's going to get insane value on the OC. So waiting for the dust to settle a little bit. The Death Blossom getting no value, unfortunately spinning on nobody in the Extinction. Is going to find themselves in a pretty nice cappable position. Vision dies early, but they cap anyway, so respawn is going to be right there.
Yeah, kind of worth it. You just send someone super far up like that. Oh, scuffed. TP's away, drops the pulse bomb. That's a lot of damage on Hattori, by the way. Still need to heal that Winston up. Should be a fair bit of ult charge, but ends up getting killed by X10. I like this pace, by the way, the Sakura are playing, and how close they're playing up too. Perfect for the Reaper.
Well, the kill onto the Hattori is really good. I mean, kill onto Vision is whatever, because the cap frames came on through, but now you're actually extending into the C point, which means you have a reset. As you sort of mentioned here, it's a bit of a spawn camp again. I don't think C spawn camp is typically that viable. There's a lot of entry points, exit points, I should say. And given that, Zeb's lost mech.
Yeah, Post one didn't finish them off, but it's all good. Vision did with the headshots. Really liking this. They buy a little bit of time. They get a clean reset as well. Maybe clean, although Extend is in the backline.
No, I think you get the kill to Hattori, and then you respect the respawn advantage, and then you just sort of give a lot of space. This is the reason you don't typically see spawn camps on C attackers as a defensive side. I think it's just too difficult to really be able to successfully win that geometry in that scenario. So they got massively punished. I think Zeb even burns self-destruct there as well, which makes it expensive.
Nice headshot on Vision. Yeah, Zomba with the perfect cleanup. Sound barrier comes in. Tidal blast onto Alba. Where's the targets? Who are they looking at right now? It looks like X10 did end up getting knocked down. As Alba just surges into the backline. Even a primal rage for Hattori, and Yeah, I mean, this is kind of snowballing out of control now because not only did they hold forward, but because they died like that, Extinction didn't really have too much to kind of battle through on this high ground to the top right of Hattori. Looks like they're going to finally hit the reset button, though. This is Sakura going to be able to come back with ults.
Last minute. Waiting for the OC. Sakura have a lot more and a lot better at this stage. Sakura's chance of winning pretty damn high, but Z going to pull the trigger maybe a little early. This gives Extinction the opportunity just to disengage. So, yeah, I think you want to bait Extinction in a little bit more. Watch them actually engage. Watch them actually commit to a fight and then use your Kitsune. Again, you should know as well, Scuff doesn't have Kitsune. It was used earlier. Scuff is really far behind. So, Sakura just trying to get a little bit too aggro in terms of timing here.
Yeah, they're trying to play a mile a minute right now. Well, there's a Death Blossom available, but that OC is going to make it a little bit difficult. Sombra ends up going down. Nice seat from Zeb on the pulse bomb. King gets completely denied there as spin to win for X10. A lot of that damage actually coming into the Reaper was matrixed by Zeb, who's doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now with only 10 seconds to go as well. Extinction gonna struggle to even get any semblance of grouping on the payload now because Hattori's just gonna die last. I mean, this is just about it. There's a final touch here by the Tracer, but King is gonna survive too long. It's a 1v4. Very low and still managing to get a couple of touches in and one more. I mean, you're gonna have to hope for a miracle here. Nice little right-click kill there from X10, but without a tank is almost impossible. As Scuffed, Vision, and King go down, and that is where the payload will fall. Yep. Extinction getting it to that third point, but narrowly escaping with only 2 on the board.
They needed a lot more out of the OC fight, unfortunately. That was the downfall. They successfully disengaged away from the Kitsune rush, but then on the re-attack, not getting a fight win that they required. And obviously, because the time runs out and then they have staggered respawns, Hattori dies really late. You can't really get out of that situation as a Ram. And then because you're really close to Annihilation as well, you don't really want to swap, even though probably the correct call would have been a swap to a ball or something just to get back quickly. Yeah, it's a tough one. Needed a tank for that final touch and that final OT push at minimum to just drag things out and just get a little bit more distance so that on your own defense, you have some space to play through.
Defense, no changes by the looks of things. Vision happy to stick on the Soj. Yeah, and Sakura probably just going to run out with the same thing as well. This is a really good stopping place as well for Sakura. I mean, realistically, I think if you even compare how the last map went, it's going to be a really tough time for Extinction here. I've just got a feeling the momentum is very much shifted in Sakura's favor, and with how fast they're playing too, if they just continue that, Extinction just could lose that battle, the battle of the tempo.
5, 4, 3, 2.
There's going to be the symmetry defense here. So I do think it's a little bit weird given that, I mean, this is meant to be a dive composition, but having some capability to, well, the Vision should just be able to slide up and down as well. So you're not really even giving anyone in particular on your team that much additional mobility. Alba can jump up as well on the Lijiang. Zeb taking tons of damage early on.
Vision almost got one. Oh my goodness, that was close. Oh, Scuffed appears out of nowhere. Okay, good kill on to Zomba. Sakura desperately need to kind of stabilize. He's also really low. Winston on the high ground, but if they can just maintain this position, this is going to be good because the Trace is going to be a solo operator anyway. Oh, the spin off. You need Suzu though. Yep, okay, they're going to try and just flip the script right now. Extinction pushing them off that mini high ground there, but it looks like Hattori had to drop with the fear of X10 trying to cut the point.
Zomba's also pressuring point a lot as well, so that's part of what Tracer can offer here. There's no Trace on the opposite side.
Scuff's going to die.
Scuff down, Alba to follow through, no supports, expecting this one to be a cap.
Yeah, most definitely, yeah. I mean, these late kills are going to come through as well. Kill onto Vision's good. And they're not going to make the mistake here. Oh, hello, King.
As long as they get the cap, this won't be too bad, but losing that here is going to hurt a little bit because you're not going to be able to reset off the map. Unless, well, Zeb could actually just swap the Ram right now. You're like,
let's get Sakura listening then. Yeah, okay, it's the Malga. Okay, let's get Sakura listening. See what's up.
You're going, Ellie.
Just shield, we're going.
I'm 10 away from rush, okay?
No rush. When they use shield, we go after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, bait the shield. Bait swing on bait the shield.
Yeah. This way, we don't have a shield anymore.
I have.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get his shield out.
Yeah, bait swing here. They slow.
Nice.
Carry one. I'm still on there. I'm still on there.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm okay.
No Suzu. Ram.
Keeping up. Switch.
I'm staying in.
Ram one.
Carry one. Inner rush. Carry really one.
Touch on me.
Someone.
Yeah.
Nice. Only Fox. They have Lijiang ult here. Lijiang ult here, maybe Sim clock mid 5. I don't think they have yet. We kind of have to make a slant with Reaper, Loki.
Yeah, or we can kite.
I think we can.
Yeah, let's try to kite, because then we can save for Reaper Blossom. They're having a kite Blossom. H Blossom, yes.
Shoot him. Okay, I shoot him.
I'm hiding here.
Yeah. Can we bait them into alley?
They should.
No shield. Let them back up.
It
might TP. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay.
They're going top.
Getting good car here.
Kira's going top.
Give it a kite. Some half. I'm low.
Come on.
Living.
Yeah. See me out.
I have no Suzu.
I'm good. Simon's left side.
They're gonna Lijiang ult here. Wait for Suzu. They're gonna Lijiang ult here.
Yeah, I think we TP on the Soj, and then we're gonna have to start out.
Ready?
Yeah, 3, 2, 1.
No shield either.
Someone.
Live it.
Kite that.
Trying to kite it. I'm good.
Just fight this corner.
Where's Soja? I think they're top right.
I'm fighting your Curie TP.
I'm pushing left side, I think. I'm pushing left.
Okay, I'm walking.
Go.
No shield. Give him up.
Nice.
It's on Lijiang.
Them TP.
I got him.
Shooting ram really hard.
Soj flank.
So. I'm not sure you can
Okay, we go for it.
Everybody's
Come left side.
No, we can't.
We can.
I'm so low.
We're fighting. Yeah, we're fighting Soj.
Yeah. Their Soja's out. We should kill this one. We should kill this one. Okay, I'm chasing.
Lijiang's on fire.
Their Soja's literally in spawn room. Yeah, and on spawn room.
But we kill her soon when Ellie's back.
Nice.
Can you come to me top? There's a ram.
In TP. I'm here.
We're walking.
Everyone else, can we walk?
Yeah, I'm just
Their Soja's dead. We have to walk. Just run it down.
Let me start with Rush.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a 4v5. They got to walk. They got this cage as well. Nice little teleport away. King, make sure the rest of the team escape alive. But this cage is going to be devastating to them too. Yeah, locked in a small room here. Oh, Zeb, he's just looking at this annihilation. It's ripping and tearing through people, but X10's going to add the additional damage on top with that Death Blossom. Despite all Hattori's rage, they were still a rat in a cage, and unfortunately, you are just going to get stomped on. Extinction, they are just making this look easy. At second point, a little rough, a little dicey there, Admiral, but Sakura, this is the home stretch.
The cage actually took them away from the Consumer. Scuff held that on for maybe a little too long, so Extinction had the opportunity of just countering Rush with Rush. Now they lose the point entirely. We also saw there as well, Sakura Esports really good at just denying the value from the Lijiang bubble from Alba. No one to put it on, no good delivery for that Lijiang bubble. And as we swap over comps, it's going to be Lucio, Kiriko plus Diva. Extinction are going to be able to get a clean initial fight win on C3 minutes to prevent movement from Sakura. But again, Sakura don't have to push that far. Extinction themselves in their attack, they didn't get enough distance.
Oh, good little stomp there, but Hattori's got a really good pickup. Switching to the Diva's going to be so good for Extinction here. Just eat a lot of that Malga damage that's incoming after the Cardiac Overdrive has been popped. So heads up play from Hattori.
Let's see if the Malga can still provide good value here. Obviously, Sim is going to be pretty decent in the Malga the longer these fights sort of go on. Sim in general, I think for this point is going to be pretty damn valuable. Sakura waiting for timing on double support ultimates, and once that happens, I think Extinction could potentially be in trouble. They got some good ultimates themselves, but hard to get value on their ults compared to the double support ults for Sakura.
Yeah, I mean, Natsuki here, what, you just beat in, or you could even just beat the overclock, to be fair. Well, there it is. Hattori's under an immense amount of pressure now. Vision's already dead. Yeah, no overclock now available. As Alba's in the back line too, they end up teleporting forward as King is just trying to make the most of this wall. I mean, look, they got to do it at some point. Alba does end up using the beats, but now Z ends up pulling the rush, and with X10 going down, the lack of damage is going to be paramount. Although Zeb lands a nice little two-man slam onto the back line. Self-destruct from Hattori, but can she actually get back in the mech? She is going to get there, but that mech is looking dangerously low. And in fact, with Alba going down, Hattori has to get out of there. And now Sakura rounding this final corner against this cage.
The OC Vision's time to shine has to be right now. No shields blocking this one. Zeb's going to be taking a decent amount of damage while Albi be coming back on. And Anna, this is the last
They're
moment.
going to cage this. They cage Hattori again. Someone needs to get there. But oh, Hattori, despite being in the cage, doesn't actually touch the point. Oh, disaster has struck. Extinction end up going down. I mean, to be honest with you, Avril, with that caging Hattori again, it's looking pretty unwinnable as Vision had to just burn through the cage's HP with that OC. But a tough field to be in. 27 and 7 still from Hattori. Zeb looking at 27 and 6. Both the tank players doing a lot in this map. But it is Sakura's day to shine. A 3-1 victory in the end as they take King's Row.
Yeah, so much value on that B push as well. I mean, and talk about the fact that once again, the C point, we didn't get enough distance out of Extinction on their own push. They were cut short. I think they had a little bit more left in them to be able to at least get some distance to play through on their own defense. But I'm surprised to say the Malga, I think the Malga into the Ram was working reasonably well. The Ram wasn't getting a lot done there. The Diva swap started to give them a little bit more to play through. And I actually think in that sort of situation as well, the Vision Soj is a really strong play into the Malga. Yeah. Just not if you're going to have cage up and your OC can't shoot through the cage, and not if your team is not in a position to win either. You're getting maybe out-tempoed a little bit. Scuffed is using Kitsune super late in the, I think the last fight at B, stuff like that, you know, getting caged out and caged away from your own Kitsune rush anyway. Definitely saw, unfortunately, towards the end, a lack of kills coming through from Vision, and maybe from in general from Extinction. What a win from Sakura.
Yeah, what a great week for Sakura. They had to play the double matches this very weekend, both of them a dub. Now, they did start the stage with a very difficult schedule, right? They had to go up against GK, they had to go up against SSG. Those were the first two matches they played, so we weren't quite sure where to rank them, how to rate them. But now that they're going up against more of the middle of the pack teams, they're looking really good. Next week, they will be facing off against Nightmare. How will they stack up against Nightmare, you think?
Oh, the Nightmare game. I mean, realistically, that does kind of determine the 4th, 5th.
It does, yeah.
Sakura, they've been in this situation, like, it feels like every single time, every single stage, I feel like Sakura's in this situation where they're fighting for that 4th spot. They're fighting for the, like, we want to make it to the upper bracket. There's always been kind of a tier list, either between the top 3 or the top 4, but Sakura are right on the brink of, like, pushing their way through. That win next week, if they do find it against Nightmare, not sure that, well, they obviously they played some of the top teams already, but like, it's good for the org and it's good for the players too. I think it's going to be a tough one. Nightmare, they've looked improved, but after today's game as well, with the X10 coming in, being able to play obviously hit scan, but also Reaper at a very good level 2, I have faith.
Yeah, Cassidy looks great on Nexon as well. Like, I really like this look from Sakura and the adjustments they've made throughout the series. Now you're watching on your very screens our DHL daily highlights. Thanks, Cargo. Always delivers.
Yeah, I think next week will definitely be a step up. Nightmare are going to be a more challenging team than Extinction. I think that's pretty unanimously agreed upon. But yeah, we're seeing a decent amount of a variety of different looks coming through from Sakura. Some of it to me is still a little bit weird. Like, I don't think I'm gonna really be able to agree with the Malga, but they made it work, and this is still a win. The capability to win on the Cassidy as well. Use the silver bullets, which is a little bit rare. Not many Cass players will be taking that one, but actually saw that one in the kill feed and saw some decent long-range value when you're playing up against a Frey on the opposite end. That Esperanza really was quite a close map up until the last few minutes when things got quite far away from Extinction. But I think the Extinction win on Gibraltar was certainly well played, and that might be one of the maps that Sakura need to go back and look at in terms of how they played through that one, because I think the tank choices ended up hurting them a little bit, especially with the Diva ban, really hurt them. So that was just a really good map choice and a map ban, hero ban rather, coming through from Extinction.
Now, after this performance we've seen from Sakura, obviously the chat was heavily leaning towards an Extinction victory. Why do you think that was so skewed? I mean, it was like almost 80% betting on Extinction here.
Yeah, honestly,
the vibe bet.
I'm kind of surprised. It might have been a vibe bet, a vibe pred, but like, I'm surprised it wasn't a little bit closer. I thought this game would go to a map of 5. It felt like it could.
Chat. Dear chat, explain yourself. What were you thinking?
She's calling them out. She's really calling them out like that.
Oh, listen, they call us out on everything we're predicting, so I think I'm well within my rights. No, but you said it before we headed into that. Like, you read it in your tea leaves, Jack, this morning. Yeah. You said something's in the air. Sakura's going to take it. And at last I did. Now they find themselves in a very comfortable middle of the pack position with Nightmare and Team Z, which they have coming up in the next 2 weeks, and then they have to close out their stage against Team Liquid. But that should put them in a pretty good position, especially if they manage to take down Nightmare next week.
We definitely expect them to beat
Liquid are gonna win that series. You would bet. I mean, if Liquid's will they take a map off Liquid? I don't think so. With just the power level of Liquid right now, I'd expect that to be a 3-0. If not, then yay. Nice little surprise there. But the Team Z match, very winnable. So a 3-3 placing, man, that feels like stage 1 all over again. It was stage 2. Like Sakura, they're always in this spot where they're just in the middle of the pack, but like they have the opportunity to punch up. But it's just a little unfortunate that the Team Liquid's the last match.
I think the Nightmare game is the most important one, because if you win that one, and then you're probably expected to win Team Z, then you will get 4th, in my opinion. The same as the Nightmare. You look at Nightmare, their next games are Sakura, Team Z, and Extinction, right? So whoever wins that one, Nightmare probably win the next 2. So yeah, Sakura Nightmare is a really decisive, important game.
It is indeed. Now, looking how they stack up in like stylistically, how do you think that is going to go down, just in terms of what we're going to see composition wise?
Well, it feels like Sakura have found their little groove. They want to play the Reaper, and if they do go to long range maps, they can play Freya, they can play even the Cass as well, like X10 played Cass. I think this Reaper looks really good for them, and I think being able to play the Zarya is really key. But with Nightmare of like hyper flexible team, large roster, so that is where it's going to hinge. Like where Nightmare can kind of take them, like, okay, we're just going to go to like Wrecking Ball maps and have Rhino in. Painkiller's going to have the perfect internet, and then we can eventually have Painkiller not DCing every 5 seconds. I've got my fingers crossed for you, Painkiller. I really hope you can play properly next week.
That was a little on knockers. That said, though, in the week prior to that, Rhino was in for most of the series, and it looked great for them as well. So it's not like it wasn't Rhino's fault that they lost. They just clearly had a different game plan heading into this. And now, speaking of plans, my plan is to chat to one of our winning members or winning team members. Is that a real sentence? I don't know. But here's Natsuki, and we're happy to have him on the show. Natsuki, thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if we ever had the honor to chat with you, so let's do
Don't think so,
no. Yeah, well, first, I love that. Sakura had a phenomenal week. You had to play 2 matches in a row, yesterday and today. Both are dubs. What was your preparation looking like for this week? Was there any team you had to focus more on?
Not really. We tried to be the best we could be. Oh, my camera. That's fucked up.
Our nerd.
Okay. Is my camera dead? Oh, no. I'm back. Hello.
No, we're back. We're back. We're so back.
I got to NA like a couple days before. My camera is setting on a box of cereal, so it's not. It's scuffed. If it falls again, my bad.
We're here for Scuffed Home Broadcast. That works.
Right, this works, right? Okay, I'll just hold it.
Yeah.
You're good. Yeah, I got here like this week, so we finally got some scrims on like good ping. And yeah, we've just been working, finding an identity, and yeah, paid off this week, so happy days.
Okay, do you think you found that identity now? Obviously, we saw PDK sub in and out. I think someone said he had a work thing last match. I'm not sure what was going on with that. But do you feel like you found your solid, like, okay, this is how we want to play this meta right now? Everybody's been up in the air throughout the last couple of weeks. Most teams right now have found that. Have you guys?
Yeah, I feel like we do. I mean, we struggled for a couple of weeks. Like, we had some hard matches early on, and we struggled to figure out what to play, but right now, we're just kind of going with the vibes. Like, we feel like Reaper's pretty strong, as you could probably tell, and we're just playing. We might have lied a bit on the interview yesterday, saying that PDK was going to play tomorrow, because we did pretty well with Ellie and Scrims this week, because PDK's availability was a bit fucked last week, but it worked out all fine. So, yeah, Ellie performed really well, and yeah, we did well. So,
what do you see yourself now as a team in the sort of current rankings of North America? You guys are currently looking like, to me, a strong middle of the pack team, but you have a good possibility of making top 4 now if you can take down Nightmare. So you've sort of gotten past Dilducks, gotten past Extinction. You've got Nightmare left, which we were sort of talking on the panel here before you came in, was maybe, at least in my opinion, your most important game coming up in the next final 3 weeks. How do you feel about that match? I don't know if you would agree with the statement that Nightmare is probably the game that you guys need to win to lock in top 4.
Yeah, look, it's no secret that the top 4 in EMEA is pretty solid. So it'll be a tough game. But yeah, we're here just to have a good time and play our best Overwatch and yeah, show the world what we got. I mean, you saw my teammates pull off today. They all played incredible. I didn't even think I had a great series today, but yeah, they deadlifted me. So yeah, now we're here.
Hey, teamwork makes the dream work. The dream's alive and kicking for Sakura. Natsuki, thank you so much for taking the time. Now we're going to let you go and wish you best of luck in your matches next week.
Yeah, no worries. And shout out to my mom watching back home. Cheers. Have a good night.
Let's go. Shout out to the mom.
Yeah.
Always shout out to the moms. Moms rise up. Now, speaking of rising up, Sakura, as we said, rising up in the standings. This is what they have coming up, though. Nightmare. Different caliber of opponent. Nightmare also really looking to bring it back this stage after a tough beginning schedule-wise.
They need that win, man. Like, this is for that 4th seed. Like, that match is so important. The GK Extinction one, you're expecting GK to sweep. The TMVP one looks pretty good.
EMEA is going to pop.
It all hinges on this.
Next week, though, EMEA is going to pop. These are good matches.
Peps be like, Genji be like, let's just lose 3-0 to Peps. Like, this Genji versus Good Guys is going to be a secret hidden banger. I got a feeling.
It's not even so hidden. It's not even so hidden.
No, it might just be, it might just be straight up banger. I don't know. It's this next week is actually going to be really fire.
Saw Peps 3-0 Genji's like, this is the team. Peps is going. The team MVP is clearly the game here. I think after seeing Alcacia take down VP, that should give team a lot of confidence, because both those teams, as sort of stated when you guys were talking to them, they were not beating VP in scrims, or VP was like king of scrims in the EMEA, and now after VP losing, anything can happen. I think VP, they needed that fire lit underneath them as well to sort of bring it to team Twisted Minds, so that should be an exciting game.
Yeah, I'm very excited for all of these games as our teams are leveling up each and every week. It's 6 weeks of play overall in the stage. 3 weeks are now officially done and dusted. So we have 3 more to go to find out who will be making it to the World Finals. Now, Jack, Avril, that's it for you guys. Thank you so much for joining me for the cast today. I spoke as if I was casting. I certainly did not do that.
No, you were.
I was listening.
We did that
I'm the third man. That's true. The one time where my video then didn't work and I couldn't see the games. I was just kind of hyping you up in the background. That was a good time.
It was sick.
It was so sick. One of the casts of all time. And we might be running it back on the 27th. Hopefully not. Hopefully all the casters are in for it. Mitch is also rejoining us, coming back from a holiday, I heard. So that's going to be good times.
I heard a certain Swedish man is back as well.
Oh, no. He's going to glow. We got Jake Better caught him in Fantasy League. Otherwise, we want... We want to hear the end of it.
Hear the end of that.
Yeah, that. Well, I have a week to prepare me mentally.
Whoever's up the top is going to just be insufferable. So no matter which way you cut it.
Yeah, but Jake is always kind of insufferable somehow, but like in like a really loving way. I say that in like the most loving way possible. He's like the little cheeky brother that you kind of want to punch but also hug at the same time. That's Jake vibes. Now I'm excited for next week. We have some good games on the docket. Thank you all so much for watching us this very weekend, but now it's time to say goodbye, good night, have a good one, and we see you again on the 27th of September.